Match found.
Kita main dulu ya sambil nunggu VCT main.
Nothing stays
Let's go.
hidden from me. Nothing.
Oke, sambil nunggu VCT lah. Kita main di Fracture. Wait, sambil nunggu ini. Kurang ke bawah, ke atas dikit. Oke, let's go. Pengen nonton anjing sampai pagi mungkin ya, tapi nggak tahu sih. Sentinel lawan ini lagi. Sentinel lawan Jitu, kemudian Gambit ketemu 100 Thief. What the hell man.
Match found.
Tapi pertama Zeta dulu ya. Ya sudahlah ya. Kita main dulu lah sambil menunggu.
Nothing stays hidden from me.
Let's go.
Nothing.
Ya semoga nggak nge-lag aja lah. Yang penting nggak nge-lag. It's okay. Masih 16 menit lagi. Mungkin satu game cukup lah. Karena nggak langsung main juga. Yang ku tunggu sebenarnya bukan Zeta. Zeta sih mainnya bagus ya. Tapi yang kepingin ku tonton itu Sentinel sama Sentinel G2 sama Gambit 100 Thief. Anjir. Dapat attacking. Oke, no problem. Ya yang penting nggak nge-lag, semoga nggak nge-lag. Soalnya kalau live streaming sambil main itu pingnya kadang jumping gitu, nggak suka aku. Tiba-tiba tinggi, tiba-tiba kecil lagi, tiba-tiba ada paket loss.
Usually just me and my pack. I guess it's worse if you guys get shot, yeah?
This goes here. Yes, this should do. That goes there.
Kesana kah?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Yang bener mau kemana anjing? Tuh paket lossnya tuh, kalian lihat tuh. Anjing, average ping. Itulah alasannya kenapa saya jarang sekali main.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Compute. Reloading.
Raze, plug me into the tunes, yeah? I know you got the good stuff.
Yes, this should do. That goes there.
Astaga, nge-lag dong.
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
I'll clip that jet swing.
That goes there.
Here. Target sighted B.
Cage triggered. I have retrieved the spike wire destroyed.
Sorry, bro.
Astaga,
Spike down,
beneran ku
attacker
tunggu
spawn.
seharusnya. Wow. Paket los. Nih. What the hell, man?
Last player standing.
Get out of here.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Satchel out.
Oke.
I'm the pride of
Oke.
Bahia.
Oke.
You go, girl.
Setupku itu mengikuti mereka. Mereka maunya kemana, anjing? Mau ke sana kah?
Can I get a top?
This goes
Sana.
here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Tuh.
Don't give them ground.
Yes, this should do.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down B.
Okay.
One down.
Tripwire is cage triggered.
Anjing.
I got the spike.
Maunya gimana, anjing?
Spike planted. Hawk out!
Last player standing.
Hawk out!
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Don't
Untung
even
banget dia.
try me.
Wait. Do I have the definition of hippie wrong? Because that certainly wasn't peaceful.
Aku nunggu aja deh.
This goes here.
Cek aja.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
Males anjing.
That goes there.
Aku di belakang aja.
Get out of my way!
Seek some outs.
You should
Camera
run.
to cage triggered. spike carrier is killed.
What the heck?
Spike down B.
I got the spike.
Last
spike
player
carrier is
standing.
Anjing.
Cage triggered.
Anjing, kelihatan.
You're up. Stay safe. We're going
I need
back
this. My thanks. This goes here. Yes, this should do.
Thank you.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Reloading. I got the spike. Bomb buddy out.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted A.
Cage triggered.
Hawk out. Hawk out.
Blinded. Spike carrier's down.
Spike down A.
I have retrieved the
Last
spike.
player standing.
Anjir. Awas lu defend ya.
Standing in between us and victory. I get a drop? Thanks.
Gak bisa beli apa-apa aja. Kemana kita ini?
That goes there. This goes here. Yes, this should do. That goes there. Where are you?
I got the spike. One dead. Seek them out.
Found one.
Come on, let's go.
Who's next? Hostile removed.
You are divided.
Reloading.
Careful now.
Take them down.
One enemy remaining.
This all day.
Soalnya aku dengar tadi, makanya aku lihat kamera. Apa di belakang sana?
Fast off, ka-ching, little skr.
Get a
Come
drop.
on. Yeah?
Thanks.
Oh, this is a nice. Yes, this should do.
One speed. Here.
Anjim. Phoenix-nya dilewatin, kelewatan Phoenix-nya. Ketahuan dulu.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready. This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there. Yes, this should do.
Let's get this done.
trainer killed.
Hey.
Where is everyone hiding?
Stuff out. Engineer killed.
One enemy remaining.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Hawk out.
Hawk out. Not that scary. If you see one of my creatures, it's a good thing, alright? Can I get a drop?
Figure out what they do eventually.
Oke.
Oh, this is a nice one. This goes here.
Thanks.
Bam bam.
Charlie Mike.
Get out of my way. Reloading. Time to hunt.
Satchel out. Here comes the party.
Cage trigger.
Anjir.
Last player standing.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Susah. Jangan lewat situ.
Activating kill mode. That's a joke. Kill mode is default.
Help a girl out, would ya?
That goes there.
Cheers, mate.
Can I get a drop?
Oh, this is a nice spot. We will reveal their secrets. One down.
What the hell? What are you doing?
Begins.
Got one. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Anjim.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
I need this.
I forgot the spike. Good start.
This goes here. That goes there. I need this. My thanks.
Time to mobilize my pack.
Reloading.
My camera is destroyed.
Come on, let's go! Bunch of guys defend the spawn.
Cage trigger.
Careful now.
You should run.
Foolish.
Hawk out. Enemy spotted A.
Going to hunt. Scout destroyed.
Here.
Hawk out.
One enemy remaining.
Bring it down here.
Okay.
Last round in the half.
Either spend all your money or give it to me.
Give
Good
it to
calls
me.
Either way.
Of course, either way.
Yes, this should do. Now, where to set up shop?
Who's next?
Astaga. Aku tahu lo bakalan ada itu, makanya aku nengok ke belakang anjir.
My barrier's down.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Udah kalah. 7-5. Saatnya defend. Udah nggak bisa. Udah. OP jarak segitu dengan 2 kali. Susah banget, nggak bisa.
Switching sides.
A day working the farm would
Kabika.
do these fellas good.
Okay.
Wow, this is a
Boy
nice
over
spot.
there. Okay, smoke
This
over
goes here.
And then this.
That goes there.
There. Smoke here above.
Yes, this should do.
And then the wire over here.
This goes here.
Then we go stand by here. Let's go.
Got you, bruv.
Target sighted B. Shut down. Reloading.
Enemy spotted B.
Here.
Shut
Here.
down.
Cage trigger.
Finished.
Careful now.
Ha!
What the F, man?
One enemy remaining.
Spike's A.
Cage trigger.
We're going off like a cut.
Snake.
Okay, A side. The wire here.
That goes there.
Then one way over here.
Yes, this should do.
I may have a
Ah, this is a nice spot.
Can I get a drop?
We going mid?
I need a drop.
What is it called? I don't know. We going here. Then you set up the tripwire. This. And one way like that.
Spike down B.
Oh no, they are going B.
Spike is B.
One enemy remaining.
Knife deployed.
Enemy spot here. I got it.
Bragging rights if you get first pick.
beli senjata.
That goes there.
Coba yang di sana. Smoke.
This goes here.
Ya. The wire.
Ah, this is a nice spot.
Don't give them ground.
No more charges left. Yes, this should do.
Someone's A.
They're going A.
There. Someone's A.
One more A.
There.
Astaga.
Gone, buddy out. Time to hunt. They can cut.
Spike planted.
Reloading. You should run.
Last player standing.
Oke. Oke.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Can I get thanks?
That goes there. Ah, this is a nice spot.
What there? Merah over here.
Yes, this should do.
Oh, and one way. I forget. Yeah.
This goes here.
What the heck, man? They're going B.
Heads up.
Last player standing.
Anjing, jeding
Spike
dong.
planted.
Astra's dead.
Ngeding doang.
Shutting them down. They're suppressed. Fragment.
One enemy remaining.
Kill. Flashbang.
Flash dirinya sendiri. Ya, kita setup A lagi ya.
You man ready for a light show?
Terlanjur beli tadi. Dah. Beli.
Ah, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
One way.
This goes here. That goes there. Yes, this should do. Who's next? The hunt begins.
Grip here. Engineer's here.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Last player
Astaga. Astaga. Oh no.
I will fulfill my purpose.
Can I get a drop?
This goes here.
Can I get a drop?
Ah, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
my way.
Target sighted. Enemy. Hit.
Cage triggered.
Anjim.
Spike down A.
Come on, let's go!
Some out.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Eh, that's nice.
You won't be serious? You got it.
Oke,
Help a girl out, would ya?
nggak bisa beli apa-apa. Nah, bentar.
Can you drop me, Phoenix?
Patahin aja.
This goes here. Yes, this should do. Ah, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
I got yous, okay?
Yes, this should do.
Hawk out. One less.
Kita ulti.
Give me up, give me up, give me. Where is everyone hiding?
You should run.
Spike planted.
Headshot. Tell you want to fight it. Reloading. Hawk out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Anjim, dapat satu doang.
Oh, surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
This goes here. Ah, this is a nice spot.
Come on, let's go.
That goes there.
Who's next?
Enemy spotted B.
There.
Raiders
Flank,
down.
flank, flank.
Spike planted.
Stealing over here. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Flank.
Reloading.
Match point.
Come on, squad. Gotta play
There.
that whistle.
Yes, this should do. Ah, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
Clear to engage. Weapons hot. Bunch of guys B. Hawk out. Enemy spotted A. Someone's an attacker spawn. Your crew is dead.
You should run.
Spike down down B.
Hawk out.
Last player standing.
Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
This goes here.
Hawk out. Multiple enemies A. Here.
Wow, my eyes. Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
You are divided.
Thirty seconds left.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Astaga.
Player standing.
Udah main kah? Seharusnya udah main sih. Belum game tapi.
Attack when they're suppressed. Adapt their options, they make mistakes.
No.
I'm saving it.
Thanks.
Oh, this is a
kita-
nice spot.
Pakai setup normal aja deh.
That goes there.
Ketinggian.
Yes, this goes here. Oh, this is a nice. Yes, this should do.
Let's start this party.
Cage triggered.
Here's going to the party.
Here.
Spike planted.
Astaga. Kapan sih aku main itu
next?
internet itu bersahabat gitu kayak
Last
Nih.
player standing.
selalu kalau main Valorant gini anjing. Selalu. Kalau mainnya nggak live itu baru enak.
I feel something over there.
Can't place it. Like us, but different.
This goes here. That goes there. Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there. The hunt begins. Camera taken out.
Target sighted A.
Healing over here.
Anjing, jeding
Spike
doang.
planted.
3 for me. Blinded.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Ah,
standing.
dari belakang anjing, sayang banget. Oh no. Udah kalah deh.
Sudden death.
They will scurry, and then they will die.
Cepet banget dia rotasinya.
This goes here. Yes, this should do. That goes there. This goes here. Ah, this is a nice spot.
Take it.
Oke, berarti bisa dari sini.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Akhirnya udah.
Defenders win.
Astaga, astaga. Bentar ya. Bentar. Bentar. Udah main. Let's go, kita tonton.
ます彼はすごく頭の切れる選手で、チームの核になっていますね。チームの4人目のメンバーとして、バースがいます。彼も、竹 J と同じような感じで相手と戦うのがすごく好きな選手。そうですね、去年までは日本のチャンピオンとして大会出たもの今度は全部優勝はできていたんですけど、
nonton senpai-senpai ya.
今年の VCT 始ま
Kemarin
って
Korea
から
nonton opa-opa.
VCT1、2を、落としてしまって、こちらも準優勝2位で終わってしまっていて、で今回、ベルリンがかかった VCT3 も本当に勝たなきゃいけない試合で、メンタル的にはすごくきつかったですね。戦いたいリージョンで言ったら本当にいっぱいあって、どこのリージョンもなんだろう、本当にユニークな個性を持っていて、それですごく強いので、そうですね、今ゼータディビジョンが日本リージョン一応ポイントで言うと2位の状態ではあるので、ここでいい結果を残して、リージョン1位になれればそのままチャンピオンズの方にも出れるので。
Well, we heard from Laz there. They like to fight.
Yeah.
You know, he's picking up players like, you know, this guy does this on my team, but he likes to fight. They all want to fight here. What do you make of that, Gio?
Well, I love the fact that he spoke about how Tarkej oftentimes almost is their initiator, even though he's a duelist guy. And this kind of goes back to what I was talking about. You're always pretty much going to see him glued to Raider. They push lanes together. But another thing I think to really look out for with Tarkej that really aligns with what he's saying is even on things like SMG rounds, they like to invest in him having a Vandal, like nice and early. They'll put that investment into him because they know he's so integral to opening up those fights. So I like that he's drawn attention to that because I think that's going to be a big part of the way they play.
Okay. Yeah, I like it, but I'm also a little alarmed because he said Bars likes to play aggressively. You look at his stats on these controller roles, he has sub 200 ACS in those roles, and I wouldn't want my controllers playing super aggressive, right? You need those smokes for the late round. You'll need them to open up the sites. So having those players get aggressive could really bite you if they lose these duels.
Yeah, but also on the side of just what advantages they are coming into this with. You know, we have Crew. They're consistent in their region. You guys heard from Laz that for them it was mentally tough to play stage 3 because if they didn't qualify here, who knows what would have happened with this roster? Who knows what that would do to their confidence too? But Crew, they're always here. They've been into an international tournament before. But then on the other side, and Sean, it'd be good to know your thoughts on this. Some of the players on this Zeta team, you know, they've been together for years. They've been together back in the Counter-Strike days. Which advantage do you think is going to be more important? The experience with the team over a long time, or, you know, the confidence of knowing that you've been here before?
Yeah, I would prefer to have the confidence of being here before if I was from a smaller region, just because you get to feel what it's like to be in a server with Liquid and Fnatic and understand how difficult it is to enter certain choke points if you don't have the right utility. They had those VODs to look at, and they can model their game correctly to then beat that style later on. Now, on the other hand, for Zeta, they will be able to play really well off of each other, right? They're trading, they're spacing, all of that, their theory is going to be really good. But does it hold up when they play against other regions? That's what I'm unsure about.
I mean, the thing that I'm actually really interested in is both of these teams are going to be bringing 2 coaches along. But on the side of Zeta Division, one of those coaches is a new coach. It's called XQQ. Came from Rainbow Six Siege, which is another tactical shooter and very, very utility heavy. And I think that he's relatively new on the team. And I think having that background in how to use their utility really effectively could help give them the discipline that's needed to go against a team like Crew or pretty much anyone that they're going to face here.
Is that what separates them, do you feel like? Because like they are very evenly matched.
I don't know if it will directly separate them, but I don't think that you can necessarily put something like that down to a really huge thing. I think it's a lot of small things that compile, and I think that's one of them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's nothing really to add to it. I totally agree with you.
Oh
I'm
my
just
gosh.
so good.
You two agree.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, for
damn. Yeah, it's one of those days today. Well, let's look at some predictions now. Wait, why not? Why not? I kind of have a feeling. I know where you're going with this. You know, you've already said you think Zeta's going to take this.
Look, realistically, it's actually quite hard to pick. I just kind of have a soft spot for the way that they play, and I think if they do it well, it'll be good. My worry is what I was saying about Crew being so good at their opening kills. Zeta have an issue where if one of either Rachel or Tarkej get picked off early, oftentimes they crumble a little bit, and that could be a direct clash between these two teams, but I'm going to go with Zeta anyway.
I'm gonna go with Crew. Tactically, I think they're gonna totally outclass Zeta today.
Yeah, and I also feel like, you know, they've been here before, like you said. Yes. They know what they are doing, and I've heard from some scrimbucks, which I will not mention, that they're doing pretty well in scrims. But anyway, it is time to welcome the competitors onto the stage. Let's send it over for the start of day 3 of VCT Masters Berlin.
Masterpiece lasts forever, while the artist will find death awaiting every turn. A moment that will outlive me, to become eternal, or to be forgotten. Ars longa, vita brevis. Is eternal. Life is short.
more than just a best of 3 for them.
Let's go!
I know all eyes are on us. I feel like we're pretty hyped, obviously dominating like NA. And now like coming in, like we know we're top dogs.
I'm representing the EMEA. I think a lot of people expect Nate to win the whole thing. I don't think they are that good. This is gonna be the tournament where where everyone is gonna see that.
We definitely want to come out here and prove that not only is NA the best region, but we're also hopefully the best team in NA right now. I think Gambit looks like the best team from Europe right now. Definitely interested to see how we stack up against them.
One enemy remaining.
They gave up! They gave up!
We should show all the world that CS region. We can win the tournaments, we can win the worlds, we should qualify to do it.
ゼータディビジョンが日本リージョンポイントでいうと2位の状態ではあるので、ここでいい結果を残して、リージョン1位になれればそのままチャンピオンズ本当に行かなければいけないものと考えています。
People think that we are the underdog. That's our advantage, to be honest, because they have the pressure to beat us. But we are not the underdog, I think.
Probably should watch us and learn some things.
I'm not afraid of them by any means.
I don't get scared about them. I'm the same as good as them.
こちらも本当に戦うのが楽しみです。
I still think NA is the strongest region, even though EU teams are gunning for us.
I don't know, I think you guys are too cocky. Like you're about to get smashed. I'm sorry.
Holy
Let's go. Zeta lawan Crew. Crew dari Latin kan? Zeta ini Jepang. Zeta rank berapa? Zeta rank 3 loh dia.
You know, we spoke about how long we waited to see Vision Strikers on this stage, but Absolute Jupiter now, Zeta, it's been a long time coming too.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but they're finally here. Coach in a suit, they're looking good.
Fresh.
I was just looking at that, and I'm glad our mics didn't come in time because I was like, oh, he looks sharp, but like just under my breath.
He looks very sharp. You know what? I'm a fan of the suit.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday. Yeah, I think we're all fans of that.
Yeah. If any other coaches are listening to us, you know, feel free to rock up in a suit. But I gotta say, we need to talk about the map pool between these two teams because Gio, there are definitely maps that both of these teams feel pretty uncomfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that if you're, you know, Zeta Division, for example, you probably don't want to go to Icebox. You probably don't want to go to Breeze, which I'm going to be honest, I would love to see a Breeze at some point in this competition, but I don't think it's going to happen with them.
Yeah, and similarly, I don't think a team like Crew is going to want to play Breeze at all, especially against a team like Zeta Division. Teams from different regions like this that don't have any familiarity, I don't think they're going to want to play Breeze against each other.
Yeah, and also I know you mentioned Icebox, but Zeta, they haven't played all that much Split either. It was kind of their permaban for a while.
It's true, they haven't historically played it, but in the grand finals against Crazy Raccoon, they did a really good job. So that's one that has a question mark from me. My natural inclination would be to say, oh yeah, they haven't felt.
Yeah, as you guys can see, the first ban, Sean, Crew have gone for Haven.
Yeah, and that's an interesting. But I just think they don't want to have the randomness of being spread out across the map against a team like Zeta.
Yeah, Icebox is off the table, Gio, but Split, it's open.
It is open. I mean, that would be a really juicy one, in my opinion, if that does come in. Like I said, they played really well in the grand finals on it. But I mean, I guess Ascent is going to be what we know. This is a map that I think both of these teams feel really comfortable on.
Yeah, and that's Crew literally going right into the teeth of Zeta's map pool. They're 7-1 on Ascent. This is a map they are very, very familiar with. And Zeta's going to opt to start on attack.
But also, Sean, I see a little KO possibly being whipped out here as well.
Yes, yeah, they do play the KO sometimes, so I would love it. We got to see KO on Ascent yesterday or 2 days ago when Steel locked it in, so I hope we get to see it again. I love seeing like the suppressed combinations with synergies.
Yeah, well, Zeta have decided to pick Split. They chose it, Gio.
They're going, all right.
Split,
That's
let's
I mean,
go.
they have a good win percentage on it, but like you said, Yinsu, they just haven't got to this map very often. So that's where that's like, all right, we'll see what you do.
Yeah, and obviously Crew's going to lock in defense there. And like you said, Crew has a little bit more Split experience than Zeta, so it's an interesting pick by them. Maybe they found some kind of weakness in Crew's game, and we'll be able to learn that really quickly in that map.
I mean, we speak about, you know, material on both of these teams as well. There's not that much on Zeta in comparison to Crew. A lot of anti-stratting perhaps coming to this, but if we do go to map 3, it is going to finish Gio on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a map that Crew played a decent number of times. It's also a map that Zeta Division really like too. So if we do end up going to that map 3, it could be a bit more evenly split, I guess. That's where I want that race to come out.
Yeah,
if they do go.
I am literally crossing my fingers that we get a map 3 in this series, because both teams are very, very good on Bind. Crew 6-0 in the last couple of months. Zeta Division 4-1. I think, you know, both teams floated the map because they're a little scared of each other on it. But so if we get it, it will be awesome.
Yeah, it would be awesome. I do feel like we're going to go there, though. But now, you know, with the map picks all locked in, Sean, do you feel like it favors a team in particular, or are they still on a level playing field?
I do think they're kind of close to a level playing field, especially with Bind being the third map. I think if Crew picked Bind and maybe floated a different map that was kind of weaker in Zeta's map pool, they would have stand a better chance of, you know, locking it in my mind. But Bind as the third map is such a coin flip with these two teams. It's going to be crazy if we go there.
Yeah, well, we might not be getting there today. We're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit because we are starting on Ascent. Gio, you know, we talked about it briefly, but a possibility of a KO. Are you excited for this?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, well, I mean, I was the one who was sat here going, I want 100 Thieves to play KO. And we really attribute that to being an agent that they play at the moment. But I think it's entirely possible, because if you look at the recent agent compositions that Crew have played on Ascent, they've been changing them quite a bit. You know, they had this Omen-based composition that they were playing for quite a while. They've been bringing in the Astra, but they keep kind of switching things out. Their most recent composition, which they've only played once, they brought in the Sky. So they, you know, it's kind of about the initiators at the moment. I could totally see them bringing a KO, and if they haven't settled on a composition of late, then the doors are open.
Yeah, and Zeta does like to run the Reyna and Jet on Ascent, which is going to be super exciting because they have the Reyna Jet and KO combo, so potentially like hyper aggression with suppressed opponents. It would be so spicy to see something like that.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. And now, as you guys can see, these are the most often picked agents throughout Stage 3. And, you know, as you were saying, Gio, on the side of Zeta as well, they're switching things up here and there. Yeah. They don't always stick to the same thing.
Yeah, they have been. I mean, the last 4 times that they played on Ascent, they played a different composition every time. And of those 4 times, only once have they not played a KO. Instead, they've chosen Breach, which is... It is one of those agents you see someone like Crow play. There we go. All right.
Okay. Okay. Yep. No, sorry. Ignore me. I was getting too excited ahead of myself. Yep. Yeah. I mean, Sean. Also, I guess everybody's kind of got their eyes set on Crow to see what he is going to do here. We're gonna find out very, very shortly. But of course, Astra coming in too, as you mentioned. The way. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Breach.
I think everything is kind of talk. Breach though is very interesting coming out of Crow. I love Breach on Ascent. I think his fault line is super solid at taking A main control on attack, as well as fault lining through that B main on the left side of your screen right now. I think he can get early success with the fault lines to get control of the orbs. I struggle to see value on defense, though.
Yeah, well, no KO today, but we do have a cheeky bit of breach. And speaking of cheeky, we've got two cheeky chappies standing by as well, waiting to get into game one. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yes, we are ready to roll and kick this day off. I mean, pretty interesting match. The opening for the group. Obviously, we've already had one. We know the opponent that will be awaiting them a little bit later on, but then we get to decide whether it's going to be Crew or Zeta going to join MB.
I guess technically we know both opponents that they're going to be facing later on, because
Vivo
one of them will have
Pensi
to drop below, and that's
siapa
actually
ya?
probably the scarier prospect at the moment. Is that Vivo looked really good. Like, I enjoyed watching them yesterday. Incredible aimers going up against the guys of Envy, almost taking a map as well. So although both these teams looking to challenge Envy, on the other side, it's like, do you think you can realistically beat Vivo going into that matchup? Well, it's going to be a little bit tight.
Yeah, I mean, I still struggled to look at the game the other day and think, was that Vivo playing an incredible brand of Valorant, or Envy kind of choking up a little bit in that opening game? We'll find out all that later on, though, because now we're kicking it off in the pistol round here on Ascent. Zeta versus Crew, with Crew on the defense. And you're seeing Mazzino ready to take contact. A shock dart primed and ready. Little bit of damage done, and Mazzino follows up with the kill, but he's not able to get out of there alive. Still trading from the grave with his nano swarm, thinning out the numbers of Zeta and making it almost impossible. Oh no. Definitely impossible for these players to follow up and make it through those smokes.
Yeah, good luck, Makiba. It's going to be a little bit of a tough one for him to try and get through this. And Klaus is going to be there to close out. And that might be the biggest celebration I've heard of any team so far. Just getting themselves the pistol round. I think I'm going to like Crew. I think I'm going to like him here.
Oh, yeah, they like to get loud, that's for sure. Obviously, a team that we've seen on the international scene before, and now coming back to make a name for themselves and show the hard work has paid off. Coming from the LATAM region, representing them well with that pistol round on the board. But Tom, I want to ask you, coming into this, which one of these two teams is your favorite to take this map and the series overall?
I'm leaning into Zeta overall, but I think it's going to be a brawl all the way through. Like, I'm hoping this will be our first full best-of-3 series, because we've been, well, yesterday I enjoyed Gambit doing so well, but maybe not the fashion in which it happened.
Now this is looking like a clean sweep until the kill comes in from Laz. Only one player dropped, though, over on the Crew side. That's perfectly acceptable, especially because they've managed to retrieve that weapon. So nothing really lost for them.
Yeah, for sure. I'm blown away by how loud they are. It's like they're filling the arena on their own.
Antico, boys!
They've just absolutely wrecked them in an Antico. They're like, do you know what? This is the best thing we've ever done. I'm so happy with what we've achieved. So I can't imagine what happens if they actually manage to win themselves the bonus round, because they'll come in with at least an extra Bulldog. As Spectres, they only lost one player, so that will go in onto a pistol to try and get them something in this round. But ultimately, this is where we want to see Zeta actually come onto the board, and they've gone through with the early fault line, trying to do some damage, but so aggressive out of the side of Crew.
Trying to make use of those weaker weapons and doing a good job of it with that kill traded out to start with. But Zeta do manage to recover that man advantage. Nags getting all the way down there for a kill. The Bulldog, the dash out, and now it's a 3v3.
Yeah, they're making this one competitive, that's for sure. A slowdown from Zeta, just patiently waiting to see if there's any more aggression coming out from the defensive side. Now, they've left a solo defender, Mazzino, on the other side, so they don't really have to worry too much about their rotations. Alarm bot into mid as well to catch anybody going in that direction. So his point is to basically just not move. Just wait patiently, see if anybody triggers that alarm bot, and then they can actually make the rotation if necessary. Although saying that, they actually go for a little bit of a gamble already, with Clouds now finding a player outside A. They can go back to just waiting on the side.
It's the info game, though. With 40 seconds left, you spot a player outside that site, kind of tucked away. It doesn't look like he's lurking. It looks like they're about to hit the A site. That's why Crew still have two players in position, ready to take these fights. Takashe sneaking in towards Heaven, might just have the backstab. Oh, no, he's spraying away. They know he's here now. Running over to try and help his teammates make it through the choke point, but there's still going to be two guys in position, and Nags is delivering on the Bulldog, the ranged ADS, but as he falls, there's 12 seconds left. They need the plants. It's a 1v1, and it goes Crew's way. That will be the bonus in the hands of LATAM.
That's a huge round for them to win as well. A massive investment coming in from the side of Zeta, a map as well that they're competent on at least. So to get off to such a flying start, and again, hear them screaming in the background, like, I think they're just getting themselves more and more pumped up. And one of the things that really worried me when we saw them in Reykjavik, Mitch, was the fact that I feel like Crew had seen a lot of teams play, they'd taken some of those ideas, but when things went wrong, they didn't have any adaptations. They almost didn't have their own identity as a team. By the looks of it, the addition of Kesnet has gone, okay, well, I'm not going to just stick to all those protocols. I'm going to go looking for fights. And it seems like the team already, even though we're only a few rounds in, looks different as a whole.
Yeah, most definitely. Whether it's down through that A-long aggression or whether we're talking about the mid-plays on Bulldogs, there were so many important moments of aggression, controlled aggression out of Crew. With the 3-0 on the board, they are now facing into what should be a pretty easy one. Sheriffs in the hands of the Japanese side of Zeta as they look to take a fight towards B main and hold down on middle and outside A for any sort of a push. But they're not getting a whole bunch offered up to them just yet. Kesnet goes out, takes easy range duels up against these Sheriffs, has support on top mid. I mean, this is perfectly played to a point. But what is that from Laz? A quick double return, and all of a sudden, this round, which was looking surely to be in the hands of Crew easily, comes under threat.
Yeah, he's been a player I've been very excited to see on the international stage, but if they can help steal this round away, it would be huge. However, Crow falling leaves it all on Laz. I'll be honest, Mitch, I don't think he's going to win this round. He doesn't have the spike. It's about as far away as humanly possible. And he's unlucky there. Doesn't manage to dodge the turret completely. Might think it's a little bit of a surprise, and even gets the connection onto Mazzino. Klaus has to He just got his fourth kill of the round with the Sheriff, and it comes down to a 1 versus 1, but there's only 15 seconds. Why is he pushing this? Why is he pushing that? So risky from Delzik. Well, I guess he doesn't know that he didn't have the spike, but that made me very uncomfortable.
Yep, I mean, in Delzik's head, of course the guy's going towards the side. He's trying to get the planting. You almost get an ace out of Laz to start it off. A player that definitely takes a bit of the conversation away over on the Zeta side, but I wasn't expecting this to come through. Some of these shots, absolutely disgusting. But it's still not going to be the first round on the board. Considering what they came in with, though, I think they're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, they've made that one incredibly costly, and I think that might be a few warning signs for the side of Crew, just going, you know what, maybe I'll hold off a little bit on getting too excited. Again, though, we're going to see these early pop flashes. So much information available for the side of Crew, and in fact, Laz, he's just going to pop his ult almost instantly. Not a lot of info to go off of. And he's only done
Astra kena itu, mati Astra.
2 tags. At least now they know exactly where these players are positioned on the site. They know who is here and who they're dealing with, and they've tickled them up nicely. With a minute 15 on the clock, there's still plenty of choice there for Zeta, and they are starting to reposition towards the bottom of mid, moving around towards B, but now with Nags finding that kill, do they still decide to move towards this side of the map? They know there's an operator with free reign, but they're hoping that Takage can find them the space by pushing up through middle to allow them to really put the pressure on this Jet.
Yeah, I'm almost certain that he spotted the alarm bell. That's why he's just hesitating, moving any further forward. I don't know if they're going to be this far forward, though. And actually, having that dash available just means he can get back out of there without any problems at all. Finally, Rita will put him down, but it leaves them in a position still with a man disadvantage.
Yeah, and their positions are known. They know there's one splitting in through middle. Takage is trying to get something done, catch them on the rotates, but there's very few angles given away. Crew are playing a tight game right now as they peek on out. The trades are there. And they start to go Zeta's way with only a fraction of HP on each remaining player. A 1v2 commences. Delzik has to do it all on the Astra. Stars to play with, but he won't be deploying them just yet. Looking to take some duels. He hasn't checked his backside. This could be a big problem as he creeps onto the site. Rada can take the backstab and close out the first round for the Japanese side of Zeta.
It was definitely a little bit tighter than they would have liked. That duel just goes a little bit earlier, and maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for them to actually throw that one away. And it's a shame as well, because the aggression of Nags in the early stages of the round was fantastic. Able to get 2 opening picks, not really shut down, at least initially, by the side of Zeta. And I think that's going to be a big part of actually both teams' defensive sides. I expect them to be playing aggressively. I expect them to be taking control, and especially when you consider going into that second half for Zeta, well, they don't actually have that Sentinel to lock things down on the other side, so they have to be aggressive.
That they do. Look at Zeta right now. Playing with a rolling thunder, I mean, aggression can come in quite quickly if they wanted to, especially if they spot this player up close on A long. That's going to be Delzik with a Spectre in hand. The rest of the team on pistols. He's just going to be falling back, a very slow approach from Crew, despite the fact that, you know, previously when we saw them with some of those weaker weapons in the bonus, they were all about the aggression. This time they're swapping it up.
Getting information fairly early. We're going to have the aftershock used to just try and clear
Rolling Thunder.
Closer angles, and in fact, they're just going to Rolling Thunder straight into the site. A bit more of an issue for some of the players caught back, but hey, they're just going to go pushing all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, this is the ideal scenario, really, when you're on the pistols. They've already burned an open. What's happening here? Crew are coming in with 4 kills. As clean as you like. A blade storm in the hands of Nagson that does the majority of the work. And Makiba's left alone. An easy double spray down, but he can't get any more. They're right back on the board with 5-1.
Yeah, the economy of Zeta is going to be screwed now. That was a fairly heavy investment of utility as well. Like the fact that they get absolutely nothing off of the Breach Ultimate, and then there's just these hits coming out from Nags. The man is clearly feeling on top of the world at the moment, using that Blade Storm to massive advantage, and the only damage that even came in was in a 1 versus 5. Like at that stage, it doesn't even matter.
They're getting loud, huh? They're loving it. No, we're going to have a timeout called by Zeta, and, well, it's not too much of a surprise, a tactical, as they have had a couple of upsetting rounds at this point. Obviously getting taken down when the bonus round came out of Crew, and then following up with this round here, which absolutely should not have went Crew's way. They need to go back to the drawing board now before it gets too late.
That is the most well-dressed man in the building.
Most definitely.
Right in front of it. I want to know who his tailor is. I want to find out what strats they're coming up with as well. But the tailor's the most important thing.
You seen Takeje's hair? It's on point.
I'm jealous of anyone's hair though, so I don't really know if that's much of a
that's a fair
much of a takeaway. Like I'll take it. I'll take Sue's hair at this point. Give me the little like the balls on top. Like that'll be perfect for me.
I'll just let that one sit for a moment. Well, we're jumping right back into the game by the looks of things. The timeout comes to an end. Zeta have gone back to the drawing board and hopefully figured out exactly what they want to do this time around. We are at 5-1 though. Crew really just dominating in these early stages.
Yeah, and more worryingly as well, like the round that was won by Zeta was incredibly close fashion and could have easily gone the other way. Again, we're going to see the early Sky Flash coming through. Rater getting a little bit stuck, but he's popped his own Blade Storm. It's already gone. That was the only thing really that they had in this round, and the rest of the players weren't following in. They were just waiting back for him to basically do everything on his own, and it just seems so disjointed from Zeta.
Especially when you've got pistols, that's where it doesn't really make sense to make these kind of plays. 6-1 on the board, and this is starting to look incredibly dominant. But the buy round out of Zeta, this is what they would have been discussing. The previous round, I mean, if you look at what they did, pop a Blade Storm, run into A, there wasn't a whole bunch of thought needed for that one. This isn't what the timeout was for. It's the buy round, and it's the operator in the hands of Rada that I look to make a big difference, because we've already seen the impact that Nagset has been able to find in holding down B main when he had an op in play. Now let's see what it can do for the attackers.
Gonna see the early Leer thrown through. Now something from Takeje that I've witnessed quite a bit, at least when he played against the other Japanese sides, was he was super quick to get into the sites. They went for a lot of fast B takes. They were taking a lot of map control. I don't know if that was just confident against specific opponents, but for now it has been a little bit more slow. They've come in, I would say, lukewarm to this matchup, and I'm getting a little bit worried, because from what I've seen in the past from Zeta, it almost looks like they went and had a look at how Gambit played yesterday and have just tried to imitate it.
Yeah, I can kind of see that actually. Suppose they wouldn't have looked at what Crazy Raccoon were doing.
Probably not.
No.
I'd hope not. I don't know. Like that one round though.
I'll say this. I much prefer the comp they're running. That's for damn sure. There's a whole lot of possibility and potential for it there. Just a shame that, I mean, again, it really kicking the delegates, the fact that they had invested into the Rolling Thunder versus that eco. And Rada's found the opening. We talked about the B main control that Nax found before. And he's taken down, but Klaus doing the heavy lifting on the side. He keeps on going. The spray is good to connect on Laz. Even though they've given up the side. site. They are definitely not giving up the round. Crew hitting 7-1. What is this? What an incredible start from Latam.
I don't even know if they're needing to use that much strategy in some of these rounds. Like, we've seen these cool little pot flashes, information plays, like some pushes with timing. This round, this was just close. Like, this was just him running. Look at where the rest of the team are. They're not even in the site. He's just gone, you know what, lads? Get him a backpack. This one's on me.
And you know what? I have to give credit where credit is due. I've heard a lot of talk, a lot of love for Klaus coming out of High Puck. Yeah. This guy absolutely adores Klaus, and now I see why. Look, 7-1. Pistols for Zeta. Doesn't get much better moving into this round. At least you imagine. Now, last time that we saw Sheriffs in the hands of Laz, dude put up 4 kills and almost got the ace. If we can have a little bit more this time around, you could have a second on the board. And there it is, already starting out with a wallbang headshot on the Mazzino. I don't think this guy should buy a rifle anymore.
Ekonominya, Jim. Damage-nya ke Zeta banyak banget. Susah ini mah.
Double peak-nya. Being dropped is a little bit more of a problem. Delzik still has to be careful though.
Jatuh di situ lagi spike-nya.
Terpanis. But never mind. He's going to take the peak versus the doppelganger and give them the advantage back.
There's a lot of things that I have questions about here, and it seems to be on a basis of synergy. I mean, Zeta coming in with the flash there, but no one follows up with it. They wait, and then eventually they peek dry afterwards. I mean, maybe they were trying to scare him away. I don't know, but it seems like the
boom.
The synergy's a little bit off over on their side, and you can see that these kills are just constantly swinging the way of Crew. Again, it is just Sheriffs in the hands of Zeta, but at the point where you go 8-1 down,
oh
really
no!
Have those kind of excuses of ecos and so on. None of these rounds have looked remotely close, bar 2 so far.
I'm thinking back to the round with Klaus. Like the fact that you had that split, but the
tapi habis ini dapat split kan.
Smoked off, and they don't
dari kemarin belum ada anjing.
There's no way he gets
kemarin
3
itu
kills
tim NV kan yang dapat split. Tapi map ketiga.
But it just seemed like
tapi udah kalah
2-0 dulu. Maybe it's just not
menang si
really going
NV-nya.
through in the right direction, but they just look a bit lost. And it's sad to see, because we saw that from Crazy Raccoon yesterday, but we gave them almost the benefit of the doubt that they're up against Gambit, a team that we expect to be like top 4 in the tournament as like an expectation, a realistic one. Now, for Crew, we aren't too sure just yet, but at the moment, well,
oh, mereka mau kontrol mid.
This is a full buy from Zeta, and a round that they so desperately need if they're going to have a chance here in round number 1.
Hampir aja timing
they
itu tadi.
are upping the pace as well, moving in towards the B side, but Nagsit, having been ever impactful with this operator towards B main, will now be using it on the side itself. And the lockdown that's come into effect buys him time to reposition. He's actually going to move back towards main and prime up for a kill as he comes around the corner. There's the shot to Laz, the most impactful player for Zeta arguably so far, now out of the round. Only one though, only one dealt with on that short push initially. Hunter's Fury comes in to help out.
Hunter's Fury-nya anjing bikin pusing, harus mundur ke belakang.
It feels like Zeta do a little bit of legwork and then run straight into a brick wall.
That was wonderful.
Ooh!
They had everything set up, and now only Crow stands in their way. A 1 versus 4 turn 3. It would have to be one.
Crossfire.
As you said, they desperately need a round like this.
Astra.
30 seconds for him to try and play with as he's going to go rotating.
Astra udah nungguin.
Delzik, they've got the bait and the peak from the Astra. And at 9-1, well, it seems like Crew it can't really do anything wrong. The re-aggression, as you mentioned, was brilliant, but then even just having the grab well setups and just like catching them in their rotation, it almost looked like they knew exactly what they were going to do.
Oh yeah, they were planned. They had planned that out perfectly. You can see it on the A side that they have the protocols in place if they come back. And they know that's a possibility. When you put down the lockdown, you're not expecting them to just run straight in afterwards. A lot of the time, it will force the team to the other side of the map. And Crew were completely ready. At 9-1, there is very little to say about Zeta right now. And we are coming up to the last 2 rounds. They, if they don't get both of these on the board, I mean, they can kiss goodbye to this map.
Astranya bisa kena ini.
Crew have an incredibly tough time. Which, based on the way things are going so far, I doubt that's going to be the case.
Oh, I would say that Kesnet
Jetnya bakalan di sini
individually should be able to get them a couple of rounds.
Di sini nanti.
I've seen Kesnet on the attack multiple times through different maps, just pull off ridiculous individual plays, and if you're leaving him to get just 2 rounds, I think you'll be all right. And well, that's if they even just need one player to pop off. Nags again, prime position.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough enough one for the attackers as they push on in because Delzic's in position and ready to take them down. In fact, the whole team's contributing on this one. The pistols getting a little bit done, but as we said, economy just doesn't matter at this stage. It's all or nothing. And for Zeta, it is nothing. Double digits hit within the first 11 rounds. Crew
semua yang Jepang dibantai habis anjir. PTX kemarin masih bagus loh berarti mainnya anjir.
Well, they're having a good time.
Well, I know what that means.
I'm
not sure if that, I hope that didn't come through on stream. Crew fired up, let's say.
There's a fair few ultimates left on the other side as well.
Get that Odin out, Klaus.
It's possible that maybe they can try and get something done here. Takagi, this was one of the things. Like, he's one of those players that said that I expect him to be running around taking fights. We've not seen it this game. I can't think of one moment that he's achieved anything, which is a worry. You're going in for this double duelist. You need them to perform. They're going to try this once again with the dash through. He's been stunned by his own teammates' ability. He's been able to escape out of it. This is going catastrophically wrong for Zeta, and what Kesnit is just battering them.
Please excuse me. Oh, right. Okay, Laz recovers.
Laz!
What an incredible list to start. I gotta say, Laz is hitting some good shots, but it's not enough. It really isn't. At 11-1. I'm gonna have to just take a minute, wipe a tear out of my eye, because this is beautiful. Considering the form the Crew were on last time around, when we saw them at an international event, they did not look good. And right now, they are playing some clean Valorant. You see the protocols there. You see that they are ready for every single possibility. They're looking at the multiverse, and they're reading every step of the play that Zeta are trying to make.
Well, I believe, Mitch, that we actually have Bala standing by, and I imagine this is going to be around maybe for Crew? I would just assume Bala?
It's a good guess, actually, yeah. Let's go and find out.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty good guess, I'd say, considering what we just saw. I'm really happy with that last round because basically we're going to watch the same round just a little earlier. So let's go ahead and move over towards the map where we have essentially the same setup. Go ahead and roll the clip just a little bit because you can see all the players from Zeta Division are focused up in this area. Pause it right now because I want you to notice that flash that just came in over here from the sky, helping the Astra get a little bit of control in A main. He's got 2 stars inside of A main, one set up for a one-way smoke and one set up to eventually pressure off a gravity well if they do decide to take it. The other thing I want you to look at is this Killjoy down at the bottom of middle. She's going to be trying to take information up towards the top. Make sure that they're not pushing up the catwalk and not getting really, really close to Nags, who's over in the catwalk position himself. They've noticed early on that they're really not hitting this B side at all. They're really not pressuring it, so you don't even have much here. You have a Killjoy turret and a Nano Swarm. And that's it. The entire time they're just like, let's just try to get information and start to read them as they move through this game. So yeah, we can start rolling a little bit because the positions here, watch as Killjoy pushes through the smoke with no danger whatsoever. A lot of information right there on Takagi, and of course the player up on top as well. And pause it right here because this, I think, is where they start to really read it out. We just saw that Killjoy peek bottom mid. He saw some information top. That actually does bring over there's the Sova from Crew into that B site, but after that they start to rotate Nags over, they start to rotate Killjoy over, there's the alarm bot if they need to worry about it, and they start to get the Q from Zeta Division. Go ahead and roll it right here. You'll have the breach aftershock deep into Wine, and that is audible, of course, up on the mini-map from up here, and they know, pause it right here, they know that this Rolling Thunder is coming, so they don't have anybody very, very close up on the site. They don't have anybody in Gen who can get dashed on. And also, we have, of course, Delzik. If we zoom in on the map really quickly, he had set up a star right here so that he can go ahead and pop a gravity well as soon as this happens, and watch what happens to the mini-map as that Rolling Thunder comes in. Go ahead and play it one more time, pause it again. There is nobody else in this site, and that gives so much time for these rotations to come in. They can start to swing on a sky flash as well, and the collapse is massive for all of the Crew players. We could finish it out from here on out in the POVs because it is, well, we'll watch one more time the way that the Rolling Thunder comes in all the way across the site, but he's under here. He's safe, especially with that gravity well that went off, and it's just clean. It's just clinical from here. Everybody's trying to kind of figure out where it's going, but this swing with 4 players is impossible to do much when you don't have a follow-up out of A main. You don't have flashes coming through. The site is pretty much theirs. right? As soon as you start to swing, the site is pretty much theirs. And when we saw that last round, we could start to figure out the fact that, yeah, every single time there was a Breach Rolling Thunder available for the side of Zeta Division, it was really, really hard for them to find the space to use it. Crew was reading them, and that's why you see the score is only 1 round for Zeta Division.
Well, we've had a 3-minute breakdown and maybe 2 minutes left to play this game. Depends how things go, really. A lot of it's going to come down to the pistol round. Like we heard from Ball, 1 round for Zeta Division so far. And you know what, Tom? We were asked a little while ago, who do we think was going to be the biggest surprise team of the tournament? And we both said Zeta. And I have to say, so far, we're not wrong. I am surprised.
Yeah, I think so far both Japanese teams have surprised me, and in not the way I wanted it. No. It's been a little bit sad. I will say, I think, was it Kakuka who said Crew? They are surprising me as well, though. Like, they are looking unbelievable. Like, the synergy between the team, the players, it's been impressive. They've had so many neat little setups that may have gone amiss because a lot of the time it just looks like, this guy's just boomed players like throughout the round. But in reality, they've had a cool defensive setup, and now I'm looking forward to their attack.
I would love to look at the difference between Crew, like a direct VOD to VOD comparison of Crew now versus what we saw them before. You can see the amount of work these guys have put in, and it's not just down to new metas and all that sort of stuff. They just look like a far better synergized team. Now we're having Zeta desperately trying to hold on to control. They have their whole team here. This could be a 2nd round of the board for the Japanese side, and in fact, it looks like it could be. Kaijiho has been silent all map long, but he steps up here for a big 3K. This could be a lifeline for the now defensive side, unless Klaus pulls something incredible out of his back pocket.
Yeah, let's give it a second. Klaus is still standing, but thankfully, Rata is there to close things out. Now, I don't have much faith in this map. I know that might be a gobsmacking statement to come out with, but...
Seeing the comeback?
No, I'm not seeing the comeback, but I do think it's really important for Zeta to get a few more rounds. Like, at least get the feel for things, because by the looks of it, like from what I saw for them playing versus Japanese teams to them playing today, it's not even close. Like, it just looks like they're playing without the same confidence we saw from them.
And you know what? We just saw it there. They went around, and I saw smiles. I saw the air, the COVID-safe fist bumps going out. That's exactly what we want. You know, if you're Zeta right now, you can't just sit back and go, yeah, it's a round, but, you know, we're going to lose. You have to fight for every single one. Now, we're going to see a lot of aggression out of Crew in the start of this towards A, but it's all a bait to try and get Mizzino a kill on that lurk. He is waiting outside B main for somebody to walk through, and Laz is about to give him the opportunity. I saw him edge forward, but he tames himself, takes the headshot nice and clean. And now, well, the Crew aren't really sure where they want to go. It looked like they were going to blitz into A off the back of it, but they've shifted focus. They're coming towards B main.
Maybe realizing that Laz only has a pistol, potential to overwhelm him, but Crow's spot, I don't think they're going to be expecting anybody to be here.
No!
Landing absolutely everything. A couple of confidence rounds, flawless, looking incredibly likely. And
nice, let's go Zeta.
Not a bad spot.
Aku juga milih Zeta sih sebenarnya.
They needed that prime gaming flawless right there, or else we could have been in a little bit of hot water. For Zeta, 11-3. Cash built up, and their spirits are still high. They're going to fight for this comeback, and no matter how unlikely it looks, in these sort of situations, no matter what team you talk to, they'll always tell you, you got to just play every single round. You don't think about the fact that they're 2 away from winning. That does not matter to you. You focus here, you focus now, and if nothing else, it'll give you that momentum coming into the next map if you start to make that comeback happen.
Yeah, and as said, that's what I think is the most important thing at this point. Getting yourself feeling a little bit more confident on the stage. Now, they come into this one normally considered a bonus round, but they actually have themselves a couple of rifles here. Laz not investing into anything, and the last can afford to buy up. So they still have the possibility for a couple of heroes to try and step up and maybe, again, get them a little bit further into this map.
As if Raid is actually playing outside B main with a judge. Absolutely ratty play style. He has a ghost to play with as well, I think, so he can still take range if he needs to or retake into sights. Pushing up to B main, though, now a little bit of trouble starts to brew for Mizzino, who gets taken down all too quickly. Kaijiho in with another, and this buy round has not started out well for Crew on the attack.
Oh, Rata maybe overextending a little bit. You're in a spot, a 5-on-3. You don't need to give anything back at those sort of points. He'd even retrieved himself one of the rifles. And we're going to see the fault line tagging up Nags, but again, the re-aggression is starting to cause problems, and he almost looked like he was going to correct that.
Let's
Thankfully,
go,
Zeta will close out the round. And again, this is a little bit more of the style I expected of them. Pushing B main, pushing mid, taking battles. They've said that in pretty much every single, but Laz was like, yeah, you know, Takashe, he likes to battle. Oh, you know, like pretty much naming every member of his team, just like, oh, Raider, he likes to battle. It's like, you could just say everyone, bud, it's fine.
We like to battle, and they certainly do. And it's good to see Zeta really get back on the horse here now, pushing up to 4 rounds. That was Crew's buy round. That was a bonus-ish out of Zeta, and they managed to win it. Exactly what they need, back on track to make this a competitive map. Off shot, not gonna land for Raider right off the bat, though. Crew really up in the pace here. Shock Dart kill comes into play. Seekers deployed, interestingly enough. They know now there's 2 players on the site, but the ranged advantage sits heavily in Zeta's favor, and they are just taking every single duel as far away as they can. Frenzies aren't really dangerous if you don't let them up close, and with a nice 4K from Laz, Hunter's Fury is now online for the next round.
Yeah, his aim just
mentalitasnya mereka anjing
like
dari
it almost reminds me of like when Scream's just going for those tap headshots. Like Laz is looking on point. It's a shame that we've seen a couple of quieter performances, but Zeta slowly building themselves into this one a little bit. They've still got an incredibly long way to go before we can call this map competitive, but I'm at least liking the rounds that we're seeing. I'm also quite surprised that Kesnet actually pops his Seekers in that round, because it's one of those situations where you're already into the B site, that you going there B. It's a little bit null and void when you're already there.
What are you gonna do if there's 3 guys there? I guess maybe that was the option. That if they
run
stack
back out
B,
again,
you go mid to A or something like that. Try to catch the rotate.
He was on B.
Yeah, they were really rolling the dice on that one. It was surprising. Looking at the start of this round, we mentioned in the previous that Laz's aim is absolutely insane. So thank you, Tom Forecaster, cursing him. The Hunter's Fury is going to be removed right away, as well as the top fragger for Zeta. This is going to now require somebody else to step it up. Another hero of the round. And so far, when we look at this team, Takashe is the one that we expect to deliver those performances.
Yeah, he's even popped his Empress into this one, so has the ability to get himself out of dodge. It's going to run out before he fights anyone, though.
Yeah.
Problematic for sure. The recon coming through, going to be a little reveal. They already know that he's there, but they've spotted Takashe too, and they've taken him down quite quickly. Oh no, this lurk from Dells, they're not even checking it. They're not. They're not even looking. Oh man. When 5 players are still alive, crossing mid, haven't given up the control with.
1v5.
That's a big mistake. A big mistake indeed. That one that they've just paid a big price for. Map point, not series.
Yeah, it's not series yet. We've got another
don't
one.
curse it.
Yeah, it's also just the manner in which they just won that. A Prime Gaming flawless to basically put them in the dirt. Now there should still be enough finances to at least put up a buy into this round, but yeah,
weapons or not hasn't mattered. I think the direction of the wind has had more sway over how these rounds have gone. When it comes down to Crew, they're just looking clean, man. And like you said, okay, you could see the pistol go their way. Like if you ended up with Zeta on 3 or something like that, maybe it gets kind of close. But the reality was, you're looking at Crew, you're looking at the way they're playing and saying, yeah, these guys can definitely pull out a couple of rounds. Nagsit, Kesnet, these guys are on fire at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's been a team performance as well. Like, I don't think they've needed to be particularly, like, carried through this. Now, we're going to get a timeout. Now, if this timeout turns out to be the biggest brain play of all time, they managed to win themselves a big streak of rounds, maybe they'll sat there singing their praises. But I will say, it might be a little bit late.
It could be. It could be. And I really have to feel for the Japanese side here. Obviously, their countrymen came out yesterday and didn't have a great time against Gambit, one of the best teams that we currently have at this event. But in this matchup, this is where I expected 3 maps, scrappy gameplay between these 2 teams, and what has been delivered so far has been utter domination for Crew. Now, the way that they're playing certainly looks clean, it looks polished, but that's not an acceptable loss for Zeta in this dominant fashion. Certainly not in this series. Map 2 cannot go the same way.
Well, I think the other thing as well is, like, if we're looking at some hope for Japan, it's this group. Like, I don't know if we'll ever get a group like this again, where we look at it and go, oh, there's envy, but other than that, you're not seeing one of the teams that we expect to be in, like, a top 4 spot or even a top 6 maybe. So It's going to be interesting. Laz, a very early pop. This is something he does quite regularly. And Takaje, these are the plays again, being a little bit more aggressive into mid. Him and Laz tag teaming to find themselves a double opener. But there's still a few players on the board for Crew.
Yeah, I really like that play from Zeta. The Hunter's Fury pop early, I could take it or leave it, but the fact that you have Takaje take the kill,
masih berjuang Zeta, let's go.
Mentalitasnya bagus banget. Beautiful double peek when that player comes around the corner. Absolutely gorgeous to look at. And as we come into the late stages of the round, Crew are walking into a stack. There's 3 players here for Zeta. They are ready to take this fight. But it's Nagzit, the first around the corner, one clean flick to start it off. He's going down to the classic. His teammate falling with a wallbang headshot. Makaba just about keeping this competitive with low HP on the other 2 Crew players. It should be a nice, easy retake for the Japanese side.
Oh! Wow! Okay!
That it certainly was!
Oh, he's so good. I love watching Laz. Genuinely, it's so enjoyable. Be it the aim we've seen from him so far, or just getting both players with the shock dart to close out the round. A triple for him, still putting up some pretty solid numbers considering the scoreline. And Zeta, they're going to grant
replay. Yeah, nice and easy retake. I said I don't think the spike was down all of 0.1 of a second, and the round was already done. That was beautiful. But 6 more rounds needed in a row, consecutively. No room for error, no room for mistakes. Now, this round started out with Takaje going for the early mid-peak, and yes, he managed to find it. But if he met the operator there, for example, oh, unfortunate. If he met the operator, that could have been a very, very different story. We're going to need to see some more from Zeta before I start to believe. And coming into this round, it is weapons in the hands of Crew right away, and a very fast mid-take. They are blitzing up here with the drone, not looking to give Zeta a moment to breathe.
This is so much control, but there is counter utility coming through to at least try to slow them a little bit. 3 players available on that B side as well, so even the fast take might not go too well. But yeah, they're splitting away from this, and Makiba's going to be the only contact.
They cleared the side out at this point. Dapat satu. Mazzino dying on the cross. It's not going to be the biggest loss, but that could have been the lockdown for the late stage. And almost a guaranteed round on the back of it. Rolling Thunder, ready to roll with Crow. Popping that and knocking at least 2 of these players off their stun. And here comes the dash on the side. Nagzit not able to get anything done. In fact, it's a shorty to take him down. And very, very clean indeed from Zeta. They get in there with all 5 players still alive.
Yeah, beautiful retake.
Let's go, Zeta.
That's what we expect to see a little bit more from the Rolling Thunder. Not hitting any of his teammates.
Not hitting his teammates. People actually rush on the back of it.
Exactly.
I mean, let's be very honest. That first half, that was not Zeta. That was not the team that I was expecting to see when it came through today. Because I've been talking even yesterday about them and saying, hey, I love this team. I think this is one that can definitely challenge some of the better teams in this tournament. And after the first half, I was thinking, wow, did they send different players? What's happening? But now it looks like they're finding their form here on the international stage.
Well, yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you have them coming out of this group. I'm guessing a second, although you do like to meme a little bit, but...
The way Envy played, hey, it could be tough.
Oh no, ketahuan posisinya di wallbang dong.
He's going to actually get tagged up by the drone, and they're going to pop the Hunter's Fury after this. They're going to try and clear him out.
Oh no.
Do just that.
Kena anjing.
Oh, that didn't tag anyone. It looked like it was going to get 3 for me, but they've just about managed to avoid the Hunter's Fury afterwards. Crew have got so much to play with here, and it's the lockdown that starts it off. The shock darts had already come in, so even though they can tickle it up with the second one, they can't really destroy it. And obviously, the Hunter's Fury getting used up a couple of rounds ago means that it isn't there either.
No, mereka harus cepat nih
delay. Crew are able to run that clock all the way
down. Udah ticking ini. Waktu udah ticking.
At this close range angle. But he kind of needs to make a move. Now that these players are looking to come out, Mazzino is dead. Oh my god, they're getting it done so quickly! It goes down to 1 player, and Klaus is dealt with as well.
My god!
These retakes out of Zeta, you barely get a moment to breathe. They start the push, and they end it within a matter of seconds.
What?
That was really nice. I do love the way that Crow is using all of his breach utility, like stunning them up first with the fault line, aftershock making that they can't escape, and if they do, they have to push into players. Small caveat. There were no weapons for Crew. So that's the only thing I will say. Like, you're going into battles with massive advantages here, and the only thing that was really there was the Blade Storm, and he got a little bit unlucky that I think only 2 of the knives landed instead of 3.
Bayangin dari 1
but they're getting there. And this is starting to look good. 4 rounds the difference. They've only lost 1 round on their defensive side.
They've gotten rid of the lockdown. They've gotten rid of the blade storm.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
none of the ults are even close on Crew.
Absolutely. That was an incredibly successful round coming out of Zeta. This puts them back on the map. I mean, Tom, they're at 12-8. And the probability of them pushing to an OT, especially with the way those retakes are looking, and I'm not just talking about the last round, but the one before, where there were weapons for Crew. Things are looking spectacular for the Japanese side. That, I mean, I made the joke at the halftime that, hey, we might only have 2 minutes left in this game. Well, that's certainly far from the truth.
Yeah, I hope Parler's got another round ready. It's a completely different match at this point. Now we're starting to look at Crew and wondering if they can bring anything back from this. The spam, they'll do a little bit, but not really catch anything from it. Again, though, it's going to be this after-plant scenario. They've taken the site without many problems at all, but by the looks of it, Zeta are okay with that.
Not going to be a connection for Mazzino there. He's had a really tough time when it comes to these mid-fights. I wouldn't be surprised if he just backs off. In fact, goes straight out, takes down Takeshi. Crew just need the one round, and this could be it. The spike planted, and the man advantage is theirs. As the timer ticks away, Zeta are waiting out the utility, trying to use Raider to gain them a little bit of space to push into the site. The flash actually catches him, but he's able to drop down still. Dalzik eliminates him. Crow dealt with another falling Makiba, and last doesn't last long. 13-8. A little bit more of an escapade than it looked like it would be after half number 1, but Crew have closed it out here on Ascent.
No, I think that's good for them, though. Well, obviously good for Crew to actually take themselves over.
Winning a map is good for you, yeah.
But also on the other side for Zeta, that they at least got going a little bit. They know that in this series that they're not just completely outclassed like we saw with Crazy Raccoon yesterday, where it was everything they tried. They would even lose clutches, or they would just get destroyed by like 15 flawless rounds in a row. It's one of those spots where they can definitely fight versus this squad. It just took them a very long time to get going. And the fact that this wasn't their choice and they now go into their own map choice, it makes this at least look like a workable series rather than in the first half where we were like, so what time is lunch? Like, when are we heading out?
After half number 1, I was definitely getting a very different vibe out of the Japanese region than what we had expected coming into this, because we know that these are a very capable group of players, and now they're showing it. Let's put it down to jitters. Let's put it down to it being, opening match on the stage, opponent's map pick. There were so many things going against them. Now that they're on form and they're feeling it again, we can see a very different game evolve. An 11-1 first half and a 13-8 finish. I'm looking forward to map 2.
Yeah, I will say though, I don't think I want any of these two teams to go into the lower bracket, because I've loved watching a lot of what we've seen previously from the guys at Zeta. I think they're probably the most stylish team here. I don't think that's arguable at all. And then on the other side, Crew are the loudest team. No one's been even close to as loud as they have in terms of how much they've been screaming every time they win around. The most passionate team, and well, who's surprised that they're the South American representative?
Yeah, absolutely no surprises there, and you can hear it in the winning moment. I'm sure that felt good after the couple of rounds that really got out of control for them. A fantastic opening for Crew here in the series. There are still at least one more map, possibly 2 more maps to go, but we'll have to go to a break for now before we get into map number 2. When we come back, we'll be taking a look at what we can expect out of these teams. See you soon.
Anjir, serem anjir. GG Zeta masih punya apa ya? GG loh, dari 1-11 bayangin anjir mentalitasnya mereka. Keren banget loh.
Mirip ya dari kita bahas lebih lanjut, kita juga melihat terlebih dahulu untuk scoreboardnya di map pertama 13-8 berhasil ditutup dulu oleh Crew meskipun sempat ketahan cukup banyak rondenya ya dari Zeta Division. Cuma sayangnya memang step up dari Zeta di attacker tuh hanya Les, sementara teman-teman lainnya nggak bisa nge-support dari Les sendiri untuk segi aim ataupun kill frag. yang membuat Zeta ketinggalan sangat banyak poin di attacker side. Memang di defender side mereka bisa membalikkan keadaan dan udah mulai step up dari semua playernya dari Zeta Division. Cuma sayangnya memang sekali lagi ketinggalan terlalu jauh di attacker side. Itu membuat gap point yang besar tentunya untuk kru, yang dimana kru hanya perlu 2 ronde aja buat menangkan map pertama. Ini benar-benar jadi pukulan yang berat sih buat Zeta harusnya untuk map pertama.
Dari statistik pun lu bisa lihat
headshotnya 31,6%.
Apa namanya? Dari statistik pun lu bisa ngelihat karena Zeta main 2 duelis.
Zeta kuat
mereka
banget.
mengandalkan sekali 2 duelis ini at least ketika masuk dapetin frag. Reitanya pun lagi nggak nge-frag dan itu udah susah banget. Karena lu mengandalkan style di mana lu nge-flash, Jetnya bikin space, orang kedua ketiga itu mengandalkan semua mata tertuju ke Reita. Reita bikin flashy play, orang 2 orang 3 dapat basian. Tapi masalahnya Reitanya ini nembak lagi kurang kena, lagi nggak dapetin hari yang bagus. Jadi susah banget untuk mengandalkan 2 duelis ketika duelisnya sendiri mainnya lagi kurang bagus. Justru Les yang mendapatkan banyak banget spotlight di pertandingan pertama kali ini. Dan itulah dia map pertama antara kru esports dan juga Zeta Division. Masih ada map kedua. Jadi ini menampaknya malah masih panjang nih toh.
Iya, nampaknya malah masih panjang. Cuman tetap sih catatan buat gua ke Zeta Division adalah mereka benar-benar harus bisa untuk attackingnya memberikan playstyle yang berbeda gitu. Karena kalau mereka bermain dengan attacking sistem atau playstyle attackernya mereka itu sama kayak di map pertama, itu menurut gua nggak jauh beda sama map pertama, di mana ya dari kru tinggal ngebaca aja apa yang akan mereka lakukan, apakah mereka dari Zeta Division akan bermain dengan playstyle yang sama, apakah mereka akan berubah-berubah dari segi playstyle-nya. Karena di persis seperti Haven Liberty, kasusnya tuh kemarin mirip banget, di mana Haven Liberty itu ya playstyle-nya gitu-gitu aja gitu, udah bisa dibaca sama tim lawannya. Dan Zeta di posisi yang sama nih, dan penentuannya akan ada di map kedua, apa yang akan dilakukan oleh Zeta Division untuk segi attacking-nya. Tapi kita akan bahas nanti kali ya Son ya untuk map kedua, karena kita akan break sejenak. Jadi teman-teman jangan kemana-mana.
Break juga. Oke, aku ganti lagi balik ke ini. Karena break juga sama.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Masters Berlin, where crew have taken the first map against Zeta Division. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Sean and Gio. Now, we spoke about how this, on paper, looked like a closer matchup. But Gio, are you surprised with how one-sided it was, especially the start of this game?
Yeah, I mean, who would have predicted Zeta to have won that map? I don't even know.
Not you, yeah, definitely not you.
It did take me aback, actually, because I had a lot of faith in anything in Zeta. I had a lot of faith in their engagements, which seemed to be the big problem. You know, you had players like Crow who could provide the initiation to get them into a site, and then it was like they got into the site and they just didn't know what to do. They didn't block off the right lines of sight. They just kind of stood there and let themselves be gunned down, and that took me aback, I think.
Yeah, Zeta looked really, really rough to open in this match. Obviously, a 11-1 opening half. Laz was the only one coming to life in that first half, and I got to look at Raida. He's on that jet roll. 2-5 in opening duels and 8-16 overall. That's just not going to cut it. And, I mean, they did climb in a comeback. I think they looked way more comfortable on their defensive half, but you can't come back from an 11-1 deficit.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, because they weren't able to 8 rounds for them. Are you surprised that they managed to come back in at all? Because it looked really dire at the half.
It did. I had no confidence that they could mount a comeback, but they actually looked very impressive on their defensive half. I thought the breach play out of Crow looked really good on the second half. The fault lines coming through on Catwalk when the A hits came in. I saw a lot of very good aftershocks. One on Cat, one under Hell, that both did a great job of breaking up the spacing on Crew. So that was a shining light. I thought Takaje came to life as well in that second half, but they're their attack sides were very telegraphed, and that's something Bala talked about actually in the breakdown he did.
But Crew, though, on the other hand, you know, this is a good improvement. This is very, very promising. And we spoke before, you know, bringing in Kesnet, what he could do, and he was the star there.
Yeah, I mean, the answer to that question is apparently everything. Kesnet was wild, but I think it definitely helped that it seemed that there was a lot of vigilance on the side of Crew, which they used really well, especially on their defense. Obviously, it was that 11-1 half, and the way that he was always positioned in places that were so perfect to punish those players on Zeta Division. And of course, you have, you know, the kind of mechanical skill that he has. You put them together and you're going to get around like, or half like that.
Yeah, and Kesnet is one of those players where he uses the sky so aggressively, which is why his first blood percentage is a little bit up there for being an initiator role. Him and Nax combined for 7 and 3 in
fotonya bagus anjing
dibandingkan 5v5 textures, opening duels and getting the 5v4 advantage.
Kalian nggak bisa ngeliat ya, sorry.
It is so valuable. So him and Nax just dominated the game in that regard.
Are you a little bit disappointed that it was scrappier than what you expected?
No, I actually really like watching scrappy games. Yeah, especially when there's Reynas in play that can dismiss and 2 jets. It's when there's like a bunch of initiators and stuff, and then there's no utility being used by those players. I don't think that's the style of game we necessarily had. It was a little looser, particularly the opening pistol round when they tried to walk through the Astra smoke and they just got slaughtered. But it wasn't so scrappy.
No, I agree. I mean, I always enjoy that. I think when you've just got a ton of lights to basically light up a concert and it's like strobing. But no, I enjoy the scrappiness, and again, I like the scrappiness when it's not mindless scrappiness. And I felt like even if some of those rounds didn't necessarily work out for particularly Zeta, you could still see there was ideas behind that, and that's something that I enjoy.
I mean, that was Crew's pick as well. So, you know, Zeta weren't expected perhaps to do too well on it. But, you know, going into the second map, this split, I am very, very excited to see this. Even though this is Zeta's choice, Sean, we don't really get to see them play this at all.
No, yeah, I'm kind of curious what kind of comp Zeta's going to want to bring into this, because we mentioned they're a little flexible in their comps and they don't play split all that much, but yet they picked it here. And it's a map that Crew has a little bit more familiarity on. So how are they going to abuse what they know Crew likes to do?
Well, my big issue with what Zeta have been playing on split recently is they haven't been bringing Sentinels. And that has definitely been something that's hurt them in those kind of small moments that matter, particularly in late rounds. For example, if you're trying to hold on to the A site and you can't put a turret up an elbow, for example, and you've got to actually be physically watching that, I think that has been something that has made their lives harder than it necessarily needs to be.
I also want to give you guys an update, you two and the people at home, that we don't see them play split very often, but on this map, Barca has come in for Makiba. There has been a roster swap. You guys can see him on stage. You know, Barca, one of the most fierce personalities and images, brands we've seen in the game as well. How much does this change up the game here, Sean, do you feel like?
Well, I mentioned it in the pregame segment. Barca is a player that likes to play the controller role, and he plays it very aggressively, right? So can he find success in these opening duels? We've yet to see the 6-man rotation come into play. How is a new player going to react coming in the middle of a series? Is he warmed up? Is he vibing with the team well? And I think that maybe after a defeat like that, that's the change they're going to need.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Brimstone come in now that he's joined in, as opposed to, you know, with Makiba, you're more likely to see an Astra, for example. And he did play on split with the team in the grand finals as well, so it's kind of like how we talk about Lakia playing on Bind, you know, it's just the map for him.
Yeah, well, we are heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Of course, a lot of 100% here, but giving you guys some context, Zeta, they've only played split one time since November 2020. That is a long, long time not to play a map, but of course, Gio mentioned before that they did beat Crazy Raccoon in their regional grand final pretty convincingly as well. Yeah, the Asian picks, again, Sean, probably not too many surprises on the side of Crew. Maybe Zeta are the ones that want to switch things up.
Yeah, Crew is a team that likes to go to the default comps when it comes to split, right? You're probably going to see a Raze come in from Kesnet. You're going to see the Jet on Nags, and you're going to see a Sage, Killjoy, and probably an Astra. Right? I mean, they know what they like to do, and they do it well. the real question I have is, and there's Barca locking in the Brimstone. That is going to be really interesting. Double controller here on Split. Brimstone combined with Viper. So I love seeing Viper on Split. I think Viper is a phenomenal pick. And I think if Zeta takes this map, it's on the back of Crow's utility.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the fact that they have both of the walls available because, of course, Takashe is going to be playing on the Sage. Interestingly, you know, when they play on their defense, he's not usually the one who's going to be positioned in male and holding on to mid. That's more likely to be Laz on the sky, judging by how they played it in the grand finals. But I like the fact that they have both of those options there.
Yeah, well, a quick switch there of players for Zeta, but could they bring this back on map 2? Let's find out with Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Sue. Yes, we're ready to go into map number 2. We've seen the substitutions have been made, the comps have been selected, and I'm excited to see a little bit of Viper gameplay.
Not Brimstone.
Oh,
you got Barca's like bringing in his only agent of Brimstone, and on Split as well. It's a bit of a peculiar one. I think especially on the defensive side, they do have a lot of ability to delay though. Like those Brimstone smokes last an awful long time. You've got the Viper utility as well with the Poison Orb. You can put back down once again. So although they technically don't have, well, I guess they technically do have a Sentinel, but we don't call her a Sentinel. And then they have players that I'm almost considering more of a Sentinel than Sage. But in this case, they are going to be using that Viper as a Sentinel as much as possible to try and delay. And on the attacking side, they just have so much when it comes to like smoke abilities. They can really section off an awful lot of the map. And even in the early days of this map, people did attempt to try and use Viper.
Yeah, we've seen it in the past, that's for damn sure. Let's see if it works out this time around. Zeta on the attack side. They've got their wall down on B. They're looking to crunch A, though. Mazzino up on top of the ice wall, comes out as the ammo runs low, but Crow is there to save the day. Keep them with the man advantage. Delzik in trouble now. The teammates in here to help. Nades, boom bots, everything can be thrown on the other way. It looks like there's no such thing as a left click on this server. Everyone's right clicking those classics, and Crow is having a field day so far.
Do they expect Raider to be in this position? The rest of the team have gone sprinting over to the B site. They've locked off Heaven with the Sage Wall. They've got the slows to allow them to cross, but then there's this flank coming in from behind from Raider. In fact, there's even the second one coming through just later on. I don't see any way that the defenders get back into this round. And Takashe clearly feeling a little bit more confident. A prime game, flawless to kick things off for Zeta.
Slow di mid biar nggak dari B mereka nggak flanking kan.
The pistol rounds versus later when you have the rifles, the more expensive weapons that you would be losing out on. But right here, it certainly helps avoiding giving your opponents any of those kills, any of those ulti orbs. And have to say, Crow's ability and pushing in towards that A site, that's what opened up the, like, if he doesn't hit any of those shots that he does, they'll lose the round. They don't get to rotate over and find a completely open B side. Instead, they're having to fight from a massive disadvantage and not having anything other than mid control. So very important to see Crow deliver in that early stage now. The buy round looking comfy for Zeta. Lots of Spectres to work with. And Crew, interestingly, they're stacked up on middle. They're looking to take a fight as a team. I like this, but it doesn't look like Zeta
kalau udah masuk sini dia naik.
Yeah, the problem is as well, they can't even really get too aggressive because they don't have any flashes. So it's not like they can like pop flash them out and all go through together. They almost have to rely on the stuns of something like Astra or maybe a Gravor to try and pull people in. So being aggressive on the defensive side is actually going to be relatively difficult for Crew unless they're just going almost dry peeking into a fair few angles. So I'll be interested to see how they actually get that done and how they play it. And for Zeta, as I said, like they're falling into these defaults quite regularly, just playing slow on their attacking side. It definitely didn't work amazingly on the previous map, but as said, they don't have that same initiation power that we saw on the last.
Oh, what? How's he gotten out of there alive? He's still alive! How is he on site? Raider was holding for that, the dash, fair enough, but then a complete whiff nags it in the spawn now. Great opening pick.
Oh, langsung naik kan? Tuh, aku kan bilang tuh tadi ada imigrasi di sini naik lah, mereka ke mid, terus ini megang sini, mereka jalan ke mid untuk backup, kemudian mereka plan ke A.
down to clear out vents. They're coming into heaven, guaranteed that they still have sight control as they come out. They
oh, tuh lihat,
but it's going
ya kan,
to be
Vipernya nahan,
tough fight
ini nahan juga di sini.
the Crew side to
mereka
win.
udah planting.
Crow, he's in trouble, but look at the damage he's done. He's made it so easy for his teammates to clean up the rest of these kills.
Yeah, they're still not going to be over-facing, but maybe losing a weapon or two. The fact is 2 players only have pistols into this round anyway, so they might be able to retrieve the extra Spectres, and then it's not too much of a problem, and I think that is exactly what happened. There we go. And it took a little bit of time, but it's going to be 2-0. And Zeta, as said, they haven't lost too much in these early rounds.
Yeah, and you can look at it this way, though. Crew have managed to get a lot of utility out of them. There was a lot deployed here when it came down to the Zeta side. They did lose their armor, their ghosts, a little tiny bit of reinvestment coming into this round, but it is a chip away at an iceberg. They need to be coming in strong on these rifles.
Yeah, this is where we get to see what Crew really have to offer. As said, like, when it comes to initiation around the map, like the last map, we saw them having so much information all of the times they could gamble their rotations. This time, they're going to have to try and lock down some map control and almost slow their opponents, which they have a lot of utility available to them to do. Now, in this round, at least, I expect Zeta to be incredibly aggressive, and somehow, Mitch, they just won a mid battle with a Spectre.
That they have. Probably shouldn't have been able to do that, especially because you actually saw that Kesnitz was as far back as he physically could be inside event. He was not looking to make an ambitious peak. In fact, he was playing the right play. You know, up close. Nags is in trouble as well, taken down by a Spectre.
Satu lihat belakang.
What bullets they've loaded into these weapons, but they certainly don't do that kind of damage when I wield them.
I don't know, when you've got the Nerf guns on the other side, you might be the guy with the rifle, right? Just shooting majority of the time, but for now at least, it is just going to be slaughter. Nice shot though from Mazzini.
Jetnya masuk kelamaan anjing, dia nggak ngeliat itu.
Comes back to get another reloading after every single shot. Didn't seem necessary, but clearly he feels he needs the extra bullets. Takashi will close out the round a little closer than I'm sure Zeta would have liked, considering how many early kills they got. But realistically, that's still a fantastic round.
There's just these moments where you can see players getting a little bit overeager. When it comes down to that, the first fight I don't even mind. It was a ranged duel down mid versus Spectres. Fair enough. You just got absolutely wrecked by it. But then this peak that comes out of heaven when they try to crunch in towards the site, it is just that little bit too much. They get caught off, they get picked, and Zeta end up with a bonus round win. One that definitely didn't look to be going their way.
And now they're even going to play this one as a little bit of a bonus. They've kept a pistol onto Laz. Seems a little bit unnecessary, but with what they're up against and how good he is with the Sheriff, I guess it's not really too much of a problem.
Nagzat pengen dapat ultinya. Dia pengen
was just about to get his blade storm online with that ult, but they managed to shut him down.
Tapi gara-gara itu tadi
he's fallen all the way back and not holding a nasty little side angle. Good shut down by Bars. That means he won't be losing the weapon up behind, and now things are looking pretty clean. I mean, hard to really get anything done from Crew's position at this stage.
They can also use Laz as bait if they really want to, but then again, he's going to be the one to find the kill. Well, one kill, not really going to be too much for Crew, and already off to a flying start in the attack for Zeta. This was the problem we had in the last map. Their attacking side looked really poor. This time, well, this is looking like a comfort pick, and as it was mentioned on the desk, Mitch, they don't actually play this map that much, so it's clearly a lot of preparation that's come into their split for this event.
Oh, most definitely. And I mean, that is what you expect. We've already seen the preparation pay off for Crew over on the previous map. Let's see, coming into this map, if they've also got what it takes to push it across the line. Another buy round comes into play for them, but this time it features the operator on Nagzit. And it was a huge difference maker when it came down to Ascent and taking that B main control, and it looks like it'll be no different this time around. A great opening with Rada out of the round already.
Susah ini.
I swear, the more I watch Jets in this tournament, the more I realize how overpowered the dash is. Just gets right up in the faces of opponents and just like, see you later.
I can already see Lothar nodding at home. Yes, nerf it. He's been calling for it for months, and you can see why. He gives someone like Nagzit the ability to just walk through a smoke, take one-shot kill, and get out of there instantly. It is a pretty overpowered loadout. And that's why we see it used up so much, but it didn't help Rada at all.
Revive?
Luckily, Takashi has got a fair few kills already in this game. There is going to be a paint shell thrown through to try and counter, but it doesn't actually catch him at all, maybe expecting him to be just that little bit deeper. The problem is this whole excursion into getting him back in the round has basically left them with 35 seconds to try and make a full execution, and the spike is currently in mid. This is a little bit worrying for Zeta.
Yeah, there's not a lot of control for them. They do manage to spread back out into middle, but there's a wall up. They're going to have to get past that. The time is really running low at this point. 20 seconds on the clock as they look to move on through. They're clearing the backside.
Langsung masuk mereka ke B.
Now 3 players in position to hold this one down. In fact, the operator just around the corner. 10 seconds left. The time is going to be the true enemy of Zeta on this one, but never mind, because they just get a flurry of frags to put 5 on the board.
Dibalas, my man.
How?
5-0.
How did they just kill everyone with 10 seconds left? I was thinking, like, the best case for them was that they managed to kill the 2 players on B and get a plant. Not that they actually just wipe out the entirety of crew. I'm almost wondering if somehow they've just swapped sides of the stage. Because this has gone from one team absolutely dominating their own choice to now the exact same happening for Zeta. And a lot of the time when we talk about the attack of Split, it is the tougher of the 2 halves. So they're off to a really good start.
Yeah, Nags at attempting his play through the smoke this time really didn't work when he went into heaven. He didn't have the dash back online, so he walks through, and then he doesn't walk back or dash back out of there. With 5-0 on the board, Zeta are looking strong, coming up against just Sheriffs this time around. I mean, this attack side really isn't finding any sort of a hiccup, any bumps in the road. Even when time was looking to be against them, the round was not looking very good. They still managed to get back into
Nunggu
it.
Down 1 lah pemain. Pemain 1 down. Udah down tuh 1 B-nya.
Nags, well, it
Masuk
really
mid,
does just
slow.
seem like aggression is the name of the game. Now there is going to be a trade back. Raider wants to try and at least keep the man advantage in check, but instead it's just going to be battles across the map. This default hasn't been going fantastically. Delsik almost catches him taking the orb, and again, it's just going to be the fallback from the attackers. The clock ticking a little bit, Mitch.
4v4, do you really commit to that ult orb at that stage versus pistols? I mean, that is a big risk with nobody covering you, but fair enough. Spray down good for Raider, shutting down Delsik. I mean, they've got control over the side at this point.
Langsung masuk side.
Finding another opening is the
name
of the game here. There it is. Kesnet able to grab one onto Raider. It's still within the realm of possibility, and at the very minimum, just dealing damage is what they want.
Dapat 1.
As they try to push forward to retrieve that Vandal. Laz does just the same, closing out the round, and putting 6 on the board. Now, this was an expected round. This was one that they definitely should have won over on the attacking side of Zeta. Now Crew and Best.
6-0.
But if Crew don't get off the ground here, if they don't put a round on the board right now, then this map again starts to really slip out of their grasp pretty quickly.
Well, it seems they heard you, because they have gone to take themselves a timeout, and I think it's more than necessary, because so far there hasn't really been much to talk about. I think Nag's aggression has been the one thing that has at least given them like an entry or 2 in these rounds, but most of the time we've seen late executions coming through from the side of Zeta, and they've just been opening up these sites without too much trouble. And it's not been like insane utility usage or forcing players out of angles. They've just been winning a lot of these duels, and that's much more of a worry for Crew, because in the first map, it was the polar opposite. They were dominating in every single battle except maybe against Laz. In this case, that's looked fairly easy for the side of Zeta.
Yeah, it absolutely has a different team, a revitalized side coming in for revenge after an embarrassing start to the first map. They're looking to give Crew a taste of their own medicine. I like the timeout, well called. As we were saying, this round here is so important. When ultimates start to peek over, when weapons are there to be worked with, and when you can finally still get that tied up scoreline at the half, because you really don't want to allow an 8-round, 9-round, or even more attacking side on Split.
Yeah, I would say 6 is already bad enough.
Yeah, it pretty much is, yeah.
I personally would have liked to pause maybe a little bit earlier, especially just the manner that the rounds were going, and it was like you lose your bonus, and then everything else from then onwards has almost looked easy for the opposing side. But we're going to get Nags back on his operator. This has been, as I said, one of the big points of contention so far. The flash will force him off the angle.
Oh no, harus mundur.
Again, they're going to be challenging for the orb. In fact, they've even popped Seekers incredibly early on, but this is a really
okay, Nags dapat 1.
Nags goes back out for the peak, taking down Raider. That's huge. But have they noticed that it's yet
udah masuk ke A.
Takajay is able to grab open the kill, find a side. That spray down goes Mazzino's way, but he can't get out of there alive. That could have been huge. Crew setting up for the retake, but now the man disadvantage no longer in play for Zeta. The showstopper of Kesnet is what I'm looking at, though. That could be the difference maker right now. They're grouped up and looking to come straight out of spawn. And the first player they'll take contact on is Bars, and that's exactly who they're trying to take down. The orbital strike comes in. He's low HP, but he survives the showstopper. The teammates can't push with him. What a play by Bars. And now things are looking doable. Takage not spotted up above. Quickly picks off one, and Nagzit is off to save.
A big round again from Zeta, and I love the fact that after this pause comes in, they've not just sat there, they've not gone, okay, let's just stick to what we've been doing. They come up with a really audacious strategy, a fake that was definitely a little bit risky, throwing some players into that B site, but it worked perfectly. And I like the fact as well that they commit the Seekers, because you see exactly where it comes from. I was thinking at the start of the round, like, that's a bit of a weird Seekers. Like, you've thrown that in when, realistically, they're probably just going to go all over the map, but if you're the defensive side, you've gone, they've thrown in their jet, they've thrown in the Seekers, the chances are they're here, and then they run into the site. That's a beautifully executed strategy from
And it's the timing of the play as well. It's the fact that, because it went as poorly as it could have on that fake. They use the Seekers, they dash in with Rada, and he dies instantly. So that fake was as short as it physically could have been, and they still capitalized on it time-wise. Now they know they can push this operator back. The operator, though, isn't here to play with. Nagzit is moving down middle. Look at it. He's pushed all the way down. He's going to get an early fight onto Bars before the site is even challenged on, and he wins it out. Now they just need to hold on, but on the site, in comes Rada, and he's got the storm to play with. A nice double opening. Nagzit rallies in to help out his teammates, rushing with an operator in hand, trying to stop the plant. He's dealing damage, but no kill yet. A 4 versus 2, but that Viper's Pit could be all that Zeta need to close this out. Crow has to stay alive. What a shot onto Nagzit. An ambitious play, dropping out of heaven with an operator in hand, and now they'll group up, and they'll even start to flank around on them. This is gorgeous. Takage caught, and it's all on the Crow. No stake bites to work with. He has to do it with the weapon in hand, and only one left, but Mazzino just about connects. The first round finally on the board for Crew, but that was damn close.
Of all the rounds to take away from them, it's one where they only have the pistols, and some huge individual play still coming through from the side of Zeta. It really couldn't have been much closer, but I do think it came down to the 2 jet players in this round. Rata able to do a decent amount with the Blade Storm, but this operator coming through, moving around on the flank, repositioning, and making things so awkward. It means that Crew finally have themselves around on the board, but they need a lot more than that.
Yeah, considering it still ended up so close, right? But they had the weaker weapons. That operator finding the opening from Nagzit was so important. The decision to instantly go back to his teammates helped out on the side. They barely got away with it, but they did. They've put 7-1 on the board, and this is the opening that this team has been searching frantically for. A boombot confirms there's players in middle. They know at this point it's likely to be a split in through heaven, so they need some reinforcements to help out Nagzit with that operator.
Yeah, they've got the alarm bot position, so they will at least give away the spot, so he'll have the chance to pivot. It mainly comes down to the timing, though. If Zeta can get this right, they can make it a really awkward battle for the remainder, and they're actually going to try and fake things out a little bit by throwing the Tiger in the opposite direction. It's an attempt to try and make players move, and I think they might be.
If Kesnet uses his nade, he confirms that they've rotated, and it's going to be a straight hit towards B, so he's got to just hold off, not use his utility, and hope to take these fights. But Nagzit's being forced out of heaven, the flash, meaning that he pulls all the way back. Kesnet does the same, plays behind the smoke. They concede the control, but Zeta are going to look to use that to their advantage, wanting to push all the way through, and the timing is glorious. Kesnet falls, but Nagzit isn't letting it go that easily. A double kill, and as they try to flank him out through elbow, Klaus is still holding strong. The shot not connecting, but it might not matter, because very quickly his teammates come through to help out, and a second round is found by Crew, now finally finding their feet here on Split.
Yeah, I like the repositioning as well. They had a few players able to cover, but ultimately, again, it seems to be coming down to Nags just on the site, having to hit some pixel-perfect shots to make sure that they don't just swarm in, because in reality, Zeta had them almost completely surrounded. They had spawn control, they had heaven control, and obviously they had their initial control that they took earlier on. So if it wasn't for him connecting those shots, they lose that site very fast.
Yeah, oh, they absolutely do. Luckily, from what we've seen of Nagzit on land so far, you can rely on him connecting those shots. He has been clean with this operator. And again, looking for an aggressive position, holding down on middle, pushed out. And in fact, all the way out. He is really looking to take this fight, and he managed to get behind the box, so that flash didn't blind him. They thought mid was clear, and then he gets a free kill. And again, we're gonna have to see that very early round ult used to res a player up, but they're ready for it this time. The nade going in for damage, and Nagzit delivering on the Blade Storm. The numbers remain even as Crew. A little bit of a tough spot now. They hadn't spotted that Raiden went all the way through, and in fact, they know where he is, but it doesn't matter. It's good for 2.
Let's go, Raida.
Jets just going back and forth, and now they finally face off against each other. A pistol versus the knives, and Raida wins it with the classic, barely taking any damage at all. This is his round. Delzik. It seems like he has the right read. The fake from Raida hasn't pulled him off, but he needs to do so much, Mitch.
Yeah, he really does. He's got the first. Timing is good to cross over to this side. He'll be tickled up on the way. And as Bars goes down, and it's a 1v2. There goes the Cosmic Divide. They have to push him down. And as they come out of heaven, this could be the ideal scenario for him to just pick them off on the walk through. There it is. 1 and 2. Let's go. 4K. And a huge clutch to keep Crew in it. 7-3. They continue closing in that gap.
Well, we haven't seen too many Red Bull clutches yesterday, but that definitely makes up for it. Unbelievable stuff from Delzik. I won't lie, I counted him out. I said it before he even goes there, like, what could he realistically do here? And another thing, we've seen a Cosmic Divide that actually did something. I think that might be the most important thing in the tournament.
It could be a first. Absolutely spectacular work. And I mean, you cannot rely on those clutches. You absolutely can. Stake your bets on it being a 1v4. But it worked out. Yet again, a lifeline for Crew here on Split. They are having a tough time despite the consistent opening duels. And how amazing Nagzit has been. He has forced out 2 reses out of the Zeta side so far.
See, they did this last time as a fake. The rotations are going to be coming through once again, and the main reason being is that Nags has already made the push down, but they've actually got this site for free. The rest of the players are almost just sitting straight into a retake. They want to try and find the picks back in, and just a tiny gap is enough for Laz to fall.
That's the first down, the first of many, and a big deal to take those flashes out in the early round. Here comes the lockdown. They're forced out of position, though. Good trade out, but there's a second player here. Delzik, again, saving the day. That lockdown coming into effect. They have given up on trying to destroy it. Zeta falling all the way back. They're going to rely on Bars coming in on the flank. He just needs 1 kill and Orbital Strike will be online. It's a 2 versus 2. Now, Bars, the solo man, but he...
Oh no, timing!
He's taking the molly out to try and take the fight. He wanted to deny the defuse, but instead, he loses his life. And Crew push up to 4. Another successful retake for this defensive side, and they started off incredibly slow. They have found their feet, and they're starting to push towards that 7-5 half. Still, pretty bad scoreline, but hey, a lot better than 12-0.
Yeah, the worrying thing as well is the manner in which they're winning the rounds. Is it legitimately could be like 12-0 at this stage. Yes. Like they've had clutches that probably never should have happened. In this round again, like it was looking like it could have gone either way, especially in the afterplant scenario. But they're grinding out these rounds from 7-0 down, a potential 7-5 half, and the money now not great for Zeta. That's a pretty damn good comeback.
It absolutely is. And for the team that has the map advantage, remember, there is no pressure on this team's shoulders. They are used to playing at international lands. They've been here before. And they're coming into a position where if they lose this, they've got another map to rely on. Good opening by Delzik, the operator, not quite landing. Nagzit gonna have to help out his teammates because Delzik is running right into the nade, but it doesn't matter. The entirety of Zeta is being dealt with in a matter of seconds and a showstopper to close out the half. 7-5. A phenomenal comeback from Crew. Yet again, we're ready to count them out from the first couple of rounds that we see, and yet the team swing back. This is an interesting series, I'll say that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's one of those ones where I'm kind of sat here just like, it's been peculiar. 7-0, 7-5. I'm not really sure where this is going to go at this point, especially now that the momentum seems to be swinging away from Zeta. Like, I'm seeing some of the faces drop after what should be rounds going in their favor, Mitch. So who knows how the second half's going to go.
Well, I don't know how things are going to go, but before we look forward, let's first look backwards. Throwing it over to Bala, who's got some breakdowns for us.
We're going backwards into the rounds, but we are looking at a different Zeta division in this second map, because what we saw in Ascent was that they were a little bit readable by the side of Crew. They kind of figured out what they were going to do. So let's take a look at how they broke that pattern on Split by taking a look at the map of one of the earlier rounds. This is about the 6th round where they started to really try to throw some different things at them. So let's roll the clip. Start off by paying attention over here in B lobby. It's a quick flash. Let's go ahead and pause it right now. A quick flash in from the sky, and Jet is forcing the issue on this B site. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can see immediately this Sky is going to continue to support Jet Rada as he dashes in and tries to push off the position of the opposing Jet. That is, of course, Nags on the other side. So let's play it again and see how, of course, the Seekers come out as well. This is all to fake out the Crew side to try to get them to rotate from the other way. So these Seekers, and he even uses the Trailblazer to go all the way through. We'll see the reaction here from Nags. Pause it as soon as we get to that reaction. Yeah, right here. He's going to be like, oh, wow, they're sending everything. The dog's coming through as well. He will get the frag onto Rita, who comes out. But let's go ahead and roll it, because the reaction from the rest of his team is also important. One more time, let's pause it right here. Look up at the top of A and start rolling it, because you can see the teammates are starting to rotate already. We have one person up, and now they all of a sudden are coming in. They're like, hold on a second, pause it. We just saw this kill happen up into heaven onto the rafters, but this wall comes a little late, and he's realizing just now that this hit is coming. The rest of the players, all 3 members of Zeta Division, are rolling through into the site. Let's go ahead and play it again. And there's a lot of delay that I don't think that the majority of the competition here in Berlin is kind of used to, because we're not seeing much Brim. Sure, he gets a pick through the smoke with the Vandal. Josh Wilkinson is mauling at that. But after that, go ahead and we're going to get the Brimstone right here, his POV. This is going to be important because he has a lot of delay, right? He's going to be able to use an orbital strike. Look how cautious they are, too, because of this smoke that is in the spawn side. Finally, we have the Sky rejoining the fight as well. An important thing here, look at the split. We have one person trying to come up ramp, but he's going to buy time with this molly, with the orbital strike that he puts down, for his teammate to actually come and retake heaven, and eventually that will cause the round to end. Yes, he gets the frag there, but pause again. Look at these guys as they try to push into the site. There's really not much time left. They've already gotten back up into heaven control, and we have a crossfire here.
Dikira mereka, Jetnya udah masuk mau clearance
and the problem was how late this came, how hard it was to reach. So roll it all the way through, and this is a round that Zeta Division ended up winning out. But from here, I think the difficulty was ending up starting to fall into the same patterns and start to hit that A site over and over and over, and in effect becoming readable themselves. So we're looking at a second half that's going to be really difficult, I think, Mitch, to kind of figure out what's going on, because on the second part of that ascent, it was a defensive side that rolled back up. So Mitch, I don't know, this could be a good game.
Well, let's hope so, Bola. Let's hope we've got a good game in our hands, because a 7-5 half is better than what we've seen before. So I'm expecting a little bit of a brawl, but a lot of it is going to rely on Crew coming in strong, and we want to see them win that pistol.
Yeah, for sure. I think that from what we saw in the last map, it definitely was the defensive sides that looked just that little bit stronger. So I'm hoping that, for Zeta's sake, that they will actually just close this one out in decent fashion, because I want to get to a third map. I also want to see Zeta almost actually perform for the region. I think the Japanese fans need somebody to step up to the plate, and it looks like in this second map they go off to a flying start. But again, when you look over at the players' faces when they're losing some of those silly rounds, like this could have been an incredibly dominant half, and instead it ended up being okay.
And let's briefly discuss that. If Crew end up winning the pistol, they get up to 7-7, they win up even like 8-8, 9-8. You can then find it from Zeta's perspective where they're like, we would have won the game already.
Yep.
At this point, and it can really start to weigh on your mentality. Kesnet in there with the opening, good flash, but nothing found for Laz.
Oh no, sayang banget. Flashnya udah bagus banget, anjir. Ada apa?
a disappointment, most certainly. And I mean,
Smoke-nya
screen up,
Viper.
you know, as they come through, they're going to be lower on HP. That's
makes sense,
a good call.
Rotate.
But unfortunately, it has not worked out this time around. Crew have the man advantage and plenty of damage done to Laz and Bars.
See, now the turret being active is going to give away that there are players still waiting here. So they're not going to rotate anybody off just yet. Takeje's also been spotted out by the turret, but it's actually going to be his teammate that falls. Bars is gone.
Oh no, mereka udah masuk.
And now he has a real job to do. He's been impressive so far. They need to find something.
Yeah, Takeje's playing with fire. They know there's at least 2 players there. Crow onto Mazzino, just runs right out of the window. Gorgeous stuff. That's an opportunity for Zeta, but they need to deal with these close players. The blind goes in, the kill is there. And Takeje was watching for the run out. We're down into a man advantage for Zeta. The wall being broken, good kill. And Kesnet needs to clutch this one out. 100 HP, but 3 opponents, and it was so close with 20 left on Laz. It could have been
tadi
the clutch. It would have
seandainya
been
di
nade
sini
online as
tadi
well. But
pas
instead,
flash
Zeta
wallnya
win the
turun.
pistol, and we will go 8-5.
Udah itu tadi dapat
Again,
2 paling nggak kill.
That's something we can say from the previous map is that they were very good at actually getting back into rounds where they were a little bit further behind. So the fact that I will say I've enjoyed the interplay between Laz and other players as well as his individual ability. Like the fact is on this map in particular, he's given a little bit more freedom to be aggressive, especially on the defensive side, and he's going to have those pop flashes for the teammates that need it. Now going into this round, of course, you can't expect too much. We're going to have ourselves... Oh, I don't want to talk about the buy anymore.
Just taking a glance over. You know, one thing that I have to say about Crew right now, and I hate to be that guy, but Klaus had a great last map.
Smoke-nya kan berdamage.
A little bit. Klaus, I was wondering who that was.
He was you were talking about him a lot yesterday as if he was your boy, someone you knew well.
That's because Hypok, he won't stop. He just always talks about how much he loves Klaus, but the reality is right now, he's not putting up the figures, and it's map to map. I need to see him return to form. This killjoy not really selling for him. And even in the previous round, you're holding outside A for the wall to break, but your turret is still active there. They can hear that. They know it's online. Oh,
dapat 1.
Okay, that's an ambitious play to say the least.
Ngejas mundur.
There do seem to be times where we're watching Zeta where I'm like, are people calling the utility they're using? It's like,
I mean, he knows he has the dash, right? But it was a little bit risky.
Oh, no. Yeah, it leaves a couple of their players low as well, but you can't say the same for the other side, especially when coming up against the judge, the SMGs. I also think going into a bonus round with a couple of judges is just going to be absolute filth. Bart still fighting, but actually surviving on 14 HP, getting himself ever closer to that orbital striker piece of utility that's so
hampir aja.
And he's almost out of ammo. And he's down.
They lost 2 players.
Judge lost them, considering they all invested pretty decently. That's already being a little bit too expensive. Now Mazzino's in trouble. He comes up here, he's just dead. Dead to us. We knew he would be, but 9-5, 3 players alive and Barca almost falling too. It's not the round that Zeta wanted, considering what they were up against. And most importantly here, Tom, considering what they're left with. Because with those weapons, they saved over a second judge though, right? I'm pretty sure they picked it up.
No, he dropped it, okay. And then picked his Spectre back up again while trying to find it. So they wanted to bring in a second judge, but they weren't able to. So.
I'm kind of glad, though, because the problem for me with playing that judge, you can play a B-side in heaven. That's where you're going to most commonly see it. But
he's bought another one.
He's bought another one. Okay, so here's the issue. If Takeje goes down, if he dies, your player on the B side is useless. He is going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble now. I suppose it's Ray this week and dash around, but it seems incredibly risky. Kesnet gonna grab that showstopper, and he's got it. He's out of there.
Yeah, that's big. That's such a huge opener, especially in a round where you really want to make sure that your economy starts here. Like, you really build into the map, making sure that you have those extra ultimates online can be so useful. And he's found a lot of kills over the last few rounds. It's one of the more expensive ultimates we have within the game at the moment. For now, though, a little bit more of a patient stance. I really do like the screen
smoke-nya udah naik, nggak bisa
covering off
ngeliat.
mid, but also it
Bahaya
cuts off the opening to B, which allows for a little bit more aggression. It's a cool screen that opens up a lot of space, and well, as you can see, Rater's in a pretty nice spot for the judge.
It's nasty. There's not a lot you can do versus it. As you come around this corner, the first is his, the second very nearly is.
Di-push beneran. Di-push beneran anjing.
Down, and Takeje passes judgment. And it's not good news for the side of Crew. showstopper pop, but it's not finding anybody.
Oh no.
Eventually fired down. Shot in the dark and nothing landed. Still, Spike is going to be able to be planted here by Klaus. The 2 versus 3, this is the moment where Klaus needs to step it up. We've seen Kesnet with some big plays, but as we said, this map has not seen a good performance out of this Killjoy on the crew side. And now is the time that he can make this happen. Weapons in hand as Zeta look to move out of heaven. They're just, they're slowing it down. They're waiting for the flash.
Blinded.
Nice smokes are down. Now they isolate the angle. Snake bites in. That should force them out of position. And so Kesnet wants to try and make a little bit of a play. They've spotted both players now. There's the information. It's got a heavy cost.
Okay, Laz.
Hitting that form we saw on Ascent to put double digits for
Anjir, Laz
Yeah, I think at this stage we're now starting to look towards map 3. Like, that's a bonus round victory where they took a fairly big risk as well, like buying in with an extra judge or 2. And more importantly, they even then got to upgrade into a couple of extra rifles. I love the utility usage of that screen. It's just making the position so much easier to take with a lot less risk, and less players are going to hang around in B main, which a lot of the time you're not going to do it because it's quite an uncomfortable spot to hold. So Zeta doing well on their defensive side, crew not getting off to the start they wanted on the attack. Oh, now we're going to see a slight change of screens.
A little bit. I mean, we saw this one earlier on, right?
Yeah.
It was the one that sort of screwed Laz when he went to make that play. Nice deep flash, confirms his players around middle. I mean, that's just early round information. See if you can confirm that it's going to be a B or an A exclusive play if it doesn't blind anybody up, especially versus the pistols. It's always a good idea to pop that one out. And giving up control, not wanting to duel them up too close. But Rada, is he going back out for this? He is? With the Tiger?
Has he got 1 knife left?
No, he has them. The UI is just kind of blocking.
Oh, it is blocking them. I was about to say, I was like, if he's only got 1, that's madness, but no.
2, 3. Oh no!
I thought he connected that for a second, but it isn't quite going to work out. Oh, this time. He's done some damage. I guess it's not really that much of a loss. He only had a shorty alongside it, so he'll be able to buy comfortably into the next round. Might have even been a play just to make sure he can get the operator. And obviously for the rest of the players, it's just a chance to earn some more.
Yeah, most definitely farming it up.
Udah, susah.
Kita
ke map 3 ini kayaknya. Let's go. Tapi ini pertama kalinya sih split di Master baru. Soalnya kemarin di ban, kalau nggak gitu game ketiga. Envy kemarin dapat game ketiga cuma 2-0. Dia mereka udah menang.
They're not feeling all too hot.
Anjir.
I do love, like, look at the spin.
Yang bikin susah tuh Viper wall-nya tuh. Viper wall-nya untuk motong di sini, jadi pergerakannya bisa ke sini tuh si Zeta. Zeta bisa ke sini, mereka ke sini harus melewati Viper wall, udah berkurang tuh HP.
Zeta and Gambit, I'll take that please.
I want the Gambit shoes.
Oh yeah. Our wall's gonna be broken right away. Zeta themselves a bit of aggression on the A side, actually. One-way orb that's going to allow a close hold and a comfortable solo, man. So they started to rotate initially up into heaven, maybe around through spawn, but they've decided to redirect and fight for middle. I think they were gambling on this being a much faster mid-take out of crew than what we have seen here because of the previous rounds where crew up the pace. They were just running in, they were taking control right away regardless of weaponry in hand. But they've slowed it down over on this last time.
Ini udah siap-siap. Flash.
I feel like they just don't know how to deal with Viper at the moment. Again, it was something that I think Sean highlighted at the beginning of this map. If they're going to win, it's because of Viper, and I can see it at the moment. Like, they're really having to try and hit timings while going through these screens, and a lot of the time it hasn't worked out too much for them.
Lockdown.
Opening though, and more importantly, they now have that lockdown available to try and push them back out of this site.
Dapat satu.
That's actually just going to fight off the back of it, but to get into the corner is going to be difficult, and I think he might just get detained, so he's going to be stuck in the mud.
Yeah, they're hunting him down. Oh, they don't want to go too far in case there's a teammate close by to trade them as they go on through. A wise choice. In this instance, they would have actually walked away with a kill. No doubt a disappointment over on their side, but the spike is planted. Orbital strike ready for Bars, and he's going to queue that up right after the smoke. Backside is going to be pushed out into the open. Delzik falls right away. Klaus getting one of his kills, one of his first kills with a turret. It might not matter. Nags it's dealt with on the backside, and
Pinter banget anjing di sini apa di smoke. Kalau ada yang di sini nggak bisa ngeliat tuh. Di sini di orbital strike mereka harus lari sini. Yang lainnya masuk sini, mereka pasti lari ke sini karena orbital strike. Dicegat semua anjing.
This was unbelievable few shots coming in on the retake, and that's the thing
Nah
that I've
ini
been
nih.
most impressed with.
Satu, karena orbital strike mereka harus ke kiri. Itu dapat race, dapat killjoy, dapat juga sisi.
Ridiculous shots being hit by Takaje, but they also just have every ability forcing players out of angles. Like they clear that back spot with the orbital strike, forces players forward. Then they have the snake bites to move them into other positions. And basically at that point, you're just relying on Takaje hitting shots, which is what he does best.
Pretty safe bet, yeah. If you can boil the round down to, all right, Takaje, we're going to do everything else, and all you have to do is shoot people in the head. Hey, that's a pretty good way to roll the round, for sure. Now, we've got a timeout coming out of Crew. They're not giving up just yet.
Why do we have timeouts at 12 every time?
They want to push all the way up to the OT. They know it's possible. Fight for every single round, and considering the noise out of them, right? The energy that was there. Last time we saw them on camera over on the previous map, these guys were jumping around. They were full of energy, and now it is certainly feeling a little bit more dull.
Can't tell if he's dancing or explaining his strat.
Oh yeah, get those moves, baby. Let's go.
Oh god, I'm sure it was an excellent strat. You don't say bad strats if you're like really
You're that
emoting it with your
animator?
hands.
Absolutely not.
It has to be an excellent strat.
I love the like Jason Statham vibes. That's what I'm here for. I mean, I was always a big fan of his movies. Of his swimming as well. You know that he was a swimmer originally. Or no, I think an Olympic diver.
I know me and him are both bald, but that doesn't mean I know his life story.
Yeah, he was before he was an actor. He was an
we're
Olympic diver. I figured actually, yeah. Gonna be coaching Crew after this?
I'm back.
You know, we'll see how this map goes. If they come back with 7 rounds, I think his spot is safe.
Well, let's see. 7 rounds in a row needed for Crew to make this one happen. Zeta just need the one to bring us all the way to map number 3. It has been a long road for this team. And after the first half being 11-1 down, I'll be honest, Tom, over in the first map, of course. I lost faith in the fact that we would see Zeta reach, never mind 12, but double digits in this series.
Oh, mau yang kayak tadi lagi.
It was a really poor start. I'm glad
Nanti
to see them
masuk,
bounce back, but now we
udah
need to see a
tahu
little
di
bit
smoke
more
sama
from
Brim di
Crew.
sini.
They have struggled in their
smoke
after plant
di sini.
scenarios, and now, well, I'm not liking the look of this duel. Like, Rater sat here with the judge, Gun, I absolutely despise. We'll see if it's gonna work.
Anjing. Internetku bermasalah anjing. Sorry, internetnya bermasalah itu tadi. Internetnya bermasalah boy. Sorry ya. Sorry. Kalau Zeta menang tuh ketemunya siapa ya? Bentar. Zeta kan di grup B, ya kan? Ketemunya Envy. Anjir, berat. Envy. Sentinel ketemu G2 ini pengen nonton anjing. Nih Sentinel lawan G2. Terus Handil Tiff ketemu sama Gambit anjing, seru banget nih. Hiko. Ketemu sama Gambit. Gambit sisi Devo sama Nats ini what the hell man. Dua Sydos kemarin jadi MVP. Sydos kemarin pakai apa ya? Aku lupa kemarin. Sydos. Ini Sydos mana ya? Nggak ada ya. Paper X sayang banget ya. Kapan Paper X? Oh, tanggal 15 Paper X. Oke. Ini rank ya. Gambit nomor 1 lawan 100 Thief. Let's go. Wah, ini bakalan lama ini game. Aku yakin 3 match semua ini. Bisa sampai pagi anjir.
Well, Zeta Division, they managed to claw one back against the crew, which means we are heading to map 3. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined on the desk once again by Gio and Sean. What a way to bounce back.
Yeah, they looked damn good too. The Brimstone coming in. They looked really good. They looked like they were actually prepared for this map pick. I have a lot of faith going into the 3rd map now. I'm a little scared for the crew guys. It looked like they were just totally not ready for the split pick. It took them a long time to warm up into that map. That was alarming.
It's evidently a map that Zeta Division have been putting a lot of work into because of the fact that they've been banning it a lot in history and haven't really liked playing it. They bring it out for the grand finals and now they come in looking exceptionally strong on it. And there were a lot of things that they did bring out that were very similar to what we saw in the grand finals. The judge picks, for example, that was definitely something they brought out against Crazy Raccoon. And I mean, it worked very well against Crew.
I mean, that's the beauty of it, right, Gio? Because the crew probably didn't expect them to leave split open, let alone choose that right off the bat. So very impressed with their preparation.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's exactly it. It probably really took them by surprise, and even some of the flaws that I was maybe anticipating, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of the fact that their composition doesn't really involve a Sentinel, but the way that Bars plays, I think, kind of made up for that. Even though he's playing a controller, he had really good flank watch. The positions he was taking were great. He was providing fantastic info for the rest of the team, and it really helped with a lot of their, post-plant situations, for example.
And this man on the screen right here, Takajay, he had an outstanding game. This clip right here, the 4K coming out of heaven on the retake was unreal.
He had no right.
Yeah, he had so many quality reses too. He was constantly farming the res on the Sage. So much impact, pre-slowing the B main push. There was just nothing Crew could do to get in this game.
Well, let's talk more about the Viper and Brimstone. I know you were excited about it. Were you impressed with the way they played with those two agents?
I was. I thought they did a really good job early round of using the Viper. The clip that Bala actually broke down where they did a total fake and they went back into the Viper wall. The only reason you can do that is running a double controller because the fakes on the other side aren't going to work if you don't have the utility. And they nailed it. They did such a good job, especially on the vent splits with the Brimstone going up into heaven, mauling spawn all the time. I thought he played such a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested to see if that's something that continues forward into map number 3, because obviously, no secret, they didn't have the best time in map number 1. Now, maybe coming off the back of that momentum and knowing that they played really well there, it could be something that they do on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's the impressive thing, right? Because a lot of teams, when you get beat in the fashion that they did on map 1, it's hard to get back into the game. But at the same time, are Crew a little bit boomed, do you think, mentally, knowing that they allow Zeta to do that to them?
Yeah, I thought they were going to rally a comeback. I really did. I thought they were boomed at the start when it was 7-0 or whatever it was. And then we saw that 1-on-4 come in. That was incredible. It was such a game-changing moment. And it was from the Astra, who started off the game, I believe, 0-8. Klaus and him both started 0-8. That was such a rough start. And I think without that without that start, I think maybe Crew gets this back, but they just weren't ready. They weren't ready at all. And I don't think we're going to see that again on Bind.
I mean, I guess we'll have to see again, like we spoke about before, with the flexibility of the agent compositions that these two teams like to bring. That's another one that's still going to be applicable on Bind. One of the things that I'm really wondering is that Zeta Division are probably more likely to bring the double duelist, and so they're not going to have like as much of the controller prowess as maybe we might see on Crew. How that's going to affect things, and of course having Takajay potentially go back to the Reyna rather than the Sage that we saw him play so well here on Split.
Yeah, I think another thing we should look out for is Nags has been on Jet, I think this entire best of 3 so far. He was so good at opening things up in both of these games. He was 7-2 in opening duels on that loss just now. So I mean, what is he going to do on Bind where we don't typically see a lot of Jets?
I'm excited to see it, but also on the side of Crew, there was one moment that the three of us were left absolutely speechless. It's time for Verizon's high-speed moment. This ridiculous. Okay, it's this moment. I thought, okay, we're starting off from here. Yeah. This is. I'm looking forward to the reaction.
Satunya mungkin
I
Jet,
want you
karena
guys
Jet
to see
sering
the
di-pick.
reaction of Delzik after he pulls
Jet
off.
itu di-pick karena bagusnya untuk in and
He
out.
pulls off this.
Jadi pick 1 out. Pick 1
No. Yeah,
out.
here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is it. This is it.
This is right after he was 0 and 8 too. He has 1 frag at this point, and he just looks so clean in this 1-on-4. The perfect wall. He understands that when he puts that wall down, it's most common that people come through on opposite sides at the same time because it's easy to trade the kill, you win the round, but he gets in a position where they're both in front of him. He played it perfectly.
But also, you know, we saw Klaus say before the game that Delzik has no emotion.
Yeah.
But come on, even he's got a little bit of emotion.
They drew it out.
Yeah.
No more stoicism for him. You look, if I did that, I would feel the same.
Yeah, Sean's probably, you've done that, so yeah.
I get a lot of frags in my time.
Well, that's map 1 and 2 down already. We're going to move up to map 3 now. Bind. Well, in
Kalau lihat mainnya yang tadi itu, aduh.
Sean, I believe you said that you weren't too confident in terms of where this map pool was leaning towards, but now having seen both teams on the server, do you feel like, you know, this is going to allow Zeta to ride the momentum right to the end, or Crew can get back into this?
It's so hard to say with a team like Zeta, right? I mean, I think Bars is going to be back out of the game. I'm not 100% on that. But
apakah mainnya kayak Gambit kemarin?
They run 1 controller on this map. They'll
Yeah,
run an
I
Astra.
do believe
kemarin mainnya
Barca
di Bind
had
siram banget anjing.
just letting you know, and Makiba is
Jadi
back in.
So, exactly. So now they're going back
Nge-bite,
to 1
habis
controller. And
balik
meanwhile,
rotate
Crew
lagi,
is going to
anjing.
double controller. They typically play a Brim Viper combination on Binds, and I love that. That's a very European-esque feel.
I mean, the one that I'm looking forward to seeing is Kesnet, because of course this is where he likes to play that Raze. Usually they're only duelists, so again we're gonna go back into that whole idea of you know, if Nax isn't going to be playing the Jet, you know, what's coming out from there. But I think Kesnet's Raze on this map is absolutely insane and could cause some huge problems for Zeta.
Yeah, but also we got to take into consideration that what those two agents, what we expected them to pick, really. But Crew, they haven't lost, I believe, on Bind since May. That's a while for them. They definitely probably have the confidence coming into this as well. Again, the Astra, not too big of a surprise, but I do like, Sean, you mentioning about the Brim Viper pairing. It does work in Europe. We have seen it work.
Yeah, it absolutely works. I mean, Brim's ult is so valuable on Bind. It can just obliterate the B site. It could take out U-Haul if you want to use it there. Hookah. And his smokes, you can pop on the sites, drop 3 at one time.
Brim.
And yeah, the Reyna coming on an attacker jet, that is something they typically do. Crow on the breach. I love the breach pick. I'm just a little worried about only having 1 controller right now in this meta on Bind.
Well, I know, Sean, you're a little bit worried, but I'm going to toss it over to 2 people that don't have a worry in the world. Is that right, Mitch and Tom?
Well, you know us, Sue. We're just chilled out. We're having some fun, watching some beautiful Valorant gameplay. So I think she's pretty right. I'm feeling pretty relaxed. How about you?
Yeah, I also got the composition that I wanted from the side of Zeta, so I'm quite happy about that. Like, I know they like to switch things up and sometimes have either Reita playing on the Raze or Takage playing on the Raze. It's a valuable agent for this map. I just don't like it for them. I think as individual players, they have their agents to sort of suit them the best. And more importantly, Laz being on the Sky. I think he's able to have so much more impact with this team. So realistically, I'm happy with what I'm seeing. I do, however, agree with Sean, though, that if you're looking at overall compositions, I think Crew are much more within the meta of this map at the moment, at least from what we see from Europe.
Yeah, I think I'm with you 100% on that one. I suppose that means I'm with Sean too. Just this once. Just this once. Looking at Zeta. Fantastic previous map to play with, and they are certainly getting off to a good start here, rallying forward towards B long. And of course, it's Reita alongside Takage leading that charge. Takage the first to find the opening, healing himself up to that beautiful 150, but Delzik comes in with a big right click. Solo defender now on the back of sight will fall quite quickly. Luckily, he's got teammates rallying in to help him. A big play needed, some headshots need to be delivered, and so far nothing is found with both players spotted. It's a simple play to plant on A. A pretty tough retake for Crew. As look at the position that Makiba's in. He'll just be watching them walk on out. Oh, are you gonna have a fault line?
Oh no! Kena temannya sendiri.
Kinda trade evenly. It's Mazzino left on such low HP. Production.
Kena temannya sendiri anjing.
Joey,
kalau tadi nggak kena temannya sih bisa dapat
we had
satu.
this conversation yesterday. I do not want to see a replay of that fault line, and I know it's just about to come. And yep, there we go. I mean, it did what it was supposed to. Technically, just a little bit of a mistake that Makiba ran into it. That was the suboptimal. And it comes back to a point you made earlier, Tom, where sometimes it does seem like the communication on this team is a little bit suboptimal.
It's a bit off. Or either that, or it is being called and the other player is deciding to ignore it, which is just as bad. If not worse.
I think, look, communication is a two-way street, right? It requires speaking and listening, and that's the thing. It doesn't matter which one. Oh God, it doesn't matter which one is falling behind. All that matters is there is a problem. Look at this from Mazzino, up close behind the wall, hoping that they'll push on through, but there's not too much longer left. You can hear it now starting to fade away, and they have guessed that they'll be up close.
Ooh. Yeah, again, this composition that we see from Zeta is going to rely a lot on the two men we've just had on your screen. And Takage. They're going to have to be incredibly aggressive to take over map control, and I think in terms of aggressive takes, we're going to see them push the extremities that little bit more. Hookah may be a bit tougher to take with the current utility they have available.
I mean, I would love to just watch this whole round from Laz's perspective, because that was one of the nastiest little lurks I've seen for quite a while. He sat outside bat and literally did nothing for a minute straight and walked up behind. You can only imagine how annoyed Nagzit must be in dying to that. 2-0, a little flawless round out there, Tom, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's always nice, especially when it's the bonus round about to come through. You're able to basically go in with everything you had in the previous round, and even having a rifle available and picking up all of those extra ultimate orbs. So Laz, I believe, is only going to be one off actually pulling out his ult, which can be pretty impactful, especially in rounds like this where you're much more likely to be going fast-paced. You can have those seekers, you can follow them in, and you're less likely to be caught out by any of those angles.
Yeah, big chunk of cash as well going to be saved over by Zeta, not needing to reinvest that much after the Prime Gaming flawless that came through in the previous round. So, as we come into 1 minute 30 left on the clock, starting out this round, Zeta will be a little bit cautious on range duels for most of the players, but with the two Vandals on Takage and Laz, that's where they want to really do the damage. Bridge the gap. Raider, the first man in, and no one else is really ready to go in with him. That was
audacious. The word I would use. Risky, maybe a little bit silly. Well,
those are smaller words.
Yeah, you know, for the simpletons out there, like my man Mitch.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, that was me hinting. I was like, what? Audacious? What's that mean? I have no idea what's happening. Nice little flash. Deep down, gonna try to get a little bit of control over Bath. That TP luckily gets the flash, gets him out of the TP and around towards his teammates. Of course, the man has the spike for the team of Zeta, and they're looking at the moment towards the B side, but there's a little bit of a stack here from Crew. Oh!
Okay, Takage is ready to go. One of the rifles in hand. They're actually going to swing right onto him. Okay, Klaus. He's feeling a little bit confident in that one. A bit of risk taking himself, but he is finding every single kill. It was mentioned by you in the last map. He had a bit of a quieter one, but he is feeling it here. And well, the last two kills almost seemed like they were stolen away. Great work from Crew on their B site hold, and they'll have their first round on the board.
I mean, look, I know my man Hypuck loves to see Klaus popping off. I was definitely not too happy after that previous map, but you can see the comfort that this man has when he goes on to a quasi-duelist of Sky. Like, you talk about when he's playing a Killjoy, he can't make these sort of aggressive play. I mean, that was just ludicrous. He knows he's in the corner and runs at him like a madman. And this is something we did not see from him on the previous map, but we did see in map number 1. We knew that he was capable, and now he's delivering to put the first round on the board for Crew.
Seeing a judge on the attacking side in the hands of Raider.
Dash into Lamps.
Yeah, I think it's the
flash, the leer, and he's went straight into the box, hasn't he, Tom? Wow, that is not exactly what was intended, but he has managed to get it close. So yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, they've lost the Empress. Takage is going to be taken down very early on in this fight. Laz is just sat there like, let me in. Let me in. Stuck behind him. Oh, nice shot from Crow. We'll keep this one even, at least for a little bit. And they have to be careful on the other side. This duel's so important.
Oh, ini masuk mati ini mah.
There we go. Seekers are going to be popped. Pursuing the players, trying to find out exactly where they are. And Dalzik delivers a double. It's all down to Makiba. Makiba and Laz. Laz has been lurking yet again.
Oh no.
He's taken down, and Makiba has the 1v3 that we had teed up for him. He'll at least get the spike planted. It's very difficult to get much more than that when there's 3 players on the other side, especially when it's Klaus and Kesnitz on the other side.
Yeah, he's got the nade as well to try and clear him out of position, even though the first shot is landed, it really doesn't matter too much. And Crew, they're going to bring themselves through another round. And a lot of it, as you sort of mentioned, it came off the back of those Seekers, because Dalzik almost used them, I want to say, as like a bodyguard to try and give him that extra info, but also take a few of the shots.
Yeah, when he swung around that corner, like, look at this. They are perfectly lined up. Barely has to correct his spray to get that second kill. Really, really nice work by Crew. Laz's lurks have been impactful to a certain point, but right in that round, he's just a little bit too far removed from the action, playing so far back in bathroom.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially considering he's the one with a lot of their initiation capabilities, like having those flashes that he can curve around the corners, get them that extra little bit of information. I think also they're just a little bit unlucky that they line up so perfectly, especially considering how well they've done in the round before that. Unfortunately, it doesn't make a difference. The round goes the other way. Beautiful setup. I've seen them do this a few times. It's just fantastic, having the fault line combination with the grab well. It's such an easy kill for Reiter that he decides to just trade his life away and give them the gun back.
Yeah, well, what a nice guy. What a nice guy. I will say, for
nice
Zeta,
guy katanya.
There are so many warning signs when you see some of the plays that are coming down. In particular, it's Reiter. I mean, that guy is really off the leash right now, trying to play aggressive, and
well, so the first idea was brilliant,
working.
And then
yeah, that was great.
Do something with the gun.
Go
and
back,
not
play with the team, but like, I think the intention there was he thought that on the other side the player had ran out of ammunition. He thought that Dalzik was reloading and that he'd be able to sneak out. But is that worth the risk in a round like this? The one opportunity to really have ranged duels now out of their hands, and instead they're going to have to rely on what is mostly going to be a 145 headshot. It's not great.
30 seconds left.
I thought for a moment maybe Laz would have found the timing, but the slow is also going to make this nigh on impossible. 25 seconds for them to try and make their move. Mazzino already manages to take himself one. Now the stun's not going to connect onto anything else. They need Takage to basically hold down the That's exactly what he's doing. The heal actually only leaves his opponent just that little bit healthier. The pistol might be enough to get something done here. He's also got the Rolling Thunder, but the timing works out. It's left all on to Takage, and he can't get anything.
Rolling Thundernya salah.
Has closed out the round for Crew a little bit close for
comfort,
comfort,
dapat info kan, dikiranya di
what was
U-Hall.
happening in the early stages.
No way! No way! What?
Why did I look behind me?
Yeah, I did it too. I just did it again. Hey, I keep doing it. I'm gonna look one more. It's still not there.
Stitch.
That's
cool.
amazing.
Z skinnya.
That's so cool, man.
What the heck?
I mean, we saw a preview of that, right? One day. I won't say what it was. It's something similar, but that for the round-winning kill.
It's dope.
God damn, you got me smiling. It's like that meme.
Basically, production
like that, and
production of nerds. That's what I've learned over the last few weeks.
I can't even comprehend the technology that allows that to happen. Like, as the camera moves, it calculates where it is.
You can tell that
I don't
by the fact that we're both idiots and went,
we turned around. Why can't I see it? Why isn't it actually there? It's also awesome to turn around and just see the stage, see the players, and they are cyber focused. They are really tuned in right now at 3-2. If you've just tuned in, it is map number 3, and Crew are trying to push it across the line here on their defensive side. They had an incredibly dominant start to the series, but now everything seems to be up in the air.
Yeah, both teams winning their maps incredibly convincingly. Even if the scoreline on the first map might not show it as much, it really was dominant with an 11-1 half. Now we actually get a proper purchase coming in. So Reiter, I'm expecting to not quite be as aggressive of what we saw with the Judge or the pistols in the previous round, because he's got his operator and he's waiting to see if there's going to be anyone giving him a duel. For now, though, a little bit tentative from the side of Crew, just waiting back, burning down the clock, and actually we're already down to the 45-second mark, and there's been very little ground taken by the attackers.
No one can really take the No one can take the teleporter at this stage. Now that you put a boombot through, they could have snuck up middle and be inside of there, so we know that that option is not really open to either team if they're thinking about it for the most part, but it looks like Zeta don't mind taking a fight. Maybe they've accidentally went through the TP, I'm not entirely sure. Klaus has gone down on the B side, and now there's an opening. The whole team comes along as Laz opens it up even further. The Seekers clearing out towards the spawn. They know they've got the time to get this plant in, and the round flipped on its head so quickly. Nags even goes down to 20 HP on the TP.
Yeah, 2 players have gone through that teleport now from the defensive side, and it hasn't exactly gone fantastically.
He could have res.
Crossfire, susah anjir.
Yeah. I think it's one of those rounds where I think they realize that there's very little hope. This crossfire should be all too easy for them to find this kill, and Makiba will do just that. And while Kesnet, he managed to get quite far in, but at this point he doesn't stand a chance. Laz is lurk again. You mentioned on the other side of the map in Showers, it's done even more when it comes to this A side, or B side, sorry.
Really smart work there by Zeta. The fact that they keep camping the TP isn't just to get the kill as the player comes through or to deal damage, but if you look at the positions where players died, and in fact you're seeing it here, Laz killed 2 on site, and there was 1 inside the TP. So the reality, or 1 corpse in there. The reality is, you don't want to end up in a position where you are getting the site, you're overrunning B, but then they jump in TP, they pop a res, and now it's a tough, much tougher fight. Instead, they camp it, so even if they don't kill that guy, he knows if I res this player, he will die instantly.
Oh my god, he's just gone straight through.
No!
He's just run in.
Body blocked him. That's actually unbelievably unlucky. Because he's on the edge of the smoke, so he can't even see him to try and right-click him to death, and he's just bumping into him.
I think the Tiger stunned him as well, so that he couldn't run away. Like, the Tiger stunned the defender. And they've also actually used so much. They're going to res inside the aftershock.
They rezzed in an aftershock while a push came through. The flash was so well timed, and Zeta have just completely overrun them. This is a disaster, Tom. Crew in a 2 versus 4 showstopper. It might be what they need. After not using up the res previously, that one really just threw them away.
They've used 3 ultimates and they've all been complete failures.
Oh,
this is a calamity of a round for Crew, and yeah, sure, they've got themselves another one to try and bring something back. The showstopper may be able to do something for Kesnet, but I think a lot of this is going to come down to Klaus, as the rest of Zeta again taking their time, patiently maneuvering their way over to the B site.
Sabar banget nunggu di B. Teman-temannya udah hancur semua.
Showstopper not going to be part of the initial play. Klaus needs a strong hold. He's been spotted and taken down. At this point, what do you even do if you're Kesnet? Drop a nade in there, why not? Free utility, see if you can deal some damage. In fact, he does, yeah. And he stops the spike being planted a moment, but without finding like a triple kill out of that, he's just going to save.
That was a disaster. Like, every single part of it. Like, I think in that round the plan was that Mazzinho didn't have much, so he goes in, plays around his ult, just uses, I think it was a frenzy. He gets stunned instantly by the Tiger, and then you just have that weird scenario of Rayta just running straight into him. But the problem is, it's not that play. That play in isolation, okay, it goes a bit wrong, it's a 1-for-1 trade, you get rid of a Blade Storm, that's fine. It's the fact that everything else committed also went wrong. The res, that was a weird spot to try and get it done. And also just before that, they used the orbital strike to try and like at least slow them down and do some damage, and that also did absolutely nothing. So
ketangkep
used up the majority of their ultimates in this round, and they've lost it convincingly.
Nggak jadi save deh.
So the Tiger hits him, stuns him, and then he runs into him and gets stuck and killed by the player behind.
That is actually ridiculous. And the fact
that he gets out of the dismiss with the dismiss because of the kill.
A little bit of an extra boost. He could have ended in TP anyway, so it wouldn't have been that much of a big deal. Which is like the position of that orbital strike. That was desperation. That was really just a knee-jerk reaction. We're going to have a timeout called here by Crew, and I think this is definitely somewhere they want to reassess. I'm sure the coach is going to have input on that. As we said, they invested so much into that round and received a hard loss for their trouble.
Yeah, the only kill they got was based nothing on us. It was the shot on the play. I almost wonder if Rayta might have peeked out the smoke a little bit while running into him and just get a kill, but it's irrelevant at that stage. So they've committed a lot. That's going to be a hard round to take, and more importantly, it's not even like it was close. Like, Zeta had 4 players alive at the end of it. They have a lot of finances being built up, and this is a spot where realistically Crew need to try and break back because, well, let's just give a little bit of context to this series. This group, I think, is easily the highest contested, or the most highly contested group, except maybe Group A, because we have 3 teams we think can get out of it. This group, I think anyone can get out of it. You've already got the guys of Vivo Keyed waiting in that lower bracket match, who looked very good against Envy. Then the winner bracket is Envy, who I think we expect to get through. So between those 3 teams, you don't want to be going down to that lower bracket to face off against Vivo Key because there is no guarantee that you're getting back out of it.
Yeah, I think everybody pretty much agreed that it would be Envy that were making it out.
Yeah.
But in the form that they came in with, it's a little bit shaky whether they make it through the upper bracket, let's say. But losing 2 in a row, not all too likely for that squad. Especially, I imagine they're hard at work right now in trying to fix those falls. And certainly keep an eye on this game, keep an eye on their potential opponents.
They got a lot to look at.
That they do. Plenty of maps, we'll say. Not that many rounds in how things have gone. When it comes to Crew, though, you could see the way their coach was talking to them there. That was a lecture. That was a real, like, guys, listen, we can't be throwing away ultimates. We got to be playing a tighter game than this. And there are just too many gaps being put out there by the defensive side and too much overcommitment. But we see the same from Zeta, and it's like Rada is the number 1 victim of that. This time, he gets shut down, but his teammates are here running into the site. And they're not even expecting it. They're like, oh, Rada ran in? Yeah, he's probably alone. That's how it's been so far. Takage gets wrecked on the fade back. Nags is repositioned. Even as a teammate with him.
Oh no.
Laz is just doing so much work. The spike has actually gone through the teleporter, but it may not matter too much. The remaining 2 players are already fully committed to this site, and Laz, they're going to try and peek him together. They find that extra kill. This round has fallen apart again.
Let's go, Crow.
Push down mid, and it's left onto just 1 man. Now the full rotation coming through. Crow at least has a full belt of utility to play with. And on the other side, they've actually still got a boombot they can throw through.
This one's going to be really tough for Crow. That's, okay. Well, they did put the boombot in. Guys, his spawn is clear, just so you know. Crow has a flash to play with here. Let's see if he's going to be able to get anything done. No, he's not. The headshot delivered, and Kesnet still manages to win the round. He couldn't aim a boombot, but he sure as hell can aim a rifle.
Close banget anjing. Dari pertama yang dominan Crew,
just highlighting it 2 seconds
round kedua dominan
watching it slowly falling back towards spawn, but hey, that's one hell of a way to come back. You can't win a round with nearly all of your ultimates. Well, you can do it with the pistols instead, and I feel like that's a huge mistake coming out of the side of Zeta. Like, you've got Laz still popping off, putting up numbers, finding kills, but everybody else just seemed to get slaughtered by, like, moving back into positions or just overcommitting to a rush. It just looked rough.
They made the right commitment there as well over on the Crew side. They realized that with the plant that was down, likelihood is, I mean, the reality is if you had flashed out on that peak, you would have been in a lot of trouble. Was that a... That was a good flash,
It was a fake flash, of course.
Fake flash, don't worry.
You know.
Don't worry about it.
We don't want to talk about it.
We don't.
They definitely didn't get stuck in the wall.
I'll say Crew's utility usage, probably not the best in the tournament so far, but they're still putting up a damn good fight. Maybe it'll remedy. I love this angle by Nags. He's trying to catch them as they push over to the right side of the wall. He's now running away, making a lot of steps. I mean, they know that he hasn't jumped out.
They're trying to boost.
Oh no!
That was an ambitious attempt, and it's all based on the fact that Nags ran back towards the window. They think he's playing behind box, or maybe about to jump up on top. They think they've got good timing, and in fact, he's just waiting for someone to
nyoba boost naik ke atas gitu loh. Dia updraftnya nggak kepake.
Nonetheless,
updraftnya.
Seeing a lot of utility committed for hookah control, but it's just not working out, and it's a little bit too late. They need to put the other 2 pieces of utility in before you go for any sort of flash, because otherwise it's just worthless. Taking the peak off of it anyway before anything goes through.
Tapi rotate di A udah ada yang jaga.
This round. He had a couple of kills based off his solid position.
Harus dapat kill ini paling enggak.
Well, 20 seconds left. Zeta need a hero.
That's it. Say what you will about Zeta's attack there and the approach to it, but it was punished, and that's where the real skill comes in. I love this! Nice. The pull out in the open. He manages to get away with knife out. 10 seconds left. Zeta need to up the pace. In with a double, but on the backside, Kesnet is still able to drop a player. Time. Has he got enough time? It's going to be damn close, and he just about does. No, he doesn't. thought that was the plant. Oh God, I saw it just tick past 4 as he started and thought, oh, that's unfortunate. Wow.
Anjing, dikit lagi.
Just about works out for Crew. Again, I appreciate the tempt of the boost, but obviously for Nags, again, this is just the thing. It's so close to being perfect. It's so close, like just half a second, and he's stunned, pulled back in, and Takaji gets the kill. But just those little details is enough that means that it doesn't quite work out for the side of Zeta. And well, now they're coming back in with the purchase once again, 5-4. And there are 3 players ready and waiting for them on this A side. And by the looks of it, they're not stopping.
Oh, the Rolling Thunders pushed Mazzino out of position. He was boosted up on top at the start of the round. The boom bots killed Reyna. He dashed into it on the site.
Kill Jet, bukan Reyna.
One opponent he didn't even see. He didn't even think about. And a showstopper pop that stops the continued push of Zeta. They are now trapped, basically starting around 5v3.
Yeah, some solid counter utility as well for
Nags.
Like we talk about his individual skill, but the slows he threw in basically kept his teammates alive because they couldn't quite push through it. Even Kesnet as well with the pain shells, just making sure that they can't do anything off of this ultimate. Again, we talk about this Rolling Thunder just not having the impact that was desired for Zeta, and now they're trying to reposition. The flash, though, is going to give away that they're now making a move towards B.
Klaus is here and ready to play. That flash actually saves the day. That's going to slow them down a little bit more with 30 seconds on the clock. Zeta look to make this push happen. Takaji knows the left corner is clear as he moves on out. The steps are heard. Crew stacked up on site. The spray comes close, but it goes Crew's way every single time. Laz alone in a 1v5 with 10 seconds left and no spike. I mean, do we need to keep on looking into things that are going against him here? Well, I guess so, because Kesnet takes him down, drops the weapon, and puts a Prime Gaming Flawless into effect for Crew.
Yeah, Kesnet's starting to really come into this series. He definitely had a bit of a poorer performance when it was on Split, which is normally a playground for someone on the Rays, but in these last couple of rounds,
what can you do?
Yeah, as I said, I love the fact that on the entry, not only did he throw his paint shells in to deny the Rolling Thunder, but we also saw slows coming through from Nags to basically make sure that there was no way they get out onto that site quickly enough to capitalize off of that ultimate. So they're doing really well to basically slow down this team, and that's why we keep seeing 20-second executes at the end of rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. As in those 20 seconds, it comes down to just those duels that seem to be keeping in favor of Crew. The fact that they had a 5v3 certainly helped.
Is this a fake again?
Seekers used, nobody follows, they just get destroyed instantly, and I mean, they broke the wall, I guess. That's about the only positive in here.
Half of it.
Laz just completely... Is he faking now, lurking out, trying to get them to push forward? Well, it hasn't worked, whatever it was. That's an expensive start to the round, and yet again, Zeta find themselves in a 3v5 with a minute on the clock.
Zeta, some of these ults are just being popped almost instantly, maybe in an attempt for a small amount of information, but the value just seems lost. Nice work from Rayta, though. His peek into the site. They've also got the grab world to deny anybody holding them that little bit further. So an afterplan looking likely, and what was looking like a done round now actually falls into the favor of Zeta.
Well, that is one hell of a start. Oh no, running on site, Nags takes 3. How's he gotten a double kill from there? The res comes into play, and the spray, Makiba not able to get it done. Crew walk away with another round, and Nags is the savior.
Timingnya, Jim. Fourth line-nya nggak kena ke
they're the ones that we highlight at the beginning of the day that we expect to be the driving force for Crew. But over the last couple of rounds, I think we've seen multiple 3Ks from either Nags or Kesnet in every single one. And this was huge, like just about dodging that 4 line gets him 2 kills off the back of it. The timing had to be perfect, because if he gets stunned there, they lose that almost instantly because his teammate was too far away to trade.
And it feels terrible because Reyna so far has had the worst luck. Look at just the previous round. He dashes into a boom bot, for God's sake. And now he goes into sight, he finds double openings, he pulls Zeta right back into the round, and that's how they lose it. A micro timing found by Nags to win out the round. Put 7 on the board for Crew, and now looking to push up to 8. Zeta They'll throw everything they possibly can at this round, but look at what they have to work with. A Blade Storm on Rada, that's why he's playing with a Spectre, and the rest of the team on Rifles. It's not the worst buy we've ever seen. I mean, this is pretty comfortable, but so far, that hasn't really mattered.
It also looks like they're potentially trying to sell this fake once again. They've taken some deep control in towards bathrooms, wanting to try and hold players on that side of the map, but with the spike control so deep, almost asks the question of whether they're going to go back towards this B side. Takage also being spotted means that crew are not going to move.
Oh, Rada had the chance there. He spotted out good old Delzik inside of Hookah. Now they're falling back and playing the three-man side hold on crew. Delzik maybe even rotating a little further. You can see they're trying to decide exactly how to do this, and Smoke's down with a rotate in. Is Viper leaving too? No way Mazzino. Okay, yeah, he's just playing back on site. So it's going to be a two-man hold on B.
Dear.
The Seekers give away the fact that the players are here. And Zeta, they don't push off the back of that. They don't make their move. They delay it. They allow the rotates to come back in. Are they still going to push this? Surely they're going to TP over to A. Now that this, no, they've not got time. They have to go straight into the stack. Laz on Rada. Deliver the blows. There's another for the Jet of Rada. They should be able to get this one done, right? Right?
Yeah.
Dapat mereka.
Just about.
No one went for the plan. It definitely made me have a little bit of a heart attack, but they get the round done. It definitely wasn't clean from either of the sides in this first half, but hey, it ended at a 7-5. It's not bad for either squad. You know, it can still go either way.
I will say, watching these two teams play gives me immense amounts of anxiety. This is so different to the brand of Valorant that we have in Europe. I think I do. I really think I do.
Have we got someone standing by?
We definitely do. Now, for the European, for the North American viewers, hell, let's throw the Koreans in as well. We are going to need to learn a thing or two about these teams. Luckily, we've got someone who knows all about them and is willing to teach us.
I like how every time it's like Tom reminding Mitch that, yeah, I'm over here. I'm just a couple steps away from you guys. But either way, let's take a look at one of those rounds again. The attacking side of Zeta, because it feels like every time we are watching that. It feels also like they are more loose. Let's go ahead and start rolling the clip. I think a lot of people are noticing how slow some of these rounds are getting and how down to the wire it is. And I think that's because of the pace or the intensity. Pause it real quick. Actually, if you could bring it back, I'm not sure if you could do that. But either way, you saw the Sky Dog come all the way down the fountain and try to clear out a little bit of it. Go ahead and play. Everybody else is really just waiting for anything happening. You even had somebody playing all the way back outside a bathroom. Another Sky Flash comes in. Now pause it here, because this has been an interaction that's been happening over and over because of this Viper wall that crew is using across Octagon, across Hookah 2, and because of that, we actually have Laz really starting to try to abuse it, because the way that we have over here Kesnet playing with the Sky in front of the Viper wall is he's trying to make sure that he maintains control of this. If they ever lose this area, if they ever lose garden area, he's actually peeking out of elbow, playing very close to the spot over here in the corner with the pallets, and he's not worried about anybody coming through behind it because of the Viper wall. So Laz is going to take advantage of this. Go ahead and roll. And because of that, they actually open up the opportunity to hit this execute on the B site, or on the A site, and come through the teleporter. You see the breach coming in right there. But here it is, where Laz starts the fight, pushes right into it, backs up, pause it, backs up through the smoke, and pops the Seekers to push forward. He can find out if there's anybody else on this B site while his team is pushing through. They don't have to worry about this spawn area because they've got a smoke there, so nobody's going to want to push through, especially because everybody had just rotated. I'm going to zoom in on the map really quickly, because everybody had just rotated off of this A site because of the execute that was coming down short. So Laz now coming in here with the Seekers applies pressure to anybody who wants to rotate in, but also finds himself the last player in the site. Go ahead and roll the clip. From here, Laz on the brim, that's Delzik in the site. Takage also gets one who tried to come through behind him. This is Delzik reacting to that. And also, pause right here, because 14 seconds left. How many times have we seen this now for Zeta Division? Crew actually was able to take advantage for a couple of rounds of that, but the information gathering has been difficult for them. So what is left for them? Really not much. Come over here and look at the abilities. None of their initiators are alive. None of the paint shells or anything really from Kesnet to really get involved in the fight. No slows to try to split people up. And at this point, the round is almost done for. Go ahead and play it. They try to come through the TP. There's a really, really nice crossfire. There's a really, really nice crossfire setup in Hookah as well that is very difficult to deal with. Takage and Makiba, and there's not much for them to do as he tries to push in. They might try to maybe save a gun, but obviously you see the position all the way up of Kesnet, and they're just calling it at this point. So yeah, we could already go ahead and back out of this, I think, because we have an intense series on our hands. Japan has just won their first map, and they're looking to try to make it too. I think with the defensive side coming up, Mitch, that might give them an opportunity.
It certainly might, and I certainly hope it does. This has been an interesting half of Valorant. We have seen more missed utility than I recall for quite a while, and the pressure clearly starting to apply itself to these players. The question is, which one of these two teams will crack first?
Yeah, that really is the question. I think going into this, Zeta, they want to get off to a strong start once again. Like, they're a little bit further behind, but we know that their defense, at least in the first couple of maps, looked pretty damn strong, even if the attack was the weaker of the two. The Lurks playing a bit of a part, Laz still doing relatively well, but I'm excited to see their more aggressive style of defense, because it has to be. They don't really have a lot of delaying utility as we see on the other side. The slows available, the long-lasting smokes. It's not something they can necessarily go for. So instead, as you can see, we're going to see some very aggressive takes.
As you would expect with the series we've had so far. Now, Zeta are pushing all the way down mid. So all they have to do is delay as much as they can on this site. And in fact, they will back out, realizing that taking these fights would be suicide, and Takage gets spotted out. Oh, no. Big play by Klaus, realizing, hey guys, we got this site way too easily. Something's going on. He goes back and checks behind, and that's the opening kill for the side.
But will he expect the second player? Because he's taken down the first. They jump spot it. That's brilliant. Having the right idea and even trading out Rayta 1-for-1, that's absolutely fine, because that was the plan for the round. Zeta are now stuck in the mud. They've got to try and get themselves back in with avenues that definitely aren't favorable.
Oh.
Nags tries to get the right click out.
Nunggu Fortline.
Oh, the flash doesn't catch the Xeno. He's good for one. Pursuing down further. Laz on low HP doesn't really stand a chance now, and he'll be taken down quickly. 8-5. The lead for Crew extends even further coming into half number 2.
I like how aware Crew were in that round. I don't think the pistol round strategy was anything like to write home about. It was just the fact that once they took the space, as you said, they had the realization that there could be flanks, and they were methodical in all of the angles being cleared. Because even after they get the first play, the fact that they then go looking to make sure that Rayta's not somewhere behind them, that was the turning point of the round. Because the rest of the players on Zeta are going, well, we have an ace up our sleeve. We're waiting for that to come through, and when it doesn't, round done.
And back in the day when we used to play, for example, with a Cypher on this map, back when that was, you know, the way, there was no question about it, you wouldn't be able to make that kind of play. You wouldn't be able to find the site that easily, but here, Crew do, they find the read, and it's all under control. Oh, wow. The fact that he manages to get 3, and again, it's just classics that he's against, so it's not the biggest deal. This second round, I think we could even call it the Prime Gaming Flawless round, because that's what it should be. If you get anything less than that, you're messing up. And Crew are farming cash, farming ult orbs, and now they get a chance to try a nice, comfortable bonus.
Maybe we need another sponsor for when they screw it up, so it's like you need some sort of like
XYZ, you messed it up.
Yeah, exactly. But unfortunately, most of the time, I think Amazon Prime are going to be getting exactly what they needed, because it should be a flawless round.
Exactly. We want those Prime Gaming Flawlesses every single time on the second. This one, on the other hand, there will be a little bit of contention for. Now, Zeta are coming in with rifles. They are stacked up. They are the favorites to take this across the line, and they needed a loss here. Could be the map already waving goodbye, fading into the distance. Makiba, he's taken so much damage from that nade, man. He stood way too close for comfort. They've TP'd. Laz is able to take down Nags, but this is where trouble starts to brew. The pinch out of the teleporter, and what a shot by Takage. I don't even know he meant to get that. He thought he was dismissed out. Mazzino, though, keeps it competitive. A 1v2 that, sure, he loses, but in the end,
let's go.
3 kills out of a round with Spectres? You'll take that.
Yeah, for sure. That's not a bad round for them at all.
I turned around to see if it was on the stage, I'm gonna be honest.
We didn't even leave the map.
I know, I was like, oh, maybe they're teeing it up. I turned around and then realized I'm a moron.
he dismissed so quickly.
Yeah, it was the second, like, that was nuts.
I think he was like, oh, maybe I won't get this kill, so just
well,
like,
yeah, he missed
escape.
like the first 2 shots. I think he's like, oh no, I better just dismiss. And he's like, oh, that got him?
Oh, okay.
Sweet.
Dead. Yeah, important round for Zeta, but this is where, again, things turn a little bit into Crew's favor, because they're going to come up with a purchase of their own. Now, we've seen both teams have their struggles, but when you look at the composition that's currently being run by Crew, they have all the utility available to them to clear out a lot of these early spots and find out if there's any aggressive positions.
Yeah, very, very slow round. Look at this. They're just taking the pace down on the Crew side, waiting for Zeta to make a move. And it is, of course, Laz that walks right into their open arms. They were waiting on long with 2 players. Exactly. You get the flash, you think, I'm good, but the second guy comes around the corner. And they're still holding on, tucked away. That's so nasty. Having a player in the corner, playing on closest contact, it's a guaranteed trade, unless it was the Jet, to be, or maybe a Rain or something like that, to be able to dismiss out of there.
Yeah, I think at the moment we're witnessing a team directly countering the composition of Zeta.
Definitely.
They know that they need to take map control. Like, you can't play a Rainer on this map and just sit back passively. It doesn't have any utility to deny them. So it has to be peaks, and they have had a bait and switch in both of the openers that we've witnessed here.
We're going to have a deep flash onto the site. If that hasn't caught anyone, but they've spotted exactly where Rada is, and being as they do it themselves over on Crew, they know that this is most likely a judge. They've dealt with him on the dash out. Plant is now secured. Everything is going according to plan.
I think if you hear a judge break that wall, you decide, you know what, I don't think I'm going to push that smoke anymore. I don't think it really has any value.
Oh, good night. Never mind. A little bit of a whiff from Delzik. Wasn't expecting him to be running away, I suppose.
Doesn't even have a skin.
They sure. Oh, that nade. Oh, that nade. 15 HP. I don't know how Makiba keeps on surviving these, man. He is tanking nade damage. Obviously doesn't want to save here. Rather get the money. Or potentially a weapon. Maybe even a kill. Hey, good try.
Yeah, they're going to be boosting up the ultimates a little bit here. Viper's Pit available for the next round, and not too far away from an orbital strike as well, which is, as mentioned, like, in terms of this map in particular, it's so impactful. The fact that you can clear out Hookah, if you like, the back of the B site is another good one, and of course, I think the classic is always lamps. It just makes some of these positions so much harder to hold as well. In particular on this map, I love seeing Brimstone play.
Oh, Delzik, a little spray on the radar. I love it. It is 10-6. Double digits hit for Crew as they look to push on a little bit further. Look at what their opponents have to play with. Zeta coming in with a very mixed bag. They've got their saved over rifle, and outside of that, I mean, I expect to see Rada play for some early orbs, but in fact, I noticed they're just grouped up on mid. They're going to push this one with the pack mentality.
Yeah, Laz also saving a lot of credits here. Well, with over 3,000, you'd kind of expect them to at least buy something, so I wonder if maybe in the next round we're going to see the operator brought in. Okay, well, it started a little bit worrying, but ultimately, Kesnet has shut this down. Now, Laz basically lives here, so if they don't expect him to be here, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, and he doesn't take the ult orb because obviously he expects to die. He's not going to pop it now. Hopefully, he can make some out into open combat is what he's thinking.
Delzik.
At the moment, they have no reason to really suspect that he's inside of Bath, but they know that they haven't cleared it. They're still so focused in towards the spawn. After a 4-man mid play on an eco, I'm wrong! No, Laz! Oh, okay. I was just really surprised that they didn't clear Bath, because why would they 4-man stack there and have a guy on B who didn't even flash out or anything? You know, like, he's not doing anything on B, just sat down, tucked away. But I guess maybe they thought Hookah with a shorty or something. Bit of a whiff by Laz, though. Yeah, that wasn't ideal.
Classic left clicks, you know. It happens.
Oh, yeah.
It happens.
Oh, yeah.
I'm forgiving.
It's fine.
We've all been there.
Considering you called him out for incredible aim, and then he immediately whiffed an entire mag right afterwards, it's like, yeah, we probably shouldn't mention it. Probably leave that one alone.
11-6. Crew close to having their first victory on the board in Berlin. Straight away, we're going to see a very aggressive start, but Takajay not quite gone to plan. He's going to go straight down on already. It seems his teammates might do the white. Did not check the corner though. Crow is going to come up with 3, looking for the last kill. Player in front of him, just a classic in hand. This is
Crow kehabisan amunisi.
He got a kill after he was dead.
Sorry, when did that molly come in? Was that a molly at the start of the round from mid? It must have been, right? Because it would have landed way earlier otherwise. Either way, absolutely ludicrous.
Where did that come from?
Maybe it was out of hookah. We'll get a replay, I'm sure, at some point. We'll have to look at that one in reverse. An awkward classic fight of what we saw. Rada has the Blade Storm activated. He's already
nunggu planting ini.
The site and gonna go in for this plant. Leaving it nice and open. He's no, oh no, Rada, the wall had faded. Rada's on site, and it's an easy right click. Easy kill, an easy round win. Great work by Crow up until the classic fight. To get Zeta a 7th round. This was another perplexing situation. I found myself more confused in this game than I think I've ever been before. That includes when I first started playing Valorant.
Fires the Molotov.
Difficult.
Jumps down. He dies there, and then the other player runs through spawn and dies to the Molotov.
Oh, nggak diliatin.
That was a weird round, let's put it that way.
The utility in this game has not made a lot of sense at times. That's all that we need to know. Okay.
Don't worry, we got a moment. We got a moment to chill.
A moment to gather our breath, and I'm sure Crew will need the same. A little bit of a disappointing round, right? They amped it up nicely. They jump out to side him. One guy tucked in a corner that they don't clear. They're busy walling it off, going, hey, he can't come from elbow.
Yeah.
Problem was, and they were very adamant about clearing it before. We saw in this game, that corner has been consistently cleared out by like aftershocks, by flashes. But this time around, it's left unchecked, and it's the one time that someone sat there.
Yeah, it always seems to be the curse, but that is a round that's really going to pain them, because if anything, it's a lifeline. Like at that stage, you get that kill, it's almost an easy finish from then onwards for the side of Crew, and instead...
12-7, easy win, yeah.
Yeah, I think Zeta have almost taken a moment, because I think they've realized that, okay, this is the point. This is now where we have to turn things around. If they lose this round, again, their economy's going to be in the bin. They only saved with one player. Now, sure, they get to keep that operator through, and they have a lot of ultimates available to make sure that they confirm this round.
This is definitely going to be a challenge when it comes to Team Zeta. 4 in a row just to tie it up. And one slip up, and the map could just completely fall out of their hands. Oh, I guess, yeah, that was for anti-flash at the start of the round. Okay, I'm questioning everything about the game when I see utility thrown on the floor. Actually. Yeah, it is actually. It's quite nice because it doesn't even waste a smoke. Orbital strike thrown in. These guys are wasting absolutely no time. Crew orbital strike, slow on backside, and now they look to take the fight. You have a cosmic divide in play. This will allow them to push out to site. And nade that came through onto Laz. TP's underway. The same return by Crew, but hold on. Raid is still here. He'll be spotted out though. Pushed out of position. Still hasn't destroyed the Seeker. As he moves to the... Still hasn't destroyed the Seeker. That was the flash he got that time. Now he's up... Oh, he's going in! This man hasn't got a dash, and he's running through walls. He got what... It's got his comeuppance, that's for sure. Taken down.
Oh no, Zeta. 2v2.
On low HP, but a Rolling Thunder is there, Tom. And with Takajay on the other side...
Oh, rotate lagi.
Just dash out of there. That's the right call in this situation. Does Crow... Does he 35 seconds? What's he going to get out of this with low HP? He's made the right call and not popping that.
He's going to use it to deny the plant. Just going to put it all the way through, but it doesn't even deny it, and he dies while he has it out. It's all gone wrong. It's up to Takajay to try and keep them in this round, and they won't be able to. Klaus is there to close it out. Crew get to 12, and Mitch, you don't look happy.
No, I mean, he didn't use the Rolling Thunder in the first place, and then he did at the worst possible moment, because you said, hey,
Rolling Thundernya.
Nope. It was nowhere near the time and it left him open to the elbow push. So that was what I would describe as a ludicrous situation that I've seen many times, round on round. These guys are playing a different brand of Valorant, that's for sure. I mean, look, me being from the EU, I watch NA, I watch Korea, the rest, we've been catching up on, but these guys are absolutely ludicrous in terms of how they look at the game. I would be really interested in seeing the clash of styles between any of the 3 regions I just mentioned and these guys.
Well, I think that's something that will be coming up at least for one of these teams. Envy is already waiting in that upper bracket matchup. Laz trying to take this round into his own hand, all gathered to try and get him out of Seekers. The fact is, though, the attackers are already looking through, but Klaus, he's having a game. He's having a solid performance here as he finds the opener once again, and Crow will play no pie in this round.
Viper's Pit online from Azino. If they get onto the site, the round is basically done. And with the man advantage that they already have and the weaponry disadvantage in play for Zeta, there's a lot to be desired here on the defensive side. In fact, Seekers are even going to be brought up here. Klaus popping them and confirming the location of these players. This is going to get very dangerous with Rada falling right away. In goes Kaijiho, but nothing to be found. This could be the end for the Japanese side of Zeta in the opening game. They could be going down to the lower bracket, and by the looks of it, they will. Makiba needs a 1 versus 5 clutch. Last time, he died to a Molotov. Let's hope this time around it ain't, but it's a bullet to the chest that takes him down. 13-7 as Crew will be going on to face Envy in the winners match.
Yeah, it was definitely an up and down performance from them after map 2 definitely didn't work out on split. Maybe a vulnerability that they need to work on. But when it came to the first and third map, they were definitely the better of the two teams. Maybe a hiccup here and there, but they are feeling it as they have got themselves through into that upper bracket matchup. They do go on to face off against Envy, and more importantly, they have a chance to be one of the first teams to actually get through into the playoffs.
Absolutely, yeah. This has been a weird scenario. 11-1 up to start out the first half of the first map, and then things spiral. We end up pushing all the way to 3, but a well-deserved win in the end. Crew were definitely the better team when it came to Bind.
Yeah, they even got a Prime Gaming flawless to close out the game. If they not a bad way to do it, right, Mitch? So I'm sure they're not going to be too unhappy with what happened on split. As said, that's going to be one I'm sure they want to watch back. And for Zeta now, as said, like they go into a position where they're going to have to face off against Vivo Keyed, who I think of the two teams that we've seen so far look like the better of the rosters.
Yeah, definitely. Vivo Keyed put up an incredible performance. Considering what we were looking at in that opening game, I thought that they were just going to be down and out right away. But they certainly showed us that there's weaknesses over there in North America that can be exploited. And that Brazil has got something to bring to the table right here, though.
In there?
Oh, who's put that in the highlights? Who's done them dirty like that? It was an interesting map, I'll say that. One that I won't forget, Tom. One that I will not forget. The Boombot's still the highlight for me. I'm sad that that's not in there. Going one way, coming right back at them towards the spawn.
Yeah, I will say, though, when looking at Crew, and this is something that I think makes them a much more exciting prospect than when we were here last time in Reykjavik, is it looks like they actually have like the out-and-out star player
di depan
who
muka.
can just win them rounds individually. Like Kesnit finishes this map 22-12, 318 ACS. He looks like the star player they needed, and being originally signed as like that streamer player, then becoming part of the roster, I think he's a fantastic addition to this team. And I think if they do make it through into that playoff stage, he's going to be a massive part of it. And well, now the next two matches they play, or not next match they play, is going to be an opportunity to make it to playoffs, which for this roster, that's a huge achievement already.
Let me be honest with you, man. My takeaway from this game is that both of these teams have got incredibly nutty aimers. They've got individuals that can compete when it comes to top-level Valorant. It's polishing. That's all they need. When it comes down to, you see players dashing into sight, no one's going with them. Seekers pop, they don't get anything off it. They are a lot of the time relying on other teams making a mistake. And if they can refine that, this region can definitely, both of these regions can propel to the forefront of our minds when we think about Valorant. For now, they've got a lot of work to do ahead of their game versus Envy.
For sure, for sure. I think that just aim alone is not going to be enough when you have someone like El Diablo on the server who's going to be looking to basically just rip apart any of the strategies you have. So I think it's going to be a tough learning curve for Crew going into that next matchup. But as I said, if they can fix some of the issues, there was definitely a huge amount of positives in this game that we came out, even just on individual basis, the few setups they had. I think their Sky play looked very good throughout the different maps. And as I said, like, I was impressed by players like Nags having a little bit more depth than just like, oh, is this Jet main with all the little flashes? It was the counter utility that they were putting forward that made a lot of these plays very, very awkward for the Japanese side, and I'm not sure they were necessarily ready for it. We even heard that in interviews from the likes of Crazy Raccoon previously. There was like, we weren't ready for the likes of EMEA. Well, I'm not sure that they were particularly ready for some of the players that they had over on Crew.
The importance of potential when it comes to looking at these teams, it cannot be understated. When we saw Crew last time around, they were a weak team. They were not one that I would expect to be able to challenge some of the top 10 in the world. But now they're showing us that they've come a long way. Sure, there's still a bit of a road to go, but they are on track at the moment, at least. And that is definitely a positive sign for the LATAM region.
Okay,
we've seen them say it here today as well. They're not down and out of the competition just yet.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, if I'm being honest, I'm kind of now looking at it as a South American team making that second spot. Like, I think that they would have to have a pretty big turnaround, maybe come in on a different map here or there to potentially have a slightly better performance, because their split looked good. It was just everything else looked a lot more shaky than I would have liked it to be. So I think that the likelihood is we're going to have a LATAM team, including Brazil, over in that playoff stage, which, as said, that's also a very exciting prospect in itself.
Yes, it is. Very exciting prospect all around, and plenty more games to come. It's only getting started here today. It's a big day. It's a big day indeed. But before we look forward, we must always look back. As we like to say, Prime Gaming post-match. Take a look at what we just saw.
Sentinel lawan G2 ya. Ini yang ditunggu-tunggu nih. Jam berapa nih? Jam 11.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sinatra kena ban lagi kah? Apa lagi dia? Wait a second.
Failure, by definition, a lack of success.
nge-ban lagi Sinatra ya. Anjing. Yang ditunggu-tunggu Sentinels. Semoga cepet lah 2 game gitu. Aku biar bisa istirahat dulu lah. Hari ini besok Senin kan ya. Bisa ini dulu. Puasa.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where Crew have secured themselves a win in their opening match over Zeta Division. Now, Sean, Gio, I've seen their players do this, I've seen their fans do this, but we got to throw one up for Crew. We got to throw one up for Crew. That's what they do. That's the Crew sign.
There's an emoji that does this, so
yeah, that's the Crew sign. I know Sean's already part of some gangs, but you know you can join another one, can't you?
Oh yeah, look at him. He's such a gang member.
Yeah, she thinks I'm in gangs.
In his plaid.
Yeah, I mean, well speaking of that, moving swiftly on even before we expose you, Sean. But that was a very, very solid victory from Crew in the end. I know they looked shaky in the second map, but Sean, all it matters is the fact they were able to close it out.
Yeah, I was worried for them in the first half. Things looked rough. I thought Raita had a horrible game, if I'm being honest. And I think, you know, if they go back and look at the VODs, they're going to really look at this and be like, ooh, what happened here? Because he was like 6-15 overall in First Bloods. And in that last game, we saw a couple times where he just came out of hookah, once first half, once second half, and just no trades in sight. There was the one where they tried to boost over the Sage Wall. There was just a lot of silly deaths coming out of Zeta. I actually thought they were the better team, despite losing this game. I thought they had so much good structure with the Astra gravity wells, the breach fault lines, and the dashes into that to open up the rounds, but they just didn't have the pieces to close them out.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that I noticed as well. You know, going back to the pre-game, we spoke about how Takage and Reita really like to play together and play off each other in a kind of initiative way. And one of the problems as well with Reita, like you said, is just that when they did play together, particularly on this map, on their attack, he would kind of go off somewhere, he wouldn't be there for the trade, and they wouldn't be getting the value out of that initiation. And when you are relying on two duelists, one of whom is Arena, you really need to be ensuring that you're getting value in those situations, because if you're not, you don't really have much to follow up with.
Now, having said that, though, you know, for Zeta, Gio, the Japan region, when they sent Crazy Raccoon for Iceland, they weren't able to take a single map off of anybody. But Zeta, they've come out and they've managed to do that at least.
Oh yeah, I mean, they look competitive, and I mean that's the fair thing. And one of the things that we said at the start is this could be a really even game, and I think that we did get that. You know, in Bind for a lot of it, I didn't really know what way it was going to finish, and I don't know how you two feel, but it did feel like it could have gone either way.
Yeah, well, one of the star players on this side of Crew is Kesnet, who's been putting up the numbers today, and he is with the lovely Kukuka for the Verizon post-match interview.
Kukuka.
Hello everybody and welcome to this post-match interview. I'm joined by Kesnet from Crew. Hello, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Todo bien, todo bien.
So I'm going to be doing both English and Spanish. This is what you're going to get from me. I want to start asking you, what happened on that bind? Because literally on that defense, everything went according to plan for you. O sea, en el bind, ¿qué es lo que ha pasado? Porque en la defensa, literalmente, todo lo que queríais os ha salido.
Honestamente.
Al principio no sabíamos cómo jugarle porque pasaban como a 30 segundos. Entonces después nuestro coach nos dijo, tenemos que jugar como nosotros planteamos siempre jugar nuestro bind, y fue lo que nos fue dando resultados a momento y momento, y como que fluyó, como que todo fluyó.
So at the beginning, they were not sure exactly how to plan the defense against them. But once the coach get into line and said, you know exactly what to do, how to play with their minds, how to play with the smokes. This is what we planned. That's exactly what you have to do. That was great. I want to ask you as well, what happened on Ascent? Because that was that first map, 11-1 on that first half. That was crazy. What happened? ¿Qué ha pasado también en el Ascent, en ese primer mapa que hemos tenido, que habéis hecho esa primera mitad que ha sido de locos, ese 11-1?
Entramos confiantes, así como veníamos jugando en las prácticas y nos estaba saliendo todo, ronda por ronda, celebrando, no sé, como nosotros le gritamos a los demás, celebrando, todos con ánimo, entonces nos estaban saliendo todas las cosas como nosotros las practicamos.
So it was perfect because they were round by round, exactly everything went according to plan. So that's great to hear. Are you actually surprised that they decided to start on the attack since they had such good retakes? ¿Te ha sorprendido que decidieran ellos empezar atacando cuando tenían unos retakes tan buenos en defensa?
Lo que me sorprendió sí fue mucho eso porque fueron 3 mapas que ellos quisieron atacar, entonces yo quedé como, no sé, what the fuck. Se tiene mucha confianza.
It were 3 maps and they decided to attack on the 3 of them, so they were looking pretty confident, but it wasn't the same in the game. So in Masters 2, you guys started with a completely different setup. I mean, the fact that you started losing to Fnatic and then coming back but not sure. This is a great start for you. How does that make you feel? Ya sabes que en Masters 2, pues bueno, empezasteis con esa primera, con ese partido perdido contra Fnatic y las cosas, pues sí que ganasteis a Share, pero no mejoraron muchísimo. ¿Cómo os sentís ahora con este buen inicio?
¿Cómo está?
Como no participé en el otro máster, no sentía como así, como estar adentro, entonces ahora yo me siento súper contento porque venimos con una nueva estructura, venimos con algo nuevo y está dando bien por lo que se ve.
No sé.
So with the new structure, the new team, obviously he was not there on Masters 2, but he feels really confident. I want to ask you as well, because tomorrow you are going to be facing
Spanish-nya memang native
based on what you saw yesterday. How do you feel about that? Ya sabéis que mañana os toca el primer partido contra Envy. Basándonos en lo que vimos ayer, ¿cómo os sentís para mañana?
No, igual que contra todos los equipos, vamos siempre a salimos a la cancha con todo, se deja todo, porque si es que no lo hacemos, no vamos a poder representar nuestra región bien.
So they want to represent the region, so they look at Envy just like any other team. They just want to beat them. And with that is all. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias y muchísima suerte mañana. I'm going to throw it back to the desk because I feel like there's something that we still need to do before Sentinels and G2 hit the stage.
Thank you so much, Kukuka. Petition to have her do every interview in Spanish. I love it. I didn't understand anything.
That's sick. I said, like, same here. I don't understand too.
By that conversation. Also, like being able to translate like on the spot as well.
I mean, you're bibilingual, so you kind of got the same.
Not in Spanish. I only know how to say rude things in Spanish. So let's not get into that. But of course, let's look ahead because they mentioned it in the interview as well. Envy is the next opponent, you know, if they win
Sentinel
that
G2,
one, then they go to playoffs. This group, a lot of people kind of looked at this group as maybe it wasn't as exciting as the other one, but Sean, it's shaping up to be pretty exciting.
It's pretty exciting, and I don't need a translator to tell me what El Diablo means. That guy's about to, they're going to learn what that means real quick when they go up against Envy.
Oh, you're very confident, Sean, as always.
I mean, I totally agree. I think a lot of people looked at this group when all the groups were announced. They're like, Envy are going to have a free ride through that. And actually, I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case anymore. I mean, obviously they could win, but I think the attitudes of their adversaries that they're going to go up against, in this case, is going to be Crew, and the way that they look at themselves, but also their performance in the server too, suggests that it's not just going to be totally free for Envy.
I mean, Kesnet, he brought a lot of flashy things in that game. We saw a lot of that from Crew as well. But I do want to quickly shout out some of the other flashy things we saw, which is, of course, the Z skins. I'm kind of upset that I'm here because I only have my laptop with me, and like it's not good enough for me to just log on and buy it. But Sean, come on, which one are you copying when you go home?
I'm getting the whole set. What are you talking about? This is so sick. I'm starting the party every time I went around, which against Mitch would be every single round, by the way. I would get the show, you know, you inspect the guns like that. Oh,
yeah. I want it because obviously we got to kind of see it behind us, which I was like Mitch, where I was like, I wanted to turn around and see it. But
suaranya
you know, I would be sitting in my bedroom
model gunnya nggak suka.
Where is it?
I won't lie. I love a good skin.
Bener sih, yang desain
I already
memang
have one
Z
nice
sih,
skin
suaranya
myself
sih
because I've
enak
been
banget
really,
aja.
really kind of
Kalau aku
trying
denger
to
tuh.
sell myself as the person
Nah
with the
ini
glitch
phantomnya tuh
I
gimana
kind of just
gitu.
run around with it. You know
That's
when
your brand.
Yeah, you know when you look at like jerseys and you're like, oh, this jersey reminds me XY player, or gun skins. Like the Dragon Red Vandal is Turkey. Like if you see that, the Elderflame one is Turkey. But when it comes to knives, I feel like I have to upgrade. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. This is
I
what
want
I'm
to go run
talking
out
about.
into the stage.
This is what I'm talking about though. Like if I'm running around with that, I know other people are probably going to be running around with this as well because look at it, it's absolutely beautiful. But also, of course, those of you guys who don't know who Zed is at home, what are you doing?
It looks like one of those things that'd be really nice to
Zed
meet.
salah satu
Was Zed?
No, not Zed.
DJ ya, terkaya juga.
I mean,
Lagunya
I know
dia
you
tuh
like
kalau
music
nggak salah
producer,
Clarity.
It's like a little like one of those like ice lolly things.
Clarity itu Zed
Oh, I
kan?
get you.
Yeah.
I think it's like a hair thing, like a. What is
Oh,
that?
like a color
Iya,
iron?
benar.
Oh, well,
Clarity
it's
sama
officially called
ini
the
aku yang
Wave
tahu.
4 melee weapon, I
Sebenarnya
believe.
lagunya banyak
I
sih,
absolutely
Clarity
love
sama
this.
Stay.
All of the animations are great. I know in the green room we were kind of hyping things up because when you win like a clutch with it and
Yeah.
everything just turns into a party.
It's so sick.
It is
Siapa
so
tahu
sick
ada
indeed.
lagi
Do you know what else is so sick, guys?
DJ lagi.
G2 versus
Siapa kan?
Sentinels.
Martin
Do not
Garrix?
go anywhere
Who
at
knows?
home, you guys,
Martin
because
Garrix,
they will
Siesta.
be taking the stage right here, right after the break.
Tapi keren kok skinnya. Worth it sebenarnya dibeli, cuma nggak ada duit mau gimana? Mau beli pakai apa anjing? What the fuck man? Nah ini G2 lawan Sentinels nih. Kalau ini sih bukan nge-lag ya, kalau menurutku loh. Kalau menurutku bukan masalah nge-lag ini. Tapi apa itu? Renderingnya kalau gini. Lag itu yang tiba-tiba set gitu. Tapi mereka bikinnya kayak gitu. Untuk iklannya maksudnya.
Fica desse lado. Presente já não tem passado. Nunca fui feio, falta de cuidado. Chegou a hora, venho pra dizer nada a ver. E pra esquecer.
Masih lama ya. Di Indonesia ada komentarnya enggak kalau yang Indonesia?
Main Sky bisa bermain banyak sekali agent yang tentu saja harus ditebak agent line-up-nya untuk bisa nge-counter strategi-strategi dari G2 set.
Ya, ini EMEA adalah region yang
Mixwell
sampai
sih.
saat ini masih dibilang region terbaik kedua setelah Amerika karena so
Setelah
far memang
NA
Sentinels
memang
masih
EMEA.
unbeatable. Justru ini akan menjadi ujian pertamanya apakah Sentinels akan tetap memegang title tim terbaik di dunia karena ini lu tahu sendiri di dunia game FPS itu lebih sulit mempertahankan daripada merebut. Banyak banget tim luar sana yang udah juara selama 6 bulan berturut-turut, 1 tahun berturut-turut. Dalam hitungan 1-2 bulan timnya nggak tahu hilang kemana. Mereka kalah ke bantai-bantai. Sentinels kelihatannya nggak akan terjadi seperti itu. Mereka adalah tim paling konsisten sampai saat ini. At least untuk region Amerika
Tapi
Utara, 100 teams pun dipermalukan oleh Sentinels. Jadi cukup menarik. Apakah G2 cukup kuat untuk mengalahkan Sentinels? Karena kelihatan dari cara permainannya, dari aim power pun menurut gua Sentinels jauh lebih diunggulkan. Mereka punya map pool yang luas juga dibandingkan dengan G2. Jam terbang mereka lebih tinggi di map-map tersebut. Jadi menurut gua ini akan menjadi pertandingan yang sangat sengit. Memang mereka akan ketemu 2 kali dengan sistem double round robin. Jadi cukup menarik untuk kita saksikan. Tapi sebelum kita masuk ke profile dari tim-tim Sentinels, kita akan menyaksikan terlebih dahulu profile dari G2. Ini dia.
My name is Coldamenta and I play for G2.
Coldamenta kemarin mainnya serem juga, Jim.
I bring some ideas. I say what to say during the rounds and at the start of the round, and that's it. They follow. Yeah. So in the team, it's Mixwell, Kellogg's, Nuki, and
Nuki,
Nukai, captain. He's for the longest time in G2. He brings a lot of experience.
Sama Mixwell.
Probably the most experienced one. Nuki, we call him the
Nuki.
Robot. He's a machine. He's really nice as well. In game, he just transforms. Vova is probably the best, or one of the best controllers in the world. Smoker. I think he's really good at clutching as well. In Kellogg's brings the energy. He's the youngest player in the team, and he brings like all the energy that the rest of us need. Our journey to Master 3 was challenging because G2 rebuilt the entire roster apart from Mixwell. So in order to make it here, we had to build our whole game style and everything from zero. So it was, it was a challenge. So we made it.
They have to be so quick on this.
I'm not scared to play against anyone, and I don't really care who we play against. Like, just focus on the game and that's it. I'm representing EMEA, and I think a lot of people expect Nate to win the whole thing, and we just need to prove them wrong. I don't think they are that good, and this is gonna be the tournament where everyone is gonna see that.
Coldamenta. Kemarin sih yang spotnya terlihat si Coldamenta, Mixwell, sama Nuki.
Yes, dan itulah dia G2 Esports, tim perwakilan dari Eropa yang akan menantang
Sentinels.
The Giant of North American Team, Sentinels. Memang sampai sekarang bahkan dari Masters Reykjavik, Sentinels masih belum terkalahkan sama sekali. Memang mereka ngedrop 1 map di Challengers North America, tapi lebih dari itu mereka permainannya sangat-sangat solid. Dan
Sentinels nggak punya coach kan?
Gua ada di titik di mana kalau misalkan
yang nggak ada coach
Sentinels
itu
menang,
NV sama Sentinels.
Kalau Sentinels nggak lolos dari grup pun, gue juga nggak kaget. Jadi gue ada di titik itu, ketahu nggak? Karena gue udah cukup sering ngelihat banyak banget tim di dunia FPS dominating the scene, tapi dalam satu jentikan jari mereka hilang, nggak tahu kemana, terus mereka ubah roster. Gua ada di
yang di Master sekarang itu
aja keluar sebagai pemenang,
yang tiba-tiba nggak ada itu si tim Liquid.
Kayak kalau kita nonton Piala Dunia atau Piala Eropa,
tim
yang
Liquid
juara Piala Dunia
gitu.
biasanya next Piala Dunianya nggak keluar dari grup tuh. Tapi lagi-lagi ini FPS, Sentinels bisa aja keluar sebagai juara lagi dan bisa nge-clean sweep semua Masters.
Ya, dan membahas Sentinels kita akan melihat langsung terlebih dahulu untuk pemain Sentinels, 5 pemain yang tidak menggunakan coach, ya Son.
Kan bener.
Mereka pemain nomor 5 otaknya langsung dari Shazam. Dan bahkan menurut gua 4 pemain lainnya selain Shazam pun memiliki otak yang incredible tentunya.
Shazam sih mainnya kalau mereka meng-highlight Tanks
additional terbaru mereka yang sudah di-buyout dari Cloud9.
Tanks itu dapat highlight karena
Shazam membuat Sentinel sangat mendominasi scene Valorant bahkan di dunia. Dan bisa kita lihat juga player spotlight-nya langsung dari Sentinels, ada Tanks dengan permainan agresif dan juga pergerakan abnormal yang dia lakukan. Kali ini dari statistiknya KDA-nya 1,8, kill-nya 19,3, death-nya 14,8, assist-nya 5,2 dan headshot presentasi memang
siapa yang bakalan
terbilang kecil dibanding player-player lain, player lain karena hanya 18,2%, tapi tetap movement yang dia berikan itu incredible banget. Itu benar-benar bisa
Aku pengen
membuat
lihat dia pakai
tim
cyber
lawannya
anjing.
tuh kebingungan. Apa yang dilakukan Tens itu benar-benar membuat semua orang ternganga-nganga sih. Jadi seperti yang lu bilang, nggak ada yang tahu apakah Sentinels bisa ditumbangkan oleh G2 karena memang begitu adanya tim yang sangat mendominasi di scene game tersebut, biasanya mereka entah itu akan menjadi juara dan akan hilang, tidak lolos ke grup. Kita sebenarnya bisa ngeliat dari X10 juga sih ya. Ambil contoh dari X10 di saya playoff yang
Ya,
kita tahu
X10
X10
bagus
kemarin
loh
bermain
pada.
sangat baik. Di stage kedua mereka berhasil lolos ke Reykjavik, bahkan juga finish di posisi yang lumayan menurut gua, mengalahkan beberapa tim dari region lain.
Tapi ternyata dari saya malah
begitu
Brand
masuk ke
sama
stage
Pepper X.
ketiga, mereka nggak bisa lolos ke babak playoff saya playoffnya. Mereka nggak bisa lolos dari grup dan nggak bisa menuju ke Master Berlin. Ini menjadi satu contoh bahwa mungkin saja Sentinels bisa kesandung di Masters Berlin kali ini, tapi ya gue setuju sama lu, bisa juga dia ya akan menjadi juaranya untuk Master Berlin, Son.
Ya, cuman ada menurut gua dua koin sih, antara Sentinels kena upset banyak banget atau mereka keluar sebagai juara lagi.
Oke. Kita nonton yang Inggris karena lebih dulu kan.
Is here to show everyone that G2 is gonna win the tournament. Be here Sunday against Sentinels.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where we had a wild first series of the day, but we just heard from Kellogg's as we turn our attention to perhaps the marquee matchup of our day 3 at Masters Berlin, as G2 and Sentinels are about to step on stage to do battle. It's NA, it's EU. You heard talking about the full focus on G2. I've got EU on one side, NA on the other, and I'm placed in the middle specifically for a reason, to keep the two of you off of each other's throats. But Kukuka, happy to be joining Gio on the desk for the first time today. This bout, though, I mean, it is just...
It's literally what everybody is waiting for. Probably since the beginning of Valorant, it was Sentinels always coming on top, and we saw that G2 that last year was always on top as well. They did have some bumps on their way, especially during this year, but with this new roster, oh my god, everybody's watching. Come on.
And then on the flip side, we have Sentinels, our first look at the defending champions from Reykjavik. I think for a lot of people, you know, it's been waiting on bated breath to see what this team will do when they step onto stage here for the first, for LAN after a few months.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think much needs to be said about this team other than the fact that they are the best team in the world, and pretty much everybody out there knows that. Kukuka Yolan.
I mean, I love Sentinels. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they went through the entire Masters 2 without dropping a single map. Is that going to change today, though?
Is it? What's your thought?
I think so.
You think that? You think they're dropping a map right here
I mean,
today?
if we had the 3 map on the best match, this one completely deserves 3 maps.
I mean, I hope so. I hope so, because I want to see Sentinels challenged like that in a way that they weren't in Reykjavik. But I have to wonder, because having the opportunity to speak to those players on the stage in Reykjavik when they won, it almost felt too easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love to push the whole NA are the best region in the world, and they are, I am definitely not a fan of one team just being able to have everything handed to them. And while it would be great to see them win once again and actually set off their debut here in Berlin that well, I actually think that I would like to see Sentinels have that challenge. And with this rejuvenated G2, I think that'd be the perfect example of kicking that off.
Well, while Sentinels is a titanic team, I think we do have to take a closer look at the roster of G2 that aims to take them down today. For me, in the first match that G2 had, eyes were on Kellogg's.
Yeah, completely. And I feel like for this one as well, because we said that it was his debut on LAN, but he's still, you know, under the look of everybody. We know this team. We've seen them hundreds of times. I mean, not hundreds. I mean, we obviously want more of them because we have a Boba and Nuki coming from Heretics, Goldamenta coming from Asen, Mixwell staying just the only one coming from the original one. But if there is a G2 that can beat Sentinels, it's this roster.
No, I mean, I totally see it. I think G2 have done a good job to synergize over the time that they've had together. We've already seen them play together here at Masters Berlin so far. They went up against F4Q, and they did say to themselves, and we even saw it at the start, they said we didn't expect it to be as hard as it was. We didn't expect it to be that much of a challenge. But I reckon coming off the back of that game, they can kind of refocus themselves, remind themselves what their strengths are, ready to come into this game.
All right, so who is ultimately going to be the difference maker here in this one for the side? We did point at Kellogg's.
I do have a head-to-head that I really want to look into.
Okay.
That would be Shazam against Goldamenta. because it's it's the mind duel. We
all
know
about
that
the
there's
battle of the minds.
The workload for Shazam is just bigger because they don't have a coach. They don't really need it. I mean, for now, we're actually going to look at Coldamenta first. He is the IGL from the team, also playing Sova most of the time, but he is the one that makes the plan. Obviously, he's followed by another 4 amazing players.
Yeah, and I mean, Coldamenta, as you say, came originally from Ascend. He's come into G2 Esports from there. These huge brains, Shazam as well, going up against him. I've heard that Shazam has watched like a cajillion VODs coming into Masters Berlin, as you say. They don't have a coach, dude.
It's amazing, yeah.
My eyes would fall out of my skull.
Mean, if you compare it, knowing that G2 has the manager, the coach, the analyst, they have all this team behind them, plus their brilliant minds, so yeah.
I mean, every time I talk to a player on Sentinels, they are never afraid to laud Shazam for how much effort he puts into the prep for the team and how much of a difference maker he is. Let's remind everybody the roster of the team that took home the trophy in Iceland just a couple months ago. It's Sick, it's Dapper Shazam, Tens, the big pickup, of course, and Zoms to close it out.
Let's take a look at the duels here. So it would be Zoms versus Avova, then Tens versus Kellogg's, Shazam against Coldamenta. I think that Sick and Dapper will, as they're more flexible, maybe not Sapper, but Sick will be, face more against Mixwell. I feel like, I've been waiting for this match my entire life, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's interesting actually because you mentioned Sick there, and I think for me, Sick is going to be one of those players to look at as a difference maker, because when you think of a team like G2 who don't really stick to characteristic agent compositions, they like to change things up. Sick, being one of the most flexible players in this entire game, is going to be the guy who can take on all those different roles and instantly adapt to whatever it is they think G2 can bring out.
Well, you brought up the Coldamenta Shazam matchup, so let's look at the Shazam side of that matchup. The IGL 4 Sentinels, the man with all the strats, and he's got a shot to boot.
I mean, his stats are pretty good. I would say pretty amazing. I mean, all things considered, there's
headshotnya 23,6% anjing.
So for him to have
First
an
bloodnya
average combat
9
score over 200 says a lot about him.
Yeah, I mean, even in,
in
the final that they played against 100 Thieves over in NA, there were certain maps where Shazam was just, he was up there. I mean, he and Tens are always side by side, hand in hand. It is a romance that we all love to see. But, and he's rivaling his kind of statistics, even though Tens is pretty much going to be always playing on a duelist, and Shazam a lot of the time is on Sova.
I mean, Tens, right? That to me is the difference maker when it comes to the play itself. Everybody's excited to see that move. He even said in the winner's interview on stage in Iceland, "I hope I can stay on this team." It became a reality not too long after that, and so for me, it's all about the growth of this team. They were the story of a roster recently put together with him as an addition coming into Iceland. Were able to achieve so much. So how much more can they achieve with the time they've had? Let's go ahead and hear from the Reykjavik champions themselves, as they no doubt aim to take home Berlin.
Let's go. Let's go. Semoga 3 map full.
My name's Shazam, and I play for Team Sentinels. Yeah, we feel pretty confident. Feels like Masters 2, we went in there like with a lot to prove.
Oh yeah, Fnatic kemana ya?
International stage, and now like coming in, like we know we're top dogs, so it's a lot more comfortable feeling knowing like some teams weren't as unknown before as they are now. Outside of NA, I think the strongest region's the EU. You know, I watch a lot of the EU region. I think the team's really strong, but I'm still interested in seeing like Korea. I think their region is strong. We just matched up really well against their playstyle. We can't underestimate anyone. Teams went through roster changes. They got a better idea of like how they want to look. Also, just like a better understanding of how we play.
Bertindak sebagai kapten, sebagai coach.
We won't hopefully be as easy to read, and teams can't necessarily expect what we're gonna do.
Chance can't access his abilities, but he has the ability to shoot the classic, and he's shooting the classic, and everyone dies.
I definitely think we're the closest team by far. We're not just coworkers or teammates. Like we're really
lawan Gambit.
I think that's why we play so well together is like that like trust and like people fulfilling their roles that they have to. Yeah, my favorite memory from my VCT career is definitely winning Iceland. It's just crazy to win like the first international tournament. There's like no way to describe that feeling. That's definitely by far like a memory I'll hold forever, I'm sure. The like insane amount of like growth with our fan base, like it definitely motivates us. And there's a lot of people like counting on us and like rooting for us, and like the biggest thing is that we don't want to let them down. So like no matter what, like even if we're qualified for champions, like here at Masters, like we don't want to let them down. We want like our fans to know like they're rooting for the best team. Like we got them. I know all eyes are on us. I still think NA is the strongest region, even though EU teams are gunning for us. I mean, I feel like the pressure's on you guys. You know what we're capable of, and Don't underestimate us.
Don't underestimate us. Tense.
I mean, they look humble. Sesam just looks humble, but then if we look at the social media from both teams,
Lord.
that is a different conversation.
If you have not been on Twitter recently, please do yourselves a favor right now and go check out the banter between G2 and Sentinels because it's just top tier.
Well, it's something I was when we were talking about the fact that Sentinels don't have a coach, and you were like, yeah, you know, it's a team manager, team whatever. I was thinking, yeah, and a team owner who's going to hire a plane, just a plane, just going to be taking an innocent plane through the skies of Berlin.
If they win this matchup, I wonder what he'll rent next. A cruise ship to go sailing through the harbor or something?
It doesn't
I mean,
matter.
who knows?
What I really like about this matchup is that we're going to have it twice, so we're actually going to give double the banter. So, I mean,
well, no, because if G2 lose this one, it's going to be a plane that just says, sorry, Sentinels.
Yeah, no, the banter has been incredible, and I think that, again, the players are going to be feeling that energy when they step on the stage. I have a question for the both of you, though. When you are in G2's seat right now, and you're staring down the possibility of taking down Sentinels, when they didn't drop a map at Reykjavik, where do you even start to cobble together a strategy to take them down here?
it's the long run, obviously, for them, but I feel like G2 being the team that probably has changed the most during the last 3 months, testing a lot of different agent compositions and changes within the roster itself. I feel like it comes a lot to the surprise because, I mean, you've used so many things that they don't know what you're going to use next.
Look, if I'm G2, I'm not going to judge myself and my abilities against a team that was at an event that I wasn't at. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to look to that and be like, oh my God, this is what Sentinels achieved when they were at Reykjavik. That's so I wasn't there. I couldn't prove myself against them there. So I'm just going to worry about this. The game has changed. We spoke with Sean earlier on the first desk that I was here with Sean and Yinsu, and we were talking about how the game has changed. The meta has changed since then. And if I'm G2, I'm also going to worry way more about what I am good at and what I can improve in my own kind of endemic flaws rather than worrying about their stuff, because that's how you get in your own head. That's how you actually start seeing yourself as below that team.
I also think that it's true, the game has changed a lot, and I feel like there is not that big of a difference between teams anymore, because just as G2 last year was on top and it became to a point where it wasn't anymore, we were talking yesterday about Envy, how they're always third or fourth, but the game keeps going, new metas, new changes, new teams, but they're still on that position. For Sentinels, it's the first position, but it's not going to be that stable forever.
I also do have to wonder, in Sentinel's position, how much pressure they're feeling because of the precedent they set. Right? I mean, you're going to maybe start to worry that first time you go down in a map where you hadn't prior, maybe start second-guessing some of the decisions you've made. And so, to your point, Gio, the note of play your own game, that's what got Sentinels the championship the first time around. That could very well be what gets G2 the championship this time.
Well, it's almost like the Vision Strikers effect that we spoke about the other day, where it's like you come in as the team that has all of the expectations on you, and suddenly it's a bit more restrictive. You don't have as much freedom to just kind of allow yourself to do your thing because you're aware of that. That said, just judging by the way that Shazam has spoken and the general attitude that we see from Sentinels, I'm not entirely convinced that they are a team who is feeling tons of pressure right now. I think that one of the things that makes Sentinels so good is their mental fortitude and their own self-assuredness. You know what I mean?
And it's not only that. I mean, at some point, they're going to drop a map in this series. I mean, they have to. Just one. Come on. It cannot be that dominant. Especially, they're playing twice against G2.
I will believe it when I see it.
It was actually written into their contracts, like, you can come to Berlin, but only if you agree to drop a map. We need the story.
Yeah, but you were talking about they're still superior. I mean, they have to drop at some point. The pressure, right? About everybody looking, oh my God, it's Sentinels again. They're going to do great. And if they lose a map, people are going to be like, you know, they had to lose at some point.
Yeah, every undefeated streak comes to an end at some point. Perhaps it'll be today. We are going to take a moment to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be stepping on stage with G2 and Sentinels.
Okay. Map apakah ada map Breeze? Karena aku pengen nonton. Split udah ada tadi kan. Tinggal Breeze yang belum. Kebanyakan Ascent, Split, Ascent, Bind itu paling banyak di pick. Heaven 3 itu. Icebox, Breeze, Split udah, tinggal Breeze. Masih 4 menit ya, agak lama nih. Tiga menit lagi. Jadi Sentinels ya. Nomor satunya NE lawan G2. G2 sih sekarang posisinya 5 sih. Tapi tahun lalu posisi 1 dia. Anjir. Besok matchnya apa ya? Schedule. Besok NV lawan Crew, Vision lawan Ascent. Oh, PPRX masih tanggal 15 PPRX first game. Oke, that's good. Kita nonton Leo lagi ya sama Gesek. Nih rankingnya sekarang. Sentinels lawan G2. PPRX nomor berapa ya? Nomor 5 ya? Yang disayangkan itu tim Liquid kemarin nggak masuk. Tim Liquid. Kemudian extend juga. Brand sih, kasihan Brand. Brand nomor berapa ya? Mana Brand? Oh, nggak ada? Udahlah, nanti. Brand kasihan sih karena masalah visa doang anjing. Padahal udah emosional tuh pas di SEA kan. Mau VCT SEA. Siapa sih pemainnya Brand itu yang Bengkai. Si Bengkai kan emosional tuh pas diwawancarai apa? Pas diwawancarai Teko Bengkai sih. Brand Borkum. Diwawancara dia agak emosional anjir. Nggak pernah ke internasional tapi karena sekarang tersandung visa ya. Susah banget. Let's go.
welcome once again back to the VCT Music Hall, where we're gearing up for Sentinels versus G2. Teams are preparing to step on stage, but while they do, we've got a cool little treat for you. A moment for our very own Pansy and Shazam in a series called Decoded to give you some tips. Check it out.
Lucky sih anjing mainnya juga.
Who's left? Right, like what's left? Who's left standing?
But he's got the charge. Tens has the blade to go. Oh! Out of the sky!
You know, you could see it, right? You can see it on the stage. You can see it in the server. These guys are all vibing. The Koreans are like silent assassins.
Yang ditunggu-tunggu warga Twitter.
Welcome to Decoded. We break down the best strats and plays from the Valorant Champions Tour to help you in your ranked games. Today we're going to be looking at how to execute a perfect retake strategy with an example from Masters Reykjavik winners, Sentinels. Who else? But first, look, what is a retake, you may be asking? And you know what? Great question. You're hitting the nail on the head there. A retake is a play where the defending team manages to regain control of a site and score a defuse after the spike has been planted. It's a popular strategy for defenders to back off of a site when the attackers rush in and play for a retake rather than fighting them immediately. This gives the defenders time to group up for a more even team fight. In this particular example from the upper bracket here at Masters Reykjavik, Sentinels met Korea's Newturn Gaming, who had surprised the world with their impressive run so far in the tournament. And if you watch previous episodes of Decoded, you'd be in the know, and you might remember how Newturn are known for their aggressive and coordinated pushes onto the sites. Coming into this match, Sentinels of course knew what to expect and came up with a plan how to counter it. As we break down this round, we'll be digging into some of the essential team play concepts to bring into your own games, including how to play a patient defense, assess teamfight risks, and manage resources efficiently. Keep an eye out for all of these tips as we work our way through it, and you'll be executing a retake like a pro. Let's get into it.
Okay, let's go. What?
Newturn begin the round with all 5 players stacked outside the A side of the map. Sentinels anticipate this and start setting up for a punish. Newturn push through Zom's smoke and the gravity well at the door of A lobby. Lucky is spotted by Shazam's recon bolt. Right after, Lucky is able to tag Shazam with his own L drone, giving Newturn visibility on his location as he retreats into the A site. Now, Newturn feel like they have enough intel to continue onto the A site. They set up a split push by sending 3 players down A long and 2 players with a spike to short. Sick rotates over to A side to support Shazam, but the other members of Sentinels stay put. Sentinels are careful to not over-rotate too early here, as they've only spotted 1 or 2 members of Newturn at this point. Newturn are now ready to enter the site. Suggest kicks things off by tossing in a paint shell to the corner of A short. Sick mollies the A short entrance in response to keep him out, but it's going to take more than that to slow down Suggest. He bounces over the molly with his blast packs, landing safely onto A site with his showstopper locked and loaded in hand. But Sentinels are nowhere to be found. That's because they've opted for the retake strategy already this round. Rather than risk a 2v5 fight, Sick and Shazam hang back at the defender's spawn, giving control of A site to Newturn while they wait for the rest of the teammates to arrive for a group push.
Aku pengen lihat
High-level Valorant is all about risk calculation. On the surface, it may seem strange that they're allowing Newturn a free spike plant, but in the bigger picture, that's a smaller price to pay than losing 2 players in an early, unfavorable fight. Now, Newturn get the spike planted and Sentinels group up in spawn. The retake's about to begin, and it's already a 4v5 in favor of Sentinels after Shazam scored a lucky pick by spraying through a smoke. Sentinels kick off their retake by activating a gravity well on top of the spike, attempting to catch whoever planted it. They hook Suggest in, setting up for an easy kill for Sick in heaven. From this position, Sick can't see any more opponents, but his teammates in A tunnel have a read on Allow. He revealed his location in Hell by tossing a smoke from there just a moment ago. They communicate this to Sick, who goes for a crazy play to catch Allow off guard. Sick curves a flash into Hell, drops down immediately, taking Allow out with a headshot. However, Allow manages to take Dapper down with him in the scramble. Sentinels aren't concerned though, as they still have 2 players over Newturn. Now, we've seen it happen on our end, but let's check in with Shazam to hear what was going through his head during this play.
Zoms immediately uses his Astral ult to cut off the chokes of the site. So
Ya, mereka nggak bisa holding lagi.
Yang
di dalam pasti di situ.
It kind of like splits them off, and the retake is set up immediately. Everyone rotates in. I leave heaven to set up a recon dart, and who's on site. Thomas has a gravity wall on default that gets 6 a kill, and then he usually flashes out of heaven. And now the recon dart's cleared every corner of site. Thick gets the kill under heaven. We know the remaining 2 have to be outside of the site because they were behind Astra's ultimate. It's just like protocol to follow for these retakes, and it was good on me and Stick to recognize that, you know, they're committing to A site. You need to give up control and play retake in that scenario. You shouldn't try to go for a kill and lose man disadvantage, because as you can see, like, everyone's utility matters for this retake. So you can't be like half trying to hold the site and like half committed to the retake. Like, we fully just left the site, and that's how the round played out for us.
The remaining new term players Solo and Lucky split off earlier to check for lurkers. They now hold their defensive positions and wait for sentinels to approach. Zoms and Shazam locate Solo and swing the corner together to increase their chances of winning the fight. Solo dies to the hands of Zoms, but he's able to take Shazam out with him. The decision to peek this corner as a pair is another great example of Sentinel's resource management and awareness. While they could have gone for a 1v1, they knew that sending 2 players would increase their chance of eliminating him, even if it meant training 1 player. In their current position of a man advantage, trading is extremely valuable as it decreases Newturn's potential to make a comeback while maintaining their overall lead. When attempting a retake, always be aware of what resources you have over your opponents and how you can spend those resources to maintain an advantage. As the last man standing for Newturn, Lakia finds himself in a tricky spot. He waits patiently for Sick to start defusing and is able to score the kill. But little did he know, Tens was waiting right around the corner ready to strike. Tens finishes it off, scoring the final kill and completing a perfect retake with resources left to spare. And that's the play. Now that we've broken it all down, let's take a moment to recap what we've learned. Patience is a virtue for every great player. Don't get too jumpy on defense and rotate early. Sometimes it's safer to wait things out until you've got more information. In the heat of the moment, managing risk is key. Sometimes it's best to fall back on a site and play for retakes rather than ending up in an unfavorable fight. Always be aware of what resources you and your opponents have. When you're in the lead, don't be afraid to spend some of those resources to keep your advantage going. Try bringing these pro strats into your next ranked match and see how your game improves. Okay. Thanks for checking out this episode of Decoded. Be sure to tune in to the VCT, of course, to learn more pro strats to bring to your ranked games. For upcoming matches and schedules and all the information you may ever need, head over to ValorantEsports.com. And that's it for Decoded 2021. Check out the full Decoded playlist for all the tips and tricks you may ever need. It's all there for you. Free, ready for the taking. And well, we'll be seeing you again. Hopefully. Maybe. Who knows? It's me done. Catch you next time.
Pansy.
Thank you so much, Pansy and Shazam. I'm pretty sure I just jumped 3 tiers in Valorant from that video
Oh, so you made it to silver?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, my goodness.
It's what you get. It's what you get.
I asked
He set himself up.
I set myself up
Do you
for that
remember
one.
when Gio and I destroyed you the other day?
I do remember that. I do remember that.
that was a good
One
time.
of you was at the bottom of the boards, though, and I won't let it wasn't.
It was
you.
me. I got freaked off. I was like, all right, hold on. I was bottom fragger in the entire server, and I own it. I still won.
Fair enough. Fair
Exactly.
enough.
She was the moral support. Okay, she was giving us the recon.
I was doing good recon darts.
She was our Shazam. You know.
Right. I'll take my lickings. I'll
she was
take
our
my
coach,
lickings.
or IGL.
Make sure you check out Decoded online for more tips and tricks when it comes to your ranked Valorant play. But it's time for us to now reframe towards G2 and Sentinel. So I do want to re-hit a couple points that we already have, but just because they are so important. Again, you've already mentioned Coldamenta versus Shazam when it comes to that in-game leadership, when it comes to the strategic minds of these teams. But I also recall you calling up the duelists as well as being a hyper-focus when it comes to playmaking round to round.
Yeah, and I feel like Tense has a little bit more of confidence just because he's been with the team just longer. And I also think that Sentinels is the kind of team that adapts super fast to their enemies. So I think that even if they encounter something that they were not expecting, they're going to overcome it. As for G2, I feel like they will find something that they are not able to overcome
Let's
just
go
today.
G2.
But they're going to have another matchup, and that's where I expect to see the magic.
I mean, for me, I think for what I'm looking for with G2 is leaning into those strengths. Like, for example, what we saw against F4Q. And I'm repeating something Pansy said in her little segment, which is patience is a virtue. G2 are very good at playing patiently. They're very good at drawing utility out from their enemies and then striking while the iron is hot, right? And that is what I want to be seeing from them. They're great at bringing in these pinches. They're fantastic at playing for trades. And I think those are the kinds of things that if they can do them well, should work against Sentinels.
Curious how that interacts with a team like Sentinels, because we heard Shazam say in the very same piece how important it was that all 5 members were alive for that retake, each piece of utility being important, not actually taking, you know, the 50-50 on, you know, the entrance to the site.
But it also looked natural, you know, it came so naturally. They were so prepared because, as Shazam mentioned, they're friends, they know each other, they knew exactly how the other thinks, and they're ready for these things. That is what I mentioned. They know how to overcome these things, even in a very short period of time.
When you think about what is going to put G2 over the edge in a winning scenario, what is it? What aspect of their play is so superior to everybody else?
For winning Sentinels especially?
Yeah, exactly. What would tee them up to beat Sentinels?
I feel like they need to be pumped up as they were the other day. They need to support each other a lot. Even when they lose those rounds, they need to still be able to just take the team and be like, okay, next, what else do we have? Because we do have a lot. So they need to just keep that momentum even though if it's not alive.
I think something else to consider is the fact that G2 has already had the opportunity to play on the stage. This is the first outing for Sentinels. A number of teams that we've had high expectations for have actually had slow starts in a number of maps, and so that's going to be a consideration as well. How will map 1 go in terms of the momentum for either of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, they're used to already being on the stage. They know what they're working with. They know how they reacted to whatever it was going on kind of behind what we get to see. I mean, yeah, that said, it's not as if they're going up against a team that are exactly inexperienced.
True.
From that perspective. So, you know, I guess we'll have to find out how big a deal that is. And you also have the concern that Sentinels, they got to just kind of chill, relax, watch a couple of cheeky VODs while G2 are like hauling away.
That's a good point. There's a little bit of tape that Sentinels got to watch.
And we saw a lot of Avoba on Astra. I think that we're going to see more of that today. I do not have the insights, but I'm just gonna put it there. No, I'm not.
All right, well, you know, we're not giving anything away because we don't know anything, but we'll know some stuff soon enough, because I just received word that it is time for us to step on stage and see G2 take on Sentinels for the first time here at Masters Berlin.
Okay. Gini-gini anjir. Si Zom gini-gini. Zom tense Azam.
Loving the energy out of the G2 squad, and Kukuka, that's exactly what you said they would need here coming into this series. It's the energy, got smiles on the faces, so sky's the limit here.
Yeah.
I want to talk about map select though, because we've talked so much about the players themselves. So what do we expect? Where do you want to go?
I know where they don't want to go. I do not expect G2 to want to go to Breeze. Just because I don't feel like they are exactly comfortable on that map, and I feel like it's a good map for Sentinels, even though they might not play like the most usual comps. And I also feel like Sentinels would be kind of weird if they wanted to play Ascent against G2, even though the results have not been the best lately. I still feel like it's a pretty strong map for them.
For me, what I would like to see is G2 get to go to Icebox, because when they played against F4Q, that was the map they had banned against them. But I feel like it's a map that G2 are very strong at. They feel very comfortable there. So I think if you're them, you would like to go there.
All right, well, it'll be Sentinels that gets to choose 2 of the 3 maps in this map select.
Then the first one has to be Split.
Yeah?
Because G2 has only played it once. They were pretty consistent on the defense and yada yada, but I mean, only one. We expect changes, we expect to shine, and G2 expected Sentinels to pick that map.
All right, we're diving straight into your prime game.
Okay.
Map select here. Waiting for the bans first, but as the 2 of you predicted Breeze and Ascent, we'll see if that holds true here in just a moment.
I mean, I have the Ascent one pretty sure. Maybe I doubt a little bit on the Breeze one from G2, but yeah.
I'm still really waiting for that Breeze play. I just want to see the map.
Aku juga. Bener tuh.
This probably isn't the series for it, I agree, but I would love to see it.
It's just too high stakes.
I hate Breeze.
But I think there is that, you know.
I hate
you
Breeze.
hate Breeze?
I hate Breeze.
I hate Split. So
you hate Split?
Yes, I'm a Sofa player.
I love Split. I love Split.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Kuka and I just became best friends over Split.
Okay.
Ascent is out though, so correct on the prediction there. Sentinels has no desire.
That was the obvious one.
Go to Ascent. Okay. We'll see what follows
Oh,
here.
no,
It's Breeze to
Breeze.
follow, so
Split still in.
2 for 2 right now.
It should be the first pick if I'm not in the wrong, and Sentinels gets to pick their first map because of what I said. It's not only that, I feel like Sentinels have gotten so okay. Thank you very much, Sentinels.
Nice.
That's what we like to see.
Sentinels don't like me then. I see how it is.
They have swapped Dapper from to Killjoy, and I feel like they're so strong on the defense. Also, you know, it feels like it's the right thing to do. But we don't know what G2 has prepared for this map. Still, it's the first time that they're going to test it if they do.
I think it's natural that they choose defense, though, to kick things off. Now it is G2's opportunity to pick a map. We were saying it's got to be Icebox. That's where they've had success before. We'll see if they agree with us, though.
Yeah, what are your options? Because they lost combined against F4Q that showed like a weak face. And then, you were in the right. Yeah, I feel like this is
Evan.
I feel like this is one of those maps where G2 will really have the opportunity to play into their own play style. And talking about how, you know, what they have to do to go up against Sentinels, to have the chance to win against them, I think the key is to not allow Sentinels to draw them out of their comfort zone. And Icebox is one of those maps where I can see G2 actually feeling more anchored.
And it's a lovely map to see a jet duel. That is what we're here for. We have to wait until map 2. Maybe not really. I feel like for G2, it's kind of like a coin flip. I mean, to me, Icebox all the time is always like a coin flip. But I would say it's a shaky map for Sentinels. So it's a good battlefield for them.
Well, Haven will be our 3rd and final map if we make it there.
This is my favorite map from Sentinels.
Look, Sentinels went 13-6 against 100 Thieves on here. Sick on the Phoenix. I feel like this is one of those only teams you're really going to see Phoenix get played substantially. Sick on the Phoenix on this map is sick. I mean, it's absolutely was so much fun to watch. And I think that if we do get to a map 3, G2 will be feeling the heat there.
Oh, please, Lord, let us get to map 3.
Actually, that was the coded that we saw. And I really like also the fact that they have changed Dapper to the Killjoy there. Gave them a lot more of ground control, I would feel. And we're going into the big map. But please, G2, take us to map 3.
Yep, well, again, it starts on Split, so we'll see if they can get anything done there. Well, of course, we expect Sentinels to be the favorite team on that map, a favorite of theirs. Let's start talking about agents. Kukuki, you already tipped your cap to the fact that they have swapped Dapper most recently from the Cypher.
Sorry, it was the other way around.
Other way around, from KJ over to the Cypher.
Yeah, this happens. And it's not only that, they've also swapped the race for the Reyna, even more looking for the duels. We mentioned G2 is very good at trading. Is that going to pay off against such a strong Reyna? We'll see.
Yeah, that's definitely one to wait and find out. Yeah, it's usually the Astra, Cypher, Jet, Reyna, and Sage that they've been going for most recently. Split is Sentinel's 3rd most played map, so definitely one that they're going to be feeling comfortable on. But yeah, that double duelist, I think, for me is going to be
game-changing.
Yeah, where a lot of my attention is going to be.
Now, it may be Sentinel's 3rd most played map, but it's actually one of the lesser played maps here so far at Masters Berlin. Only an example or 2 so far of it being played. So I'm just kind of curious to remind our viewers where we feel the most integral elements of the map play are, how those agent picks will play into control over both sides as well as mid.
Yeah, I feel like here, if Sentinels just keep playing with the Astra, that gives them a lot of ground control. I would really like Zoms there. I am expecting that change from Avova also into jumping in the Astra. We saw it yesterday on Haven. That is something that I want to see again as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've said a couple of times on the desk over the course of the last few days, I'm not a fan of the fact that EU typically have been less hot on the Astra. Yes, yeah, there we go. There we go. I haven't been a fan of the fact that EU in stage 3 have been more in the Omen camp than the Astra camp, and it's been really nice recently to see them start to, you know, entertain it.
Yeah, but we're more like double controller instead of double duelist. I really like it. I mean, if we saw a Viper here as well, I'd die.
Well, we've got a Viper on the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, Dapper is not, not going to be playing a Cypher or a KJ in this instance. He's going
my god, I'm dying. I love it. Oh god, this is so good from Sentinels. I love it. This is
I'm a fan.
I'm missing some maybe flashes, but I get it that they love the double duelist.
Oh come on, it's Tens. Do they need flashes? Like Tens, he just needs to use his leer. That's it. They're sorted, mate.
You're gonna win all the peaks anyway. Yeah, who needs a flash? Either way, the energy in this building right now is electric. I know the players and the teams are feeling it. The agents are locked in. The map is prepped. Our casters, Pansy and Hypoc, are ready to go. Let's head up to them now to head into map 1.
You are not wrong at all, Dash. This atmosphere in here coming in today, it's been palpable. The thought of this matchup, all the talk before it, all the gusto given out, but it's all about what's about to happen on the server. Now, Agent Select alone has caught your attention.
It has, yeah, and I think some of the key things we're talking about, obviously, where Sentinels excel really in terms of that mid-round kind of those audible calls and being able to pivot back to wherever else they're able to find an opening. Avova switching onto the Astra here, which is something previously they've dabbled with, but on particular split would typically be an Omen. I think that's going to be a key component to look at for G2. Again, you know, there's a couple of other changes here. Kellogg's back on the Jet. Previously, we saw him dabble with the Reyna, and also Coldamental on the Killjoy. So, a couple of changes here. We've got to question the prep behind that, Lauren.
We do, and of course we've seen the Viper as well. Definitely caught the attention of the desk, so no need to linger on it, because we are into the game. And Sentinels on the attacking side, the returning Reykjavik champions looking hot to trot, and G2, the unlikely boys who are going to have to prove something monstrous here. Awaken the beast that has truly been just sealed away. We've got to see what they can bring. Round 1 already started up. Sentinels having a look towards that A side.
Actually, straight away, the wall in place to prevent that cross into heaven. At least have to give some information away. Nuki going to be called upon here with the frenzy. Actually ignores the dash, but Nuki. Sentinels going to carve their way into A site right now, and Mixwell left to do nothing but sit inside screens. Now the poison orb going to go up, and that's going to potentially give a lot more control over the Sentinels as the spike is planted.
Let's see how much ground they can get as like the springboard back in. Shazam does not care.
Shazam!
He's leaning forward, catches the CT push from Mixwell. As Dapper looking towards that playback through from the T side, that flank that will be coming in. We saw it slowly building with Avova over that side, but he's got support, he's got Kellogg's here as well. The Sentinels boys, they're a little different, they just don't miss. This is clean. The only one to draw blood so far is Avova, that's 2. But there's an army in the way. This isn't going to happen. 8 HP, the dream's dead. 10's got Sentinels pick up where they left off.
Actually, G2, in my eyes, the correct formation to deal with that, right? The only problem being Nuki kind of stuck there. Once that execution comes through, being on the raids, there's no real get out of jail free card right there. It's a one and done, and he didn't deliver on that front. So Sentinel's able to capitalize on that opening fairly easily. See if G2 throw anything into it. It's going to be Kellogg's with a Sheriff, but other than that, that's across the board. See if they stack up and try and get a little bit aggro. I'm looking at 4 players actually towards A, but Spike leaning B side, and there's 2 members outside garage here. So Coldamenta will be called upon here, or at least Tommy Turret. We'll give that information away. Tens and sick. Information garnered on the back of it. They will retrieve the orb. But elsewhere, again, there's 2 players creeping through mid as well.
Yeah, that's been catching my eye, and look at all the attention G2's putting it this way. They're about to get crunched on this. Poor Coldamenta. Very unfavorable scenario for him as Sentinels. We start with Queen, and we'll see how they fare in these anti-ecos, I guess you could say. I mean, we have a Shorty and a Sheriff, not much else. This should be 5 alive. If you're looking at Sentinels as expectations, I mean, most of us, if we're being reasonable, probably chose between maybe Gambit, if you're more of an EMEA fan, NA, looking at Sentinels here, and if you're a bit weird like me, I go 100 Thieves. But these boys are the real deal. And as you can see so far,
Shazam langsung mundur dia. Dapper.
Last one there. Not going to get any bonuses there at all.
Dapper dari
Prime Gaming
belakang
flawless.
anjing.
Second round. Sentinels looking sharp, and this isn't a surprise to us yet. This is going par for the course.
Absolutely, and again, nothing really, gained by G2 in terms of how these first 2 rounds have played out. I think actually Sentinels are going to look to obviously capitalize on this, on the SMGs here, maybe stack up for a full-on sight here early on. G2 going to be called upon very early in this round. Again, I don't want to see them lean too heavily forward. This time looks like spread pretty thin. It's only Mixwell at the minute towards screens on A. It's double stack towards B tower actually, with Avova down towards Garage. But Sentinel spread across as well. Kellogg's going to be called upon in mid here.
Okay, gets out. Might play in Nookie a little. Didn't quite get the pickup he wanted, and damage not quite being done until then.
Thanks,
Momentum going to draw blood over by Mailroom, and they are actually greeting the challenge in towards middle, keeping them just at arm's length, maybe just far enough for those rifles to ring through. But bear in mind, statistically speaking, and just by every account statistically, and any way you want to look at this, G2 should be able to convert this round, but those SMGs, when brought up nice and close, if they can keep pressuring mid, can still do damage. Now again, this pressure is between Nookie and Kellogg's.
Kellogg's actually backed all the way away from this, and Six still forcing his way in here. Actually getting way, way closer. Avova has to be called upon for a gravity well there. And Sentinel's closing the distance here. It's going to be really difficult. Kellogg's is down to 2 HP.
Yeah, this is good though. Nice aim from him, but now he's under severe scrutiny. He's going to be eventually found. Avova's got his back though, and this is good trading. Dapper great work, big damage. Wants to pressure CT, why not get in there? Get in their faces!
Oh, let's go!
He's got it. And there's one back, as they needed to stop the rot. You don't want to see that bonus round being converted. That's when a spiral could occur.
Yeah, again, one more weapon there. I'm a little more concerned for G2, but majority stand. Sentinels forced to reinvest. Yeah, it's interesting to see again that slow kind of progression through mid, again trying to cut down the distance, make the most of those SMGs. G2 well positioned to handle that though. Again, Sentinels this time actually 3 members over towards A main. Again, Mixwell the only one on A site for G2. Be very careful here. Again, the Viper wall up. Sick actually opens up straight away onto Kellogg's.
Look, you can get away with that against others, but the aim on the Sentinel side is just unrelenting. Mixwell's going to have to deal with this as well now. Ten's on the other side. He knows what's around that corner, but he's got Nookie by his side, so it's not so bad just yet. Actually, even gets to back away. Lovely utility work, but does he dare double down? Nookie wants it, sticks around for it. This isn't bad, but this is still such a bloody battle as Sick wins that final fight, and now suddenly the site is open, ready for the taking of 3v2. And there's going to be the ult to just allow that ferrying of the spike across safely.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a comfortable plant inside the Viper's pit. Over and Cold Amenta. Really, really difficult for them to break through here, especially with the Zom's position so deep. Actually, it gives them a pocket just behind to play from the wall as well across elbow. This is a tough retake for them.
Oh, you think about the utility that's just been flooded in. They can just sit the time ticking so favorably towards Sentinels. Avova shows where he is now. Pulls attention, but shows that he's also off it. Dips away, but that allows Cold Amenta find a bit of space towards Dapper, but bear in mind there is one player who is the safety net, but that is going to be Zoms. Has to give away position, but he will get a
Zoms! Dia menunggu sabar banget anjing di sana.
The swishest safety net so far.
Actually, investment of the ultimate there as well. Very, very late into that. It's just desperation to maybe create some pocket of safety on side to get a defuse through, but without the half at that point. This is a problem. The first time, like I said, Sentinel stacking 3 up here, so kind of Nookie coming across to rotate. Mixwell obviously put in grave danger behind the wall. Again, if they can stack up like this, I think Sentinels really, time and time again, can condition G2 to lean a couple of players towards A. And look at it now, on the back of that previous round, they've got Kellogg's there, Cold Amenta switched up, Mixwell now again looking for control around the orb. So Nookie put in a position where he'll have a lot of pressure if he tries to even stop this cross into Mail.
This round again, G2 have a couple of bits and pieces. And Nookie getting the Spectres, a couple of Sheriffs to supplement, but it's very light in comparison, of course, to Sentinels, who are sitting quite flush. Shaz on the Spectre, the rest all locked and loaded, but maybe feeling out what they're coming up against. No real rush on this one yet. Yes, the wall's invested, and Ten's showing a little leg, but it's not too much to worry about just yet. 58 seconds, and there's the first contact. Sick with a comfortable opening, looking like they want to get towards B now. Take that space that's been given and allow TenZ that freedom to roam a little further forward, clear the site, and you can already see those defensive lines are starting to build up around this site.
Dapper! Oh no, Dapper!
Ability Coldament are actually good for the trade. One weapon retrieved at least in mid, but how much more they can do in this round. Sentinels with a man advantage, and it's tough to break through here with 2 SMGs. Coldamenta can even get out of that smoke, actually. Sick. For a moment, glanced away, and actually Coldamenta finds one.
Yeah, but it's instantly traded. That's the beauty there of TenZ coming around. But it is going to be found again by Nuki, so there's a bit of a back and forth here, but Mixwell just saying get out for it as TenZ is just
clean
onto the
banget
back of the
mainnya,
side, and
anjir.
Zoms is the one to shut it out. This is comfortable from Sentinels. Yes, a couple of kills here and there, but I'm looking at rounds now. This is not a comfy map for G2. If you looked statistically, sure, you may look at it on first glance and go, oh, that's okay. But think outside that one game they played recently, it's all been relatively far in the past. This has not been a map that they sit on, so this is a gorgeous take. On your screen. They're feeling themselves. They're pumped up, and why not? This is the first step on the stage for them. They have to reclaim that reputation that obviously followed them off the back of Reykjavik. They're the #1. And again, I've not seen a team look so comfortable with the target on their back as they do.
Shazam actually going to pop. Play Storm up the rip here. Kellogg's actually with the operator online. He's over towards B main here. Looking to invest the showstopper, but nothing on the other side of it. That's a lot of utility getting
utility-nya kebuang banyak anjing mudahan.
Slow down this push or try and regain some control.
Oh no, TenZ kena. Oh no, Zoms juga.
Yeah, that's so well done by Nuki. Finally taking a little bit of, I guess, proactive play towards middle, even though he's been pretty much dictated to by that man. Even just the audio cue forced his hand earlier on, and now Shazam is not done yet. He still has to do some more, because Dapper just got caught off trying to play up towards A. Can Shaz do something miraculous here? Knives out. It's time to go. Has to find the player just around that corner. He knows what he's got to do.
Oh no!
It's not worked out well. Coldamenta, lovely play there. Very calm and collected.
The problem here, again, Dapper, we've seen him in another situation. Coldamenta this time around waiting there. Obviously anticipating that lurk. That's going to be the big problem for G2. If they can actually spread thin enough where they can greet this presence in mid, they can maintain control and look to Kellogg's on the operator to do that towards B garage at least. But Dapper is going to be a constant threat throughout this half. And actually, Sentinels now. Sheriff's across the border, Stinger. Inside of Dapper.
We went real Australian on that. Stinger. Bit sharky.
Bit sharky out here today.
But we'll see what it looks like. This is a... I mean, we've got 4 sheriffs. So a little bit of a Shiko here. Yeah, maybe they can punish any of these closer angles. But G2 well aware, of course, of the economy. Maybe not the Stinger. So going to have to respect that. And it's a little deeper. Make it hard work. The Sentinels do at least get a little bit of ground gain towards that A site, but Coldamenta still just happy to sit back, spam away. Not too many worries just yet. How much room is Shaz going to be given here? That's what makes me nervous.
This is what I'm talking about. Kellogg's being in position with the operator to greet kind of the other side of this play. And that's on the back of that contact on that, right? So absolutely can't fault Zoms for trying to find something in there, but that's what I'm looking for G2, is remaining composed, keeping that structure and formation on the defensive half.
They could overwhelm here so easily, though. Yeah, there it is. That's the problem. There it is! Welcome to NA Valorant. It's different out here. That's an op now gone. They've got the site to themselves. Keep in mind, Shaz was holding that rotation.
What the heck?
They're going to be so aware of where people are. Shaz can now get that spike bomb. They can get the res back up. It's all 5 standing now against 3. And this is just panic stations galore. Oh, look at this play coming out. Dapper is just a rock for this side. And you had no right getting this round, but it looks like it's theirs unless Coldamenta wants to clutch this one out. A 1v3 now presented. He's got to get this done, but it ain't easy, and it's not going to happen.
Udah di snake bite kakinya.
What a way to turn it around.
And this is the problem. You talk about the composure for G2. You use Sentinels an inch, they will take a mile, and that was just systematically breaking down the weaker sides of G2's defense, and TenZ in perfect position to punish Kellogg's there. It's just insane to watch that. And that's the thing, as soon as those weapons come through, even with the lockdown.
I love this. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, shout out to cameraman, whichever one called. They're like, okay, fine.
We're going to get some good B-roll today.
Yeah, no, we are.
Yeah.
Find the one yelling, find the one real sad. There it is. Gorgeous. We do have a timeout. And that's going to be a tilter as well. That's around where you're like, okay, well, they've got a stinger, a couple of sheriffs. Okay, we'll just play this pretty chill. Sit back, sit deep. Maybe don't ego challenge people like tens. Don't just sit on angle.
Not usually advisable, no.
There's like a safety, warning on it. Like, do not do this. You know what I mean? Like, again, I think something that we talked about throughout, the regular season leading into this was the mechanical ability of some of the North American players. It does push pretty high, and they are able to bring that out when required. And I think we're seeing a little taste of it here. I'm not saying it wouldn't have happened to other teams. This is not a stronghold for G2. If we're going to be sensible about this, which I'm sure chat and everyone at home watching are being sensible, right? We're not,
obviously.
We're not overly getting into it, right? We wouldn't lean into that. No.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
Could be us.
Could not be us. But no, again, I think this is going to be a stark awakening for G2 here. And maybe it's going to be hard to bound back. Again, this is a map that I will say should go to Sentinels. So again, how do they then fire it back up without getting a little down in the dumps? Because you can see it. They're out of their chairs. They are happy to get in their heads.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the key thing here is we're really, yes, they were tested the other day versus F4Q, but G2 now have to prove to us that they're able to innovate and adapt on the fly, because Sentinels are one of the quickest to pivot one way or the other. And again, all credit to Shazam on that front in terms of the in-game leadership. But take a look at this round now. Sentinels much slower in approach. 3 over towards A main here. Spike sat comfortably with Zoms, and Kellogg's with the Blade Storm, actually. Not given anything. Sentinels are anticipating. G2 pushing forward, making the most of this lesser purchase, but Kellogg's will be forced back now. Shazam creeping ever closer towards Nuki. Might get caught there, actually.
Hampir
rare miss from him.
Kepik juga.
But Tens has been let off the leash. Shaz still watching for that reaggress.
Akhirnya dapat tuh Shazam Nuki.
Sentinels are just too aware of this, and Tens has followed complimenter comfortably. This is looking like they're trying to find those little gaps in the approach, and they're just not being presented. Shazam's like, well, I've seen what you're up to, I get the idea, but it's not happening here, boys. A 4v1 of Ova and a Spectre.
Kepalamu kelihatan, Avova, meninggal dirimu.
I mean, Ova, no real option but to try and find an exit here, but expect Sentinels to be in place to greet him wherever he decides to show his face. Even really tested on the way in there. And again, this is the immediate response based on Kellogg's obviously creeping a little further down mid. That information is relayed by Zoms, and right away they're positioned. See if will find 10 tier and an upgrade for himself, but Sentinels will probably want to remove this from him.
I don't know how strong the economy is right now for Sentinels. I didn't actually take note of that, so I wonder how much they're willing to chase this down and get it out of his hands. I see 2 of them already exiting, getting far away, so they should be safe enough, maybe just leaving 1 to chase. Over's just fine, so yeah, no real threats beyond that. Rifle should be kept on either side. Yeah, so Op still in play for Shaz as well. So Zoms and Shaz keeping hold of that so they can at least keep that economy nice and healthy, kind of filtering that back through, and G2, well, clutching at straws here. A bit of a shocker for Mixwell as a start, not normally something we often say or see. He's normally a bit of a rock for the side, bit of that safe pair of hands, but he's been a little absent thus far.
Yeah, and the thing I want to see from G2 here is them become a little more decisive, a little more proactive with some of this early territory control, because A-main's effectively being given up right now, and Sentinels are able to sit there, and the problem with Dapper doing this wall every single round, sitting behind it, there's that constant paranoia builds of how many people are stacked up behind that.
Oh no!
Okay, let's see how brave you're going to get, because we've seen the difference of when Kellogg's is having a good performance too, something that he's not had a chance to yet, really. Nuki's been doing quite nicely at holding through here, but this time he's got Shaz working up with the op. Oh, this is bursty as well. Hold on, this is going to be real pacey. Tens, man! Who needs any further flashes when you've got him and that Lear? Sick has his back, but it's over to isolate the first. Capitalized on the second, and it ain't over yet. G2 still holding strong, but Shazam is the only one to find success, and that's in middle. So now look what remains. Shazam and Dapper. And if G2, if you fumble this one, you're going to be in the bin for it. But Dapper's going to take the time to maybe investigate a little deeper. Say, Shaz, hold on, give me a sec. I'm a work. Let me get some work done. Because keep in mind, I don't think Kellogg's is going to be considering this for a second or two. There's going to be that internal clock. Wow, he's actually already thinking about it. Dapper. Yeah, well done, Kellogg's. Great decision-making there. And G2 actually hold it down. I saw a world there where Sentinels were about to slice them apart.
I think, again, Dapper going a little deeper than he maybe should have. I'd love to play with the Viper's Pit, throw down a little distraction on site, try and find that kill within spawn, but at the point you're walking towards stairs, you got to think maybe there's a possibility they're tucked in there, trying to maintain this spike control, but just coming back to this Kellogg's point, we talk about the composition here, and the other day what we called into question was kind of that support system behind Kellogg's, right? How do we enable him? How do we get him online?
Let's go, boys.
This here, I mean, what does he have? It's the operator. It's almost kind of this. He has to be self-sufficient.
I want to see if he gets punished this time because he's been going for this peak a couple of times now. Shaz is looking for, I guess, something out this way, maybe starting to read into this, but look who's around the corner. Mixwell, are you trying to find an angle on that? This is just pixels apart here. The spray, it's not beautiful, but it does find intended target. Shaz, though, this man's on a mission. Take down Heaven Control.
Oh, no.
Quite get it that time, though. Nookie, once again, steadfast, holds Heaven. Look at that spike.
Yeah, my eyes go straight towards over here. Obviously, Sick does have that wall to get himself safe passage. And that's it, the Cosmic Divide going to come up as well. Just to make absolutely sure elsewhere, Nookie will find 10s, but again, it's just to allow Sick and Zoms access to B site here. Avova tucked up behind and Goldamenta in hell. Now a 2v4. Ultimate's available for G2 as well.
Yeah, plenty to work with here.
Placing sentry.
Now we wait patiently for that playback through. They're already quite close here, G2, just around this corner. Sick and Zoms. One back sight, one towards main. The first challenge. It falls, no trade. Kellogg's is going to go down. There's nothing more. It's Nookie. Great round from Nookie there, and a couple of the others chiming in well. But I've got to say, between, in my mind, Avova and Nookie right now, we have the pillars that are keeping G2 competitive in this.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Avova is synonymous with playing that anchor role, and time again, he's able to bail G2 out. But in this series, he's really going to be tested, right? And we've seen it a couple of times now. Sentinels, they're testing the water, they're dipping the toes elsewhere, and they have such a good read on when to hit these rotations, right? When to catch G2 out, create their own gap almost to the defense. And this is another perfect example. Yes, a head count maybe is a consideration to make here, but G2 remain composed on the retake, and they only leave one.
Why is he not swinging that guy behind the wall? It's so fucked. Empty. Alright, let's put out the top, guys. Yeah.
Seems like there was a little bit of a weird round in their mind.
Yeah.
Huh.
Odd.
Huh. Are they allowed to say that word and I'm not? Fine. Alright, fine.
What happened?
But yeah, I think something I was kind of considering coming into this as well was that there's a chance that G2 are able to, I guess, wake a bit of a beast, right? They are a sleeping giant to an extent. We don't know the depth of this roster. I think we saw the run coming into this, the qualification to this, and we all went, wow, okay, that's quite surprising. But they did suffer losses. It wasn't flawless. It wasn't perfect. They lost to, who was it? I think Supermassive Blaze, Gambit, Ascend, FPX, you know, a couple of big names. But they also were able to best a couple of other big names. Fnatic were also some of the, the victims that fell to the likes of G2 and many others. So again, it's very hard to categorize G2 right now. They're still in that rebuilding phase, but looking at Sentinels coming into this, gleaming record, just so good. You know, they're going back home from school real proud, putting it up on the fridge. So it's, I'm still waiting with bated breath at G2. I'm just looking at them at this point.
I mean, I come out of that first series that we saw, and I wasn't absolutely sold. And that's the concern. Again, if you talk about just on paper, expectations coming into a series, what we want to see. And that map 2 still sticks out for me, right? We start talking about depth and being really tested or pushed to kind of explore these other possibilities in the playbook. Kellogg's on the stage just didn't convince me, and that's kind of a telling factor for a lot of these other things that we discussed. So this in particular, perfect example, right? Kellogg's is called upon to be self-sufficient, to be finding those open jewels. I'm concerned for the attack. What does that look like for G2? Where is Kellogg's going to find, the ability to be solo pushing and finding space versus a team like Sentinels?
No, and you're right, and they are seasoned with dealing with that sort of play, especially from anyone. I mean, the entire region is known for this aggressive play that can just open up off the back of incredible individual skill, be it coupled with that support from the rest of the teammates, of course. But again, you have some of the most headline superstars from NA right now. I think we don't need to sugarcoat the pill. NA is leading.
Yeah.
Now they picked up the Reykjavik win, and rightly so, the way these boys performed. Truly impressive. Oh, no, don't agree, fair enough. But
you're really upset with that.
Yeah, I know. Sorry I called you guys first. No, they can't hear us, I'm kidding. Relax. Before there's more Reddit threads, we don't need it. But as we stand, we're just getting the, hopefully, gear issues fixed out. Everyone comfortable. Don't want any excuses.
No, of course not.
Of course not.
G2's social media team probably really pushed for excuses at some point today, maybe? You think?
I would never say such things.
No?
They rented a damn plane. You think I'm saying that?
Do you think there's a follow-up banner for that plane?
Do you think they've already recorded it too? They've got like 3 other versions.
That'd
When
be
they win, if they lose. Can you imagine?
But all bases covered.
This is our clown thing that was actually the Sentinels social media manager, whoever it is, they're pulling OT. I've appreciated the lead up to this, and be it forced or not, I think is something beyond the point, because if it gives us a close game with excitement, I'm all aboard it. And like NA and EU needed more fuel to the fire, right? Like the two regions have been insufferable at each other's throats the entire time after Reykjavik, and even leading in. It looks like we're ready to go. Coffee being consumed from the beautiful shop. Maybe get a Red Bull instead. Way better. But for now, we jump back through to this FC where we left off. The money has been humbled for Sentinels.
Sick with the Spectre here. Again, Sentinels going to focus their efforts towards mid. And actually, don't even hold this. Nuki going to be called upon. Sick actually finds the opener here. Well, some G2's got to be fast. There's only 2 more players here to defend. Mixwell actually, listen that orb onto hell. I expect that was the intended. Lockdown available. That's it. Yeah, there's only 1 member towards B main here. The alarm bot's going to spot that out if Dapper decides to push on through. Sentinels now, they found a kill.
Yeah,
trying to spread the foot. Look at Kelso.
I'm waiting to see if Shazam can start exploiting any rotations as well. Just talk about the ult coming through there. Killjoy popping theirs down. Avova looking to maybe open up an avenue of keeping control if needed. Capitalize on this.
Masih belum rotate.
Time bought. Res came in.
A lot invested into this round though, considering Tens has got the upgrade now. Nuki just with the showstopper, no main weapon, and he's going to get absolutely ripped apart there. Shazam finds the opener. Mixwell will trade it out. Sentinel look to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, they do. Mixwell isn't alone here. What is Sentinels doing? How are they converting some of these rounds potentially? There's 3 now left. Great work from Somji. Didn't expect the follow-up from Avova. Now a 3v2. Up in the hands of Kellox and Avova with the rifle. But the site is completely under wraps by Sentinels. Post plant now, 2 rifles collected, put into the hands of Tens. Dapper, Sick, all just fine. Tens going to put himself as the tip of the spear to swing if needed. As Kellogg starts to maybe have a little look around, start his foray into this. Avova just starting to lean through, and Tens caught 1. And now Kellogg's, run as much as you might. Sentinels! This is twice now. This is twice now this has happened on weaker buys that G2 have just been slowly suffocated.
And this is the first time they strung together a 2-round victory as well. Sick, just no respect to any of this utility here. And this is the problem. I think Nuki actually got his showstopper triggered there. So it was actually costed as well on top of the lockdown and the revive for G2 to try and swing that back in their favor. That is the biggest disaster you can look at. Yeah, Nuki, look at it.
Shazam pegang OP lagi.
Yeah, G2's mental is being tested here. Sentinels, there is never not a round that they're just not a danger, not a threat. They'll find something, they'll work for something, and this is that rude awakening. But it's still a decent half if G2 get maybe 5. I'd say it's manageable on 4, but it's tough. And for now, Mixwell gets that first touch of damage. As we wait and see what happens here.
Feeling safe.
We'll try and actually get a ramp. Takes a lot of damage on the back of the snake bite and a bit of spam through that poison orb as well, but 3 members of G2 hit against Spike, just completely the other way. This is an attempt for Sentinels to pull rotations and it's working perfectly.
Hampir Shazam kena juga.
Once again, has to retreat though.
Rotate. Udah dapat 1
now
mereka.
It's just 1 man. It's Avova in position to try and hold down B. As soon as this hit doesn't come through, I want to see G2 moving, but look at them. They're stuck. They're all trying to. They're trying to control A site when there's nothing there. It's the wall for Dapper that's keeping them.
All right, Avova, what have you got for us? You have every player coming your way. You are in danger. You are under threat, and you're dead. Shazam! He doesn't need to see you to find you. Puts him to bed. Kisses him goodnight and says, "See you in the next half." But 3 now stand. Coldamenta, Nuki, Mixwell, Spike now planted. And they have the way to work back in. They have so little information on this side of the map as well, playing back in from that A side. Shazam happy to look towards heaven as well. Look for that drop down from rafters. Coldamenta is up there. It's going to be Sick. Gets the first option of follow-up. It's going to be Tens supporting him. And now just old Nuki, and they know where he is.
Oh
no!
They're
start hunting him down. Nuki though.
Shazam kena kill.
For time, High Pock, it's starting to dwindle down. He's got 3 more to find. This feels almost impossible.
It is absolutely impossible here. Nuki has to find another one before the way in, but stop that from happening. Sentinels will close out 8-4 on the half, and nothing short of clinical in my eyes. Again, those two thrifty rounds stick out in my mind, where G2 looking a little rattled. Again, to throw so much in terms of investment back into that round and it go the way it did, that's a killer.
It is. It's going to be a bit of a mental block as well, I'm sure. You saw the timeout straight away after that too, so they're going to have to pull themselves back together after that one. Sentinels coming in and they are loud. They are incredibly loud. They are very much pumped up for this ready, and they know the rounds that they get in their heads, but I think we might be in for a treat in a second now. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Once we know Sean's in place, we're diving down to him, because you know what? Why wait? NA's biggest fanboy, he's by the wall. Let's head down to Sean to break down one of his favorite moments from this first half.
Thanks, Lauren. I feel really smug down here right now with this 8-4 score line, and Sentinels started off flying. Maybe G2 should have took that plane. Anyway, we have Dapper lining up some Viper utility to kick off this round. You can see right here he's going to launch his smoke, so let's go ahead and start the clip. We're going to just get a nice util lineup, and then we're going to hop into the minimap in a little bit. And this is a lurk smoke for that A ramp position. He also has the wall cutting through the A site, and I'm going to go ahead and talk to you about why that's important in a second. But what you're going to notice Sentinels does is they triple group inside of this Viper smoke, and then Dapper picks it up to drop it. They see the wall up at the top ramp, and let's pause here. So at this point, Sentinels is falling into a B-type strategy, right? Sentinels is a team that they don't have just one tactic on a round. They have layers, right? If the heaven hit doesn't work for X, Y, or Z reason, we're going to fall into this strat now. Okay, so let's look how they can react. So again, Dapper's wall cutting through the A site. Why is this important? It blocks the vision from the A player, as well as when Sentinels goes up this ramp, it blocks the vision from this Sage right here in the back. She no longer has the sight line towards the ramp, so Sentinels are trying to eliminate all the possibilities of the deep angles, so that way they can clear up box, right corner, as well as, you know, the close vents angle. Once they realize that this Sage wall is up, everything changes. That changes the dynamic of the strat, and they're going to use the wall almost to confuse G2, right? It's not likely that a team would push through this Viper wall on an A hit. So now let's roll through a little bit, and I'll show you what you're going to see. You're going to see Shazam entering into this A site, into his own smoke. And this is a mechanic that's not very well known in the scene. It's the fact that Jet keeps vision throughout her dash. So he drops the smoke, dashes in, and if you look closely, he's hard clearing all of the left side of the site. So everyone's trailing him right now, and on their mini maps, the Raze shows up. He's giving the comm, and let's pause it one more time really quick. And you can see simultaneously while all this is going down, we have Zom smoking both screens and a tower. So Shazam dashing in, Ten's trading the kill. That's going to put him back on 150 health on a pistol round. And let's roll it through a little bit more here. So Shazam progresses up, and what I want to draw attention to now is the post-plant setup. Everything is so well thought out when you watch a Sentinels game. You have the spike going in the corner, you have Dapper holding below Hell right here, and his job is to hold the A ramp flank, which he has a wall conveniently there to help him. You have Shazam doubled up with Sick, holding the elbow position into screens, and what do you know? Actually, that smoke that Dapper picked up is now at screens. So everyone's utility serves a purpose, everything is used perfectly, and that, my friends, is why Sentinels locked in this split pick and is catching G2 off yet again. So back to you guys, Pansy and Hypoc. I hope you guys got something planned.
Well, we've got nothing planned. We're just hanging out, honestly. We're just here watching. However, I do hope G2's got something planned.
I hope so. I mean, we were talking about the innovation being tested for G2, and the perfect example from Sean there with the composition here. I don't know how much G2 are going to be able to achieve, right? A lot of this now relies on Kellogg's and Nuki. That goes without saying, but we're talking about finding opening jewels. Now, we look at the matchups, and again, Ten, Shazam, and arguably Sick in this scenario on the Sage. How successful are they going to be doing that? And how successful are they going to be across the entire half to not only build the comeback, but effectively attempt to win this?
We're going to find out right about now. 8-4, Sentinels very much in the lead, but now it's the turn of G2 to breathe the aggressors. And speaking of, Kellogg's first man forward, joined by Nookie, takes out Sick, and it's quick. He's going to keep on going forward, and Zoms back of sight. Somehow manhandles two.
Zoms dapat 2 anjing.
Too far for him. But the sight
3v3 masih
just precariously in control. Kellogg's, it wasn't pretty, but he gets the job done. That's 3 for him this round, and now 3v2. Dapper and Shazam. And Shaz has found a little bit of timing to this.
Got ahead of him.
Hold on. Shazam, if he can find this on his own, that's not now denied. Avova catches the rotation, and now the fight is going to be between Shazam and Avova.
way.
Shazam, you're a nasty, nasty player right now in the 1v1. Kellogg's
masih 125 lagi.
to save it. Shazam! Just breaking hearts.
My God. Shazam with the Red Bull clutch in the pistol round and has absolutely no business doing that. Avova drifts back, anticipating that flank, and for a moment, Nookie is left absolutely exposed on site.
Kellogg's di tower kan di belakang.
I thought, well, Avova's got it. He's surely got the flank on the flank, but no. And then this fight, the tag, but Shaz is just that bit better.
Let's go, baby.
Let's
go, look like baby. I'm not a great lip reader.
No, but it's a classic. It's a classic. But what a way to kick it off. And yeah, it's the old Thanos thing of I just don't even know who you are. You're looking at these two. G2's making all these, social posts, trying to pump it up. You need some results to have a rivalry. And right now at 9-4 after that pistol. Uphill time now. G2 just being cleaned up. Shaz wants to free farm. Get those 9s nice and early. And he's gonna do it again. Flawless Prime Gaming.
Flawless.
Sponsors love this team.
Shazam.
Definitely getting their quota from this matchup. I just, again, we're going to come in now. Obviously, a good opportunity for Sentinels to make use of carrying across all this weaponry from the previous, but G2 have to dig deep. The mental's being tested. Whether or not we've got anything from the playbook, we're going to see them be able to find success with. But now, again, Sentinels expecting them to lead away from A, right? With these first 2 rounds going the way they've gone. I think G2 now got to reconsider their approach. Actually, seeing now on the minimap, you can see the Sick and 10s looking a little feisty in mid. And all the way to bottom mid already.
He might be going walkabouts. 10s unleashed. Avova seems cognizant that there's a chance that someone's had a bit of a walk down middle, and it's his job to try and keep control of that timing while the others explore those extremities. It's not an easy job. You can see Nookie every angle could contain that threat.
Zom di sana anjir.
Top by ramp, still with Spectres. This is the bonus. The kill. That's lovely work from him. Couldn't convert on a second. That's a little bit out of reach, but already a trade effectively is not bad.
10 still posted, and Sentinel's actually able to lean away from this now. Dapper going to be called upon. I think maybe just spotting actually on that jump. He did actually. Yeah, Kellogg's going to walk right through the snake by both of them, but Mixwell will close down the kill. You have control of B site now. Look how quickly the flank comes through though. Coldementis still posted outside A main. No information here. He's effectively lost in this lurk right now. Sentinels could find a straight 3v3 if they're quick about this retake.
See it. 10s quickly on it. Gets the tag, not the frag. Sick though, follows up well. That's Avova now gone. 3v2. And now a double stack towards that CT side is going to make it tricky for Shaz to find a clean entry.
Oh no!
It's not going to happen. Mixwell.
Sick!
Good catch on that. Sick has got himself an upgrade here.
Let's go!
So that's 1. And Kellogg's is now on red alert. Low worry, but Goldementa's got his back.
Goldementa dari belakang.
Keeping in this one. 10-5.
3 kills for Sentinels though. We'll keep the economy honest, even though they're able to turn around back in their favour. I don't think Kellogg's is onto that Blade Storm just yet. So can't even drop a weapon across really. Nookie on the Judge. A Spectre for Avova. Mixwell will be able to get the Vandal. Shazam Blade Storm already online with those first 2 rounds. Zoms as well with the Cosmic Divide available. Again, look at this complete denial here by Dapper's utility again. Poison Orb will go over main. The thing is now they can use Zom's
Shazam udah ada ultimate, Zom juga udah ada.
Right? As soon as G2 shows something, they have that audible possibility.
And this can only go on for so long. They don't have much to catch any flanks. They don't have a default. This has a time limit on it, and they're going to have to go soon enough. And it's going to be right about now. Kellogg's on in. Nookie to follow him. Mixwell not far behind. The site is going to be theirs. This is postured for a retake almost instantaneously, but Dapper down a little ahead of the spike plot, so it's not too bad. 6 aim is sharp today. Kelox feels the brunt of it. We have Nuki going
Zom
walkabout,
dapat.
but the problem is you've got Zoms ready and waiting. They're reading you like a book. They're about to close this chapter if you don't pick up the pace. Look at this. Sick just walks back in. This is my site. Get out, 11-5.
Absolutely clinical from Sentinels. They allow G2 to enter. They give all this space up because the protocols are in place. The contingency is there to make sure they never relinquish the side control. Nuki finds all this space, but he's got to judge. If anything, he goes a little too deep. At the point where he's got control of that spawn elbow here on B, just sit there. It's actually crazy to with the Sentinels absolutely flawless right now in everything they're setting up to do.
It truly is a treat to watch. I don't care what region you're from, who you're a fan of. Sentinels looking in form, looking like they're picking back up from Reykjavik, but still early doors. Best of 3 here, only the first map if you're just tuning in. This was Sentinel's choice, no surprise to the G2 fans. You know, this is not normally within the wheelhouse, and we are seeing obviously a weaker purchase. One rifle, the hero rifle on Coldamenta. Shazam. Oh god, they line up. Don't make it. Just ring the bell. That's 2 easy frags. Make it a 3rd. He's putting on a show. Make it so easy. He looks so comfortable.
My man.
Not really a threat right now.
Nuki's still bottom mid. Sheriff in hand. Paint still available, but again, at this point, there's no real value in doing any damage to the economy of Sentinels. Spam comes through from Shazam. Coldamenta will find one, but don't expect Sentinels now to be over peaking on this. Oh, just swap the barrel there.
Everything, man.
The 4th for Shazam. Is he good for the ace? Little eco farm just to close things out.
Ace! Shazam!
Anything they can't do right now?
No. No, I don't think there is. I mean, Sean brought up a perfect way, and it's that word protocols, right? Whatever happens in these rounds is never looking like Sentinels aren't in control, right? They're able to peel back effectively. It's that 3 to 5 second window where they're able to just turn around and basically flip the round right back in their favor. That's on the back of, obviously, Sick falling in mid. There's no building pressure on the back of it.
Clean comms.
Yeah.
They're just having fun. That's terrifying.
Go for a listening, maybe, or
just let them take this one, but it is 12-5 to G2. Let's get it, boys. Get ready for that next map. Otherwise, Icebox is on the horizon. After this, that would be G2's pick. But right now, Sentinels have sent more than a message. They want to create that dynasty they were talking about. This would be a good first step. Clean start in the groups. While opening nade, 10's going to be suffering off the back, but doesn't really yield.
Oh no!
Has to be forced to kneel by Coldamenta. And the space gets taken, or does it? Shazam waiting, always so patient. But the flank coming out from Kelox could be good, but the timing's even better for Shaz.
Oh no!
Though Nuki's got him.
Zom
puts him back. Zom's back sight now. He's got 4 players coming his way. 1 left, 1 right, 1 up top. They're just about everywhere, and he can't deal with all those angles. Too many to find. There's Dapper. The last one, a little further out. You ever heard the story of the 1v5?
I don't think I want to. I've seen enough already.
You seen enough? Alright. Well, Dapper, gonna give it his best shot.
Let's go, Dapper.
No reason not to. Up through those vents, but he's being watched. Kelox's eyes trained on it. And he's gonna at least get the reward from that. 12-6. It's gonna be a mountain to climb to come back into this one, though.
It is indeed, and the thing is, you look at that round and it's an anomaly, right? It's very rare that you're able to get into a position where you can overwhelm Sentinels, and that's what I feel happened there. This comes back to the same thing, right? You've got to become innovative in the ways that you can be able to achieve the same thing here. Kellogg's, a couple of nice kills there, but
we need consistency, man. We need it across the board.
Exactly. You need him to be doing that every single round. Every single round.
Yo, nice shot, bro. Yo, nice shot. Nice shot, bro.
Cool. Just completely unfazed.
Oh, it just doesn't make you feel good. That star is going to be making Shaz smile like the Cheshire Cat already. 2 big stars. Zom's like, well, look, you have a nice couple of rounds. James feeling good.
Flawless.
Down. Sentinels just flexing, flawlessly closing out that final round.
I mean, look at that last round. It's just like you feel like, okay, guys, let's try and go A again. There's no real intention. The utility's not in place. None of these key spots are even pressured by G2 on the way in. And again, a little misuse of potentially the wall or the blast back there. But It's flaky. I'm worried for the next map. We saw them tested the other day, which again, you could say was a bit of surprise. I expected G2 to walk their opening series and they didn't. And I'm starting to see similar trends here, particularly in some of the... Look at this.
Satu.
It's just...
There's no pressure on Shazam whatsoever.
None. He's just living comfortably. No one really gonna get close, and even this, like Zoms, just doesn't even break a sweat. Look at it. Look at that. Champions. You can see as to why. These boys have not taken their foot off the pedal at all. Reykjavik still looking so solid, so sharp. And I mean, for the rest of the tournament, this is also sending a message saying,
oh, absolutely.
We are still the kings here. The crown, it may be a little heavy, but we're just fine.
I mean, the interesting thing, obviously, you're hearing Shazam talk about how he feels. They're not pressured, right? And most teams, you know, they put a target on their back. If they're successful, thay coming in. It's like, hey guys, the pressure's on you to step up to our level. I think that's a clear psychological advantage. You come into a game like this, and like I said, you question the depth of the playbook. You question, you know, how are they able to be versatile? I'm talking about G2 here. We just didn't see any of that in this matchup.
And that's a really interesting take on that. Of normally the pressure is on the team that's in that first spot, right? The team that is leading the fray. Exactly, because how many of them eventually fall, right? Eventually they get too stuck in their ways, but Sentinels are just constantly adapting. And they're just pumped up. They're loving it. These boys live and breathe this game. That's it. I don't know how to other way to say it. And G2 had a couple of moments. It's not been completely one-sided, but the caliber of Dabs is just truly in favor of Sentinels.
It really is. I mean, obviously coming into next box, Icebox. I mean, again, can we expect a total revamp from G2 and a complete pace change? I hope so. Is it going to be effective? No, because you think towards the win condition for Sentinels there, I think they're too damn strong for G2 to handle.
Well, these are questions that hopefully the desk can maybe address. What can G2 do with Icebox on the horizon? And, well, maybe you can break down a couple of things that maybe went astray. However, you're going to find out all those answers to the questions after the break. So, guys, stick around.
Di sini boomer. Android TV aku juga pengen nonton. Udah jam 1. Nah, nonton Indonesia ya, karena ada ininya, ada apa komentatornya.
Akan spektakuler, lebih ke Shazam sama Zom sih yang memberikan momen-momen indah untuk Sentinels. Dan kita kan juga akan lihat terlebih dahulu kali ya untuk scoreboardnya di map pertama 13-6.
Udah jadi kaptennya, coachnya juga.
Skor yang tentu saja jauh diunggulkan untuk Sentinels.
2,7
sudah mengumpulkan 26 kills dengan average combat score 369, KDA-nya 2,7. Sedangkan dari Nukia dari G2 13 kills yang berhasil dia dapatkan 252 average combat score dan 1,1 KDA-nya.
2 kali lipat.
Dan dulu bisa lihat juga Zoms 2,3 tuh KDA-nya di bawah. Oh my god, sisanya pemain dari G2 nggak ada yang nyampe 1.0 untuk KDA-nya, Son.
Ya paling cuma Nukia doang. Sisanya semua di bawah 1. Gimana ya? Nggak dikasih gerak sama sekali sama Sentinels. Ketemu orang langsung pala, ketemu orang langsung hilang pemain-pemain dari G2. Gimana caranya lu bisa ngalahin orang kalau lu setiap kali ketemu orang lu kena headshot? Jadi lu lihat headshot percentage-nya lebih tinggi daripada G2 yang cuma dapat 6 angka. Frag wins-nya
12-5.
Dan oke lah kalau misalkan lu bilang wah ini headshot percentage lebih tinggi dibandingkan apa ya, kalau di Asia Tenggara kita bilang wah lebih tinggi daripada musuhnya. Tapi kalau ini Sentinels lawannya G2, bro. ini tim salah satu tim terbaik di Eropa, dia headshot percentage-nya bisa lebih tinggi walaupun dia menang. Sentinels gila. Ini udah jadi at least udah tahu nggak sih kayak tembakan peringatan buat tim-tim lain buat nggak nganggap remeh Sentinels. G2 pun diobok-obok lah, at least untuk map pertama split. Tapi ini adalah map pick dari Sentinel sendiri. Kita nggak tahu apa yang akan terjadi di map kedua. Jadi sebelum kita masuk ke map kedua, kita akan break sejenak. Jadi teman-teman yang ada di rumah jangan kemana-mana, kita akan kembali lagi setelah yang satu ini.
Sama juga, udah habis waktu. Oke. anjir. Dimakan sama Sentinel. Live chatnya lagi rame juga.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where any concern about a slow start for our reigning Masters champions and Sentinels can be promptly thrown straight out the window because Gio, holy crap, they did not miss a beat here in map number 1 on Split.
My dude, I said NA are the best region.
You did say that. It's not that I didn't believe you. I just wasn't sure that it was going to be that dominant.
Why are you looking at me like that? I mean, I said the Sentinels was going to win the whole thing, okay? So I'm saying by that, I knew that they were going to be strong on the map. I saw some things from G2 that I consider mistakes or that were not just well executed. I do not like Mixwell on the Sentinel. We've seen in many occasions. I think that he does well on Duelist. He does well on Initiators. I love him on Sky. I just don't feel like he was comfortable on stage. He didn't get his first kill until the 9th round, I feel like. And Mixwell is the kind of player that you need to step up. He's so confident in last. He's so much experience. And I feel like maybe for this map, we knew that they were going to try something new. I liked it. I really like Olamenta on Killjoy. But I feel like obviously it wasn't enough. And also, Shaz, come on, stop this.
Oh, it was disgusting. I mean, look at that. A 369 ACS? Like, what is that?
It's just
2.7 KDA. That's what
it's actually awful. And I in the best way. It was awful in the best way. But I think also Sentinels were just so good at twisting the arm of G2. We already saw Sean talk about how that Viper's wall on A was really pivotal and how it led G2 to constantly have this focus over on the A side. Now, one of the things for me is that when G2 were defending, there was this sore spot of not sufficiently defending Garage, you know, whether it's because sometimes they would put some Killjoy utility there, sometimes it was just wide open, especially if you had someone like Shazam who'd be playing up mid, getting the opening pick, and then everybody can swarm. They just didn't have something that could sufficiently go against him.
He's just missed to do it all, and I feel like it's very important what you were saying about the controllers and taking up the space. The Viper wall. On the other side, we had an Avova playing the Astra, first time that he was playing it on this map, and we said it on the pre-show, this is going to be a duel of minds. I feel like Avova was tested. I feel like Hypox said it, that Avova was going to be tested throughout the entire series because he's playing so much Astra, but he's not still fully used to it, and I feel like maybe that's gonna take a toll on him. He did great, still missing Mixwell here. Let's see what they can do on Icebox.
I just think, you know, like talking about the controller play and the Viper and whatever as if that was by someone who always plays Viper. The fact it was Dapper who usually
I loved it. I loved it.
Like, hello, welcome to the world.
It reminds me a lot of what Gambit does. The double controller, I'm a big fan. I think it's like one of my favorite compositions. And looking at this, look at that first buff percentage, 21%. That means that at least 1 out of 5 rounds he gets the first kill. That is amazing to see on someone that, I mean, he just can do everything. I'm really concerned because on Icebox we might see him again on the Jet, and he looks unstoppable today.
Yeah, if he brings any more of that magic in map 2, then it might be just wrapped up and done like that. I'll also call out that round 11, and Hypok called it out in the cast as well. Round 11 thrifty by Sentinels.
I have it written down.
not only do they get the win, but they pull out the showstopper, they pull out the lockdown, and they pull out the Sage Res, all from G2. I mean, that was a disastrous round if you're on the side of G2.
I feel it's what you get when you try and test and stuff. They were like, okay, we know that they're on an eco, we want to use the rest, but I feel like the worst part of it, of course, it's a huge investment, but you are also using the rest when someone is taking the gun out of Nuki, and I just felt like it was just so expensive for the outcome. I feel the stage was shaken with
that's the thing I'm really worried about, though, is that Nuki up to that point has been actually playing pretty well in this map, and yet you take these really valuable things away from him. You take that showstopper away, you take all of the things around him that could support him. You know for the next however many rounds that he's not going to have that facilitation that you have on your side. Now, sure, this was Sentinel's map pick, but if something like that can be repeated on Icebox, I'm sorry, but that's terrifying.
We'll have to see, and we'll see soon enough as we turn our attention towards Icebox. Because again, this was Sentinel's map choice. It was the expected result. G2's going to get their crack here on Icebox, and so for me, I'm very curious to see what, if any, adjustments they'll make based on what they saw here in map number 1.
I don't think that they're going to make adjustments on Icebox. I'd be surprised, actually, if we see some changes coming from G2. I'd say that for Sentinels, they're obviously going to keep Shaz on the jet because he's doing amazing. Why wouldn't you do it?
Let's go Icebox.
I mean, you keep him right where he is when he's top fragging and popping off in the way he did. Also, I will call out, no surprise, really, that it took all of 1 round for the trash talk to start on the stage. The Sentinels players are
I kept trying to time it so that I would actually be able to film it on my phone, but I kept having to write things down because I was like, oh, that's a sick play. Oh, that's good. And then I would miss it.
Having to do our jobs.
I know.
Instead of just enjoying the banter. I hope you're all enjoying it at home as we get a look at Icebox, the next map that we'll be heading to. I mean, this one that we've been far more familiar with over the course of the tournament. Kukuka, your thoughts here? As you mentioned, maybe not a ton of switch-ups rather for Sentinels because things are working for them.
Yeah.
For G2 though, I gotta wonder where the answer's.
The answer, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. I like that they're going to start on a side that it feels comfortable for them. But to me, I always say every single time that I see this Icebox, I love seeing it in competitive, but to me, it's such a coin flip. It is a shaky round for Sentinels, not their best, but still, they're coming in super strong today. I really felt like they were going to lose their first map today. Maybe this is the one, but I don't know how mentally damaged are G2 right now from what just happened on Split, honestly.
I will call out the last time that either of these teams played Icebox, there was one difference in their compositions, and that is a Reyna for a Raze. 10s on the Reyna and Nuki on the Raze. So that might indicate we get one small difference in composition.
Nuki was doing great on Raze, so I think he's going to keep it, and we're going to see 10s on the Reyna. Just to keep the flow of what the day is bringing. It's of course easier to get into a game and play exactly what you were playing, just in a different map.
Yeah, it's a very stylistic thing. I mean, personally, I know that it is a point of contention and everybody has their own opinion. Personally, I'm actually a decent fan of Reyna being played on Icebox, especially if you're going for A hits, for example. But obviously, the benefit that you get from the Raze, not only if you, I mean, naturally prefer her kit, but you do have a little bit more of that aspect of being able to gather information that you can share with the rest of your team.
There was one thing that concerned me a little bit when we were doing EMEA finals, and it's the presence, especially qualifiers, the presence of Mixwell on mid. He wanted to be sometimes aggressive and keep that part controlled by his presence, and sometimes it was sloppy, not entirely sure, but I feel like they've learned from that, and that is something that they cannot do again against Sentinels, because they're going to be keeping an eye on that.
I'm also very curious to see where the patience for Sentinels comes into this map. We had a couple breakdowns the other day by Sean as well, talking about retakes onto B site, and we saw a lot of that patience on display in map number 1, Split. I'm expecting it to continue, and then it's going to be about, in my opinion, the way that G2 can ultimately disrupt that flow for Sentinels. Get them out of their rhythm. Right now, you're playing Sentinels game. You need to play your own.
Yeah, one of the worrying things for me and this is kind of something that I mentioned in G2's game against F4Q just a couple of days ago, but G2 lost in the EMEA playoffs. They've actually lost to the other 3 teams from EMEA that are here. Now, That might not sound super relevant, but they played Icebox on every single one of those series as well. And I just wonder if they couldn't necessarily stand up to teams within their own region on this map. Are they going to suffer against arguably the best team of any region?
Yeah, they're like right in the middle. We cannot say that their stats are the best, but I also feel like they've been trying a lot of stuff. We also saw Nuki on Omen in one of the matches, so that was still qualifiers, but still, they've been testing on almost every single map, but this we just saw what they were preparing for it. I don't think that there's going to be major differences on Icebox, because I feel like after their last win against Gambit, they're feeling more comfortable and more centered in what they want to do and what their strengths are.
Rapi banget gitu
Ultra relaxed on the Sentinel side of the stage. You can feel maybe a little bit more tension coming from the G2 side as well, as we're getting the players into the lobby and soon enough into our Prime Gaming Agent Select. We'll see if any curveballs get thrown, because to be fair, actually, we had some expectations for what was going to be pulled out in map 1, and the teams did bring some surprises. So who knows, maybe there's a trick up somebody's sleeve that could help us extend to a map number 3. Again, I would love to see that, Haven. It's always a fun one.
I would love to see it, because as I told you, it's my favorite map to watch from Sentinels. I don't know, it has something different to the rest of them. But I feel like they have to play in a safe zone, just somewhere where they're comfortable and keep in the flow, as I was saying.
Well, we are currently waiting for one of the players' PCs to restart, so I want to talk about another matchup. Let's talk about duelists again. We're going to go back to that, because if you can't keep Shaz down, let's talk about keeping Tens down.
PC-nya restart. Tadi udah masuk lobby semua kan, yang punya yang biru siapa ya berarti?
Has anyone made it look possible?
Here's the shortest conversation I've ever had on an analyst desk. Barely a conversation at that. Nuki, we did say we liked him on the race.
He was doing great. I feel like he was doing great. He was using his utility for his teammates, and I feel like he was doing his job. I'm really happy that he's going to step up probably on the race again here on Icebox. We still don't know that. Maybe he goes for the Reyna. But even when Nuki was on Heretics back in 2014, I really like the way that he played Jet, actually, and he didn't used to do it on a Fisher, but on Prex he was completely crazy. So maybe we even get to see that. I don't think so when Kelos is on the team, but he has to be one of the different makers here, because he was being one on Split. We need him to step up and keep it doing.
Yeah, I like the thing as well with Tens looking on the other side of things. Tens is that player who, he doesn't have to be the center of attention. You know, if you compare his, his first blood statistics slightly less than what we saw from Shazam, even his damage per round, like compared to Nuki, that's actually quite a substantial difference, but it's because Tens, you can always trust him to come in when he's needed, whereas rather than like solely relying on him for everything. And I think that's what makes Sentinels so terrifying. Whereas with Nuki, he and Kellogg's have quite, different roles, different play styles, and if you lose one,
lagi pemanasan tuh.
You're not necessarily guaranteed that aggression is still going to be there in the same way you can with Sentinels.
I think it's also important to mention the fact that NA knows that in EMEA we love Icebox. As you said, G2 played it against every single seed of EMEA. So that is something that is going to happen no matter what, because you're going to want to ban a Sen against these teams. It doesn't matter if it's G2, if it's Gambit, you know that is a strong card for them. You don't want them to play. You need to go to another ground. So they have prepared a lot for this one.
All right, Nuki feeling at ease here, so perhaps, yeah, he does feel good heading into Icebox. On the point of Tens, it's really interesting to me that while he absolutely has the capability to pop off, he is the most demure of the players on the Sentinel squad. So a little bit unassuming to a degree. You almost forget sometimes that he isn't the loudest personality on the team, and then he shows up with some unthinkable play to remind you that Tens is Tens, and you need to respect him out there on the maps.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But I think that's kind of what's nice, it's kind of silent but deadly. I mean, I have to say, I felt that about Tens as well. When we had a rehearsal day and Tens was getting his makeup done, like next to me, and he was so calm and just sort of whatever. And I remember thinking, like, there are people who are terrified of you, and you are the most unsuspecting person.
Yes.
As he's just getting his makeup done.
he was just standing there. Hello. He was really nice. I also think that it's not the same playing Reyna on Split as impactful as it is on Icebox, because it's gonna help you a lot pushing into different zones of the map and helping you out from that task.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier about particularly on A pushes, right? You're really going to be looking to that Reyna because you come around the corner, you need to use the Leer, oftentimes combined with our drone too of the Sova, and that's going to give you all that initiation power that you need. Whereas, you know, obviously you can do that on B and it's useful on B, but the A side is really where I predominantly think of that. Whereas on Split, not so much you need that. You know, if you're looking at like the B site on Split, for example, you want to be thinking of your raises, your jets, you can dash straight into the side, less so than, oh, I'm going to initiate with a Leer.
Well, people rightfully afraid of Tens out there on the maps, but they should also be afraid of Shazam when he's pulling off plays like this. Our Verizon high-speed moment from our previous game on Split. Round 13, pistol round. Walk me through a Kukuka.
Oh, I love this because he gets this kill on a Bova, I feel. And oh my god, this was so... Why did he play it so fast? Because we knew that it ended up... It was
watch it again.
I really like how he sneaks in. The timing is so wrong with the Bova. He was, I think, keeping an eye on Dapper, and it's just Shazam. I think he did the same on the next round, but it's not as flashy, you know, because after winning pistols, I mean, against the Nico, it's just not that big of a deal.
Yeah, definitely less impressive, but 6 kills across 2 rounds is going to make you feel good. And again, you saw him throw the arms up across the stage, letting G2 know what's up as he pulls off the clutch in the pistol round to make the map feel as dominant as it was.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I love that you just talking about it there, you're getting excited as well.
Yeah.
We've already seen it.
Yeah, but I lived through it because, I mean, we were here sitting on the desk just watching the game and obviously listening to all the reactions, and it was just crazy when he gets the first, he gets the second. It's like, I mean, we see everything, obviously. You see the minimap and you're like, oh my god, the timing on this.
But it is really scary to me. You think the way that he managed to flick round onto Avova, he knew he was there. Avova didn't manage to execute the flank. Now, this was on a map in which Sentinels aren't running any Sentinels. You know, if you didn't need a turret or an alarm bot or a cam or a tripwire to know that that was there, that's very scary.
But that's what makes Shazam so scary as a player, though. He himself is a Sentinel. The way his brain works, just the knowledge of, all right, I found a kill here. I know where the next guy would be coming from because that's where I would be. Just it seems like it was second nature. He can read the map so well.
They're playing with a 6-person squad, but with 5 people.
That's it.
You know, it's like, yeah, we have all of
G2
these.
never stood a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
We were mentioning the workload that they were putting on Shazam, and obviously he knows exactly what to do with any agent. It doesn't really matter because he's done the homework for every single person in the classroom.
Yeah, we'll see what the homework is for Icebox because, again, it's not their map pick, right? So that's as much as we've had questions about how G2 comes back against Sentinels, I'm also curious what kind of homework Sentinels has done to dissect G2's Icebox play. Is there any holes in G2's Icebox play that can be easily exploited?
I feel like on Split, they decided to give G2 a lot of space and just play a little bit more on retake, forcing them to go on the execute and making that huge investment, and then just breaking it and breaking their tempo when they thought that they were getting more comfortable. We saw it a lot on 2B, and I feel like this is exactly what they have to do on this map as well.
I'm just having a look at Sentinel's history on Icebox.
How's it look?
Well, since the start of February, they've only lost on it twice.
Yeah, but they're close up results.
Yeah, but it's still scary.
Of course it's scary. It's a
They're the best team in the world. They're going to be scary no matter what lens you look at them through. But that's what you got to do, right? You got to look for those little tidbits where you can, that you can grab onto and say, okay, that's exploitable, and now how do we balloon that into something bigger? So that's probably the same work that G2's been doing over the previous weeks when identifying their opponents and figuring out how to ultimately come up against them. For those of you League fans, you might recognize that guy on your screen there. That was Kez, the manager for Sentinels, an old LCS player, actually. I had a grand time seeing him in Reykjavik. Maybe it's just me nerding out about it.
You have some information that we don't have.
What, Kez? You guys don't know who he is? Elite player. Great. He's fantastic. Anyway.
I'm Dash, and I love League of Legends.
I do love League of Legends.
I wonder what champions they're going to pick.
I also love Valorant.
I only play RMs.
I've been pretty good after that first day. I've been getting a lot better about that.
I can play some TFT while we're waiting for this, actually.
All right, what's your comp?
For TFT?
Yeah.
On this set?
Yeah.
Let me think. What do I want to go? I'll probably go with some Sentinels.
There it is. That was Kismet right there. 6 Sentinels.
You don't play
Just
TFT.
like
You don't
Sentinels
get the-
had 6
okay,
Sentinels.
okay.
And
No,
yeah,
okay.
Zio is not a part of this conversation.
I'm like, yeah, first person
She was looking at me like, I have no idea what you're talking
I just gave you the blankest look in the world.
Oh, Lordy. For those of you at home, just a quick update. You see some of the players in the firing range keeping their hands warm while we do get one of those PCs restarted. Just want to make sure that all of the players are working with the best possible tech and in the best possible scenarios. Make sure they're set up for success. And so we will do our due diligence in that regard. Until they're ready to jump into Agent Select, we'll be here with you.
I like that at least we get to see the players' faces because, come on, we're a LAN event. We do not have a crowd, but at least we need, even if you, I mean, Sentinels, we've seen them hundreds of times, but maybe you haven't seen some of the G2 players, so here.
That's a good point. First look for many
Their
people.
faces, exactly, exactly.
I mean,
the
what
face behind all the aim and the strats.
Yeah, look, everyone likes to see Sentinels because they just like the reminder that they are in fact human.
I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about these international LAN events, right? Is where you build, like, heroes are made, right? You know, stars are built in these kinds of international competitions because we have expectations. A lot of those end up, you know, going to the wayside as we see the firing range firing off on our screens here. Man, I wish I had mechanics like that.
I would like G2 to go on pistols into that shooting range because they lost both pistols, and that is always like pending homework for G2.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on with their pistol rounds, but they cannot seem to get them straight.
It's terrible as well because, you know, if you can't pick up your pistol rounds, especially, you're putting yourself at such a disadvantage when you're actually in the game. So as much as we joke about, yeah, they should go into the practice range and practice their pistols, I think especially when they're heading into their map pick, they need to ensure that they are getting those early rounds on the board so that they have that economic advantage, because otherwise they're just going to find themselves slipping.
I think it's a super legitimate call out, especially when you're talking about playing the best team in the world. You need every little advantage you can get, and the pistol round, as we know, is one of the biggest, right? So eking that out, getting that win, and as we generally assume, the second round win to follow, that could be the difference maker. If everything else is going roughly even,
take care, because Sentinels eco rounds have been taken.
That is true. The double thrifties from Split really did spell doom for G2.
I also just think Sentinels are just not one of those teams that are going to be afraid when, if they are going up against an anti-eco and they're on an eco or they're at an economic disadvantage, they're not going to be afraid to actually try and put a dent, a dent the size of a freaking crater in that economy.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Oh
I'm
my
disgusted. Tens, you gotta stop.
Dude,
miss one. Miss one!
Stop!
Damn you!
Hey, he missed one.
Did he? Okay. He's moving so fast I can't even see.
Not in my monitor.
He fooled me. Yeah, exactly. Oh my
Kellogg's
goodness.
was actually practicing with the ultimate. It's very sick as well. This is what you get from these players. This is something that we're never gonna be able to do.
Yeah, far from ever achieving something like this. But honestly, such a cool look, you know, behind the scenes of these players on the stage, keeping the energy up, keeping the fingers warm, practicing the mechanics that people would kill for.
Yeah, well, they would struggle to actually get the kill in the first place.
Exactly, that's the problem. You gotta out mechanic him to get the kill, and that's just not gonna happen, right?
Oh my goodness.
Lordy.
It is always impressive. Actually, it's nice to get to see that stuff because I think most people know that these players sit and actually play in the practice range, but actually having some insight on what that looks like is not what you're used to.
While we're waiting and we don't have anything like more to talk about besides we just can't wait until the map starts. Since you guys are not on the desk on the next game, what are your thoughts on Gambit versus 100 Thieves?
I'm concerned for 100 Thieves.
I like to hear that. I like to hear that.
I mean, we've had the most dominant series we've seen internationally now in Valorant comes at the hands of Gambit. That alone should make anybody a little nervous.
They're the first seed versus the second seed of an A. We literally have a full day serve.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we lucked out with the series that we have in front of us. But yeah, definitely concerned. 400 Thieves, not saying it's unwinnable, but I do think that they're going to have to step it up a notch. They looked good. But I feel like, at least for myself, when it comes to Gambit, they were hitting all their shots. And when you're doing that to begin with, and then you have the strats and the pacing to boot, where do you find you're in for 100 Thieves? I don't know. It's got to come off of a Hiko clutch, I guess, and we did get one of those already.
What are your thoughts?
I think. Wait, who was it amongst our talent who said they wanted to look in Hiko's? Was it Mitch? He said he wanted to look in Hiko's eyes.
That is something.
Sounds like a Mitch. Sounds like a Mitch thing. Yeah.
I think it's actually really hard to judge because the playstyle is so far away from each other, but also when you look at the game that Gambit played yesterday, they were kind of handed it on a plate. So there are two things to consider from that. A, it's not entirely representative of a really competitive game that they would have to be put in, so the kind of pressure that they might be under is not the same. But B, the fact that they could have a lot of stuff hidden. They could have a lot of stuff hidden because they didn't need to show it. And I think that makes it hard to judge.
Well, there's a brief preview of the third series to come today between Gambit and 100 Thieves, but we're going to reframe back here towards Icebox once again as these teams gear up to dive into our Agent Selects. Just a reminder of how the first map went. It was split in 13-6 fashion going over to Sentinels. Both pistol rounds, a couple of thrifties, so a lot going their way. So for G2, if they can start off on the right foot here on Icebox, again, put that last map out of your mind, get the momentum rolling, start hitting the shots, and it might just be all they need to push us to Haven and a third and final map in this best of 3.
They definitely had the time to refresh their minds a little bit and maybe not take a walk, but come on, we're waiting for you guys. Stop passing everything. What is this?
What are they? What are they passing?
I think they're the
gum.
Oh, just hand warmers?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I did see Shazam like blowing into his hands a second ago, and I was just thinking, I wonder if they know that the reason it's so cold in here is
Don't you
because
do
of
it.
you.
Don't you do it.
Don't do it, dear. Come on. I'm fine. We're wearing
I'm wearing
and the players are going to be sweating. We know that.
I'm wearing a crop top, so I've been shivering in here.
All right, well,
life is so
whose
hard.
choice
We
was
have a
that?
full wardrobe upstairs. You can grab something.
I got an extra hoodie somewhere I can lend to you if you're cold. Also, we're going on to Icebox. That is so
I don't have
perfect.
to be there. Exactly.
It is so...
No, you have to be there. You need to get in the zone, okay, with this place actually.
Right.
Know what's
You
going
gotta
on.
feel it. You can't really play on Icebox unless you feel like you're playing on Icebox. So we're just getting everybody into the right mindset.
I see.
Okay,
All
the
right,
song switches as we're going into Agent
Okay.
Select.
That's how
Right
you
game,
know.
mate. Let's go.
Alrighty, let's see. We talked a bit about what all re-hit, that we actually expect in many cases to have somewhat of a mirror matchup. Last time each of these teams played this map, the only difference was Tens on Reyna and Nukie on Raze. We'll see if that's what holds true or if some other tricks come out.
I actually expect the exact opposite. I would like Nuki to go on Reyna,
Shazam
but I
mau
feel like
pakai
he
ini
was
lagi
too
kah?
comfortable against Gambit playing
yang pakai
with
Sova siapa dong?
Raze. So
Bukan
let's
Shazam.
see. First picks.
Dapper pakai Sova.
So far, so good.
Shazam pakai Jet pasti.
Yeah, we haven't got to the spicy part.
Yeah,
yet.
Zom. Udah pasti ya, Zom pakai.
Alright, so we got
Nuki on Raze. That's
Tens
something
pakai
that
apa
I
ini?
like. And now
Reyna?
Tens go on Reyna, please.
Shaz
Reyna.
going to the Reyna. It will be Mixwell on the Viper as he played the last time around.
Yeah, and there is no way that Kellogg's does not go for it yet.
There it is.
Could you imagine
There it
pulling
is.
the Euro card?
It's exactly what we expected here for Icebox on map number 2. You've heard enough out of us. The players are definitely ready to get in there and do some battle. And I know Hypoc and Pansy are ready for the call.
I don't think you could stop us at this point. We've been patiently waiting. Great fill, guys. Good work on that. But the game is ready, so we can really start kind of hammering it in. But I think looking at the selection of agents, nothing truly jumped out to us. I think it plays to the players we have in the server. I'm not too worried about anything we saw. Is there any key components you're looking at here to be maybe a difference maker for G2? Because Sentinels have come out in my eyes and have set the bar exceedingly high. So where do we look for those small exceptions? Where do we find it?
I ask the same questions now that I did in map 1. As Kellogg's coming online, what's the support system look like? Now, previously, Kellogg's has had a couple of really, really rough performances. And actually, stylistically, we compare Sentinels to Ascend, a team like Ascend. Kellogg's got absolutely shut down. So it's going to be difficult here for him to find value. For me, I look towards Nuki. Nuki has to be the playmaker here for G2. I'll wait and see how that goes off. Zoms, a couple of shots back and forth, actually. G2 had sent any utility over, but there'll be 3 members stacked up here along lane. Zoms not even entertaining it. We'll give up the space initially. Sick in position as well. Nuki on the other side here. We'll find Shazam, and 10's there also.
Shazam.
Yeah, this is potentially tradable on the A side, but we have to look towards the actual site hit that is starting to come on through. So this is going to be starting building up. 10's has found the
10's dapat Nuki.
Spike is going to be going down on the other side. So that's now planting Kellogg's. Can he slip just behind enemy lines? No, but he can find a... Well, I thought it was a decent fight, but Zoms is still fighting the good fight for Sentinels. It's a 3v3 both spawn, and G2 aren't in bad spots here. Mixwell, Coldamenta, and Avova still standing, and Mixwell wants to retake that space towards that yellow. Maybe see if anyone's going to slip on through. He's seen enough. That's just a little
kelihatan sedikit anjir.
And Mixwell, this is the Mixwell you need to start seeing if you're a G2 fan.
Oh no!
The land beast himself finally
Let's
starting
go.
to wake
Bring
up here.
to
Good beginnings
map
and maybe a
3.
bounce back. Map 1 was not good for Mixwell. This could be much better.
Good opportunity to check in now. Can they handle the anti-eco? That was such a prominent issue on map 1. Again, yes, ticking the box, pissed around 1, but again, expect Sentinels to come out swinging in this next round. Potentially go a little more aggressive than we'd expect, but I'm looking towards G2 to be able to handle that. What do they put in place here? Nuki again in that previous round, out on an island. He's in that lurking role on the Raze. Did find a kill, but was traded out. So this is a key round here.
Yeah, we have what? 3-4 players towards A for the Sentinel side. You do have an upgraded, if only slightly, 10s as well. Sheriff just tucked away, light armor as well. And there's a follow-up peek, but it's
Shazam kena pick lagi.
So he catches Shazam, and he knows there may be more. The timing might be just tickling away at the back of his brain, but look at this, Spike's on the way, and he's going to fall away from that. This is all going to be G2s. There is a player deep, but they wouldn't be able to deny the Spike plant at this point.
Well, initially. Looking pretty good for G2, no pressure comes through. Nuki's still out here again. Did get a little information on the back of his boombot, but everybody from Sentinels already making their way towards B. Zom's already up on side. 10's actually going to try and make his way back from Snowman. Actually, the counter wall comes up, create a little pocket. Nuki will find sick in transition. So will respond as well on site. Yeah, just a couple more to deal with actually. Dapper right underneath. He might find a consolation. Thank God for that one. Yep, 22 HP now.
Revealing area.
What, is he just making sure he got the kill
just
there?
The recon bolt is just to make sure nobody else is up on
there. You're right. There could have been another player there.
Yeah.
Spot on.
It's quite common to see a second just tucked up the top there.
Just crouched.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, no BM here, folks.
Talk about consolation, actually. The consolation
Game 3 dong.
Sending a message as well.
Di Heaven aku pengen lihat pakai
apa?
Dapper pakai.
You can have a rough time here. However, 2-0. This is a good start for G2. It's maybe just a little bit of a confidence boost. Now, bear in mind, some of these players are younger. We spoke about Kellogg's a lot, and he is one of those younger players who do need a little bit of that maybe confidence builder here.
Well, buy round here, looking for Sentinels to adjust slightly on A, right? And again, the indicators are in place. See if Nuki can again find...
Rifle on Mixwell. Nuki has got a tough challenge. It's just deal with 10s. Mark your man. And he's got Shaz on that side too. Now he's only got a Sheriff. This isn't pretty. He's played this position a fair amount. Same again, but now you can see 10s has closed the gap this time. Creeping slowly. Does Nuki even consider this possibility? It doesn't look like he has. This looks like a murder scene. Oh, he's heard all the steps here. 10s is in the prime position, sees one, actually falls away. Doesn't outstay his welcome. Coldamenta.
It's a big trade.
Great trade. There's a Mixwell. He's right up mid. Catching sick, and now this is getting a bit of a problem. Shaz is on an island. The other two players for Sentinels are not here. But Shazam, ice cold, waiting patiently, and has to play this out to perfection. Can't do it. Kellogg's has got his number, and there it is. Site's now open for business, and this could be a huge round for G2 to convert here in the bonus.
Dapper and Zoms
here.
trying to get something done on the way back in. Kellogg's will actually fall. A little overzealous there, trying to
Spike planted.
hold on to control there, but Coldamenta trades it back out. Nuki follows up.
Timing.
Zoms will fall. G2.
Let's go, G2.
3 up.
There we go. They're getting fired up, High Park. Here we go.
I was going to say, interested to see actually, even still the hesitation there, and both rounds previously actually, I think both 10s and Shazam have shown presence, right? So they know that officially, I guess, that default is both members being present. Even after they find the kill onto Tens, they're still very hesitant. They wait for the owl drone. And that's actually a big positive, right? And obviously G2 slipping up and making some of these mistakes where Sentinels are always going to have that contingency in place.
How it can be like...
You could just see Shaz then probably talking through how is Nookie still, you know, maybe getting away with this. The presence out there, the swing around on it, like everything that's just happened to them, they're probably a little frustrated by. That's not something we often see. Sentinels, they're normally calm, very collected. Nookie, again, this is his job, this is his duty. He was born to do this, apparently. But he still has two of arguably the best brains and best aims to handle on the other side, and there's the brain move from one. Shaz is gone. The wrists still in place for Tens, but he's going to have to deal with that and back away. On the other side, however, Zoms getting ready. Sick. Has he been played in on this, though? Do they know this? Do they check on it? How much can he do with it?
Oh, no.
Catching Dapper.
Dapper.
And for now, player advantage to G2, and they want to keep it that way. They've got the rifles, and this can get very scary, but look at this position. This is nastiness. Nookie. So many angles to clear.
Oh, no.
For their Tens. And again, step by step, they're clearing this out methodically.
All right, so once again, cautious in their approach. Sick. Really up towards rafters.
Do before.
Not overstepping the mark. Methodically clear through here. Nookie actually still catches sight of Sick ahead of time. Actually, some more damage comes through. The kill was third on the round.
Nasty.
Spike will go down. Fantastic work from G2 there, and that's the sort of round that we
clean
were talking
banget
about from map one,
mainnya.
right? Lauren, again, Nookie in position, effectively taking a 1v2 every single round versus Tens and Shazam. And that's a statement in itself. So, again, looking towards Nookie to be the power player here and already delivering in the first 4 rounds. Thing is, I gotta say it, even in those rounds, Sentinels need to kind of stop challenging him at these range, because Nookie's going to do this every single time. And if they give him a kill, it's going to spread Sentinels across the map. It's going to create an opening, which G2 were incapable of doing on the previous map.
But this could be something that they've maybe identified, that if they can tame Sentinel's ability to take this deep space, which they're still vying for. Shazdo on the off, those Shazam going to get it, but there's a trade. No! Ooh. Gets out with his life. 10 still posted up in position. Tries to fall away off the back of the Lear and leaves Dapper in a little bit of a corner. Nookie pries him out of it. G2 still on the move here, 4v4. How much more can they pressure this? Shaz on the backlines and Tens. He's just waiting around this corner. Shaz is watching this, just eagle eyes from up above. Tens rings the bell, finds 2, Nookie and over.
Tuding itu anjing.
Now a 1v4
Udah ampun.
and it ain't happening. Sick with a good closer. Sentinels on the board.
A comfortable response there. First round on the board for them, and again, it's those rounds that Sentinels are willing to do so. With the operator online, they know that they have this advantageous first peek, and Shazam gets himself into the position there to stop Kellogg's on the cross, even towards Pipes.
Yeah.
Again, Showstopper completely negated. Desperate for that trade, Tens comes through with 2 crispy headshots.
Crispy headshot.
Actually, this first ultimate cycle looking pretty good for G2. Got him into 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Nookie obviously investing the Showstopper in the previous. Everything else available here. So probably going to try this double updraft here to deal with Zombs. Actually did get revealed there.
Here we go.
Does go up. Catch it. No, Shazam! Find Cold Enter actually on that B lane peak.
He's everywhere. He just shown presence at A that prior round. Now he's over here, keeping himself very viable. But Zombs gets picked off, and that's going to force Shazam in a bad position. Mixwell's pressure through mid. Now catches that rotation, that fallback, but Sick now on the site. He needs to live up to that name. Keep control of this. Support's on the way. They've re-garnered that space in middle. Tens is one there. Who needs knives when you got a rifle like that? Ten's happy to fall back now. He's done his job. But now G2, where do they take this?
Ten's already hightailing it over. Actually going to get himself into a position on barrel, so G2 have to be disciplined, to be diligent on the way in here, because again, Ten's will always put himself in this one and done spot. That dismiss. And the Vova actually kind of solo pushing right now.
Off angles and Tens. Yeah, sounds about right for a disaster. Ten's going to readjust now. Still pressure comes in. Going to put it down. It's still a 2v2 here. Keep in mind, Coldamenta has his ult. Nookie, I mean, he's just got a gun and that's normally enough. He's been pulling off 1v2s, but look at this retake positioning from Sentinels. Right around the back, and actually Dapper's quite far ahead here. He's made some good progress. then timing is everything. Coldamenta hasn't considered it until now. Dapper is right next to him, clears the right side. He's on the
timing!
Left. Coldamenta holds him back as sick. The next step forward finds him, and now it's a 1v1. Nookie has been god tier over on this side of the map. But Sick's a bit of a legend himself. Taps the spike, falls away, looks for that pixel out of place, looks for Nookie,
Oh!
and Nookie finds him!
3-10 anjir. Kalau itu pakai Vandal mati itu
trade
tadi.
headshots. You were just 10 HP remaining, but again, great recovery here. I had a major problem with Avova peeking ahead of the Aldo, and I think Coldamenta actually had his recon bolt available as well. So lucky they're able to still comfortably set up on site there, because again, Expect tends to do that. He finds that kill in mid straight away. He's the anchor. He's the contingency plan on that entire pressure that's created by G2 on B main. And again, yes, finds the first, gets traded out, but expect him to do that every single time. If he trades, it's fine for Sentinels.
Not forcing a tactical timeout yet. Sentinel's still happy to keep going at this. Maybe this is a reason why. Labored from both sides. It's a little weird, but it will be Shaz to find Mixwell. So mid's now open and eyes now removed from watching maybe a push-up. And it looks like the stack's already coming out here. They're well aware. Deep as well. Very interesting to see that one up here. G2 falling slowly away from this.
I think the Viper's bit definitely going to make them reconsider Shazam. Actually got the cut off on this rotation as well.
If they try and step across this, it's such a hard angle to clear. He could be getting away with being the guillotine, and there's 3 players around this corner. That's one.
Oh, dapat satu.
A second's difference in Coldamenta may have gotten that kill, but he's quick. And now it's a 4v3. Coldamenta, Nookie, and Kellogg's. The death ball now going roaming.
Take flight. Again, res available. I'm not sure actually how feasible it is with Shazam dying on top of Tube. So you can see G2 actually pausing for a moment here. And whether or not the awareness is that Sentinels potentially try and get that back.
Oh, I like this. If they catch some rotations here, you're going to have
30 seconds left.
Sova can just keep drawing their attention over towards A, right? Make a bit of noise, see if maybe they can catch some of these players, but you can see that intuition maybe making them question this, and there it is, already going to find the bigger. Nookie's now gone down, do they expect a second kill? Oh, it's good spray adjust, but
Coldamenta di sini.
effective here for Sentinels. They've kept themselves in the right positions. And what does Coldamenta get to do with this? Spikes
udah
deep in enemy territory,
udah di
6
sana.
seconds left.
Nggak cukup waktunya.
Have a little go for it, not going to happen. Well done to Sentinels, kept composure there, kept everything in check, and Shazam, lovely play up middle.
Yeah, beautiful. And again, you got to credit G2 for being stacked up there, where Shazam can't get away with another, actually. He finds the first. Mixwell in the rattiest spot, I think we'll see all day.
So ratty.
But again, look at Sentinels, the Aldon just paving the way for Shazam to walk through there, find all that space in the early round, and ultimately it gives Sentinels a really good read on, I think, where G2 want to end up.
Yeah.
At least plan A.
Yeah, it gave them great intention with that. Now, looking at the money though, considering it was what? A pretty commanding scoreline. The money hasn't swelled for G2. A lot of these rounds have been kept up, and I'm just Fury right off the rip. Now, I don't know if they actually did get a tag. It doesn't matter. It's tens into motion. Maybe able to get a little closer off the back of the audio cues, knowing that you can push a little bit deeper, as they're going to be having to respect that. And he's already made great work of it. Finding Nookie is the perfect target to pick up.
Especially with the work he's been doing towards Belt on 8. No res available, so G2 will proceed as 4. Shazam and Tens on the other side of this once again, and look at the focus towards mid, actually. Is Aldoran going to come through? I don't know, we'll spot Tens actually tucked up on second level of sight. There's a risk of being wallbanked here, but nothing comes through.
No, he's still fine. He's still alive. He's got Dapper kind of having his back here. Wall goes in, wants to at least give himself a chance at a gap here, but he's been chipped away at. Now Dapper gonna pick up that man. Good damage.
Ding dong anjir.
Managed to keep his life. 10 still living in the depths here, unable to quite pop into this, and there's the ult coming out as a response.
G2 fantastic control on site, actually.
Brilliant.
Big swing and a miss. Avova will get the better of him there, and Avova finds a second as well.
dapat
Sick will fall.
Yeah, now the last 3, where are they at? We've got a couple, or at least one coming around on the flank. That's Shazam. Coldamenta up in towards Nest. It's Kellogg's to find 10, so now down to just 2. Zom's down noted, now spotted, does get Kellogg's, but in the meantime, Shaz lost life, and it will be an unfavourable situation for Zoms.
No.
And they're going to suck it up. G2 are right back into this. That's going to be 6-2 on the board, Hypok.
Have we actually got a game on our hands now?
I mean, it's looking that way. This is a fantastic start from G2 and looking so much better equipped, way more composed in this. Again, you can say they're not making as many mistakes, but I just think back to that round with Shazam in mid. G2 stacked up to mitigate that risk. That's something we just didn't see on Split at all.
You're right. Yeah, this does look like a different side. Haven would be the last, if I'm not mistaken. So
correct.
I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It's only the first half here. Don't worry, I'm getting a little excited because we actually might have a game here. We might see Sentinels pushed. Because map 1, I mean, if you're not actually, you know,
map 3 ini, map 3.
completely hooked on the Copium and Hopium, you're going to be able to see that was a very Sentinels-dominated map. But this is a whole new lease of life to G2. Looking like some Nookie controlling that push-up consistently, setting a tone for the entire match. Shaz and Tens are now like, well, I guess I'm on Nookie duty. Great, I'm going to have to deal with this every single time. And he will do this every single time.
Nice.
Maybe he doesn't do it one round, fair enough. They're still going to have to expect him to be there. And now at this point, G2 actually leaning this way. The purchase coming out from Sentinels. 1 rifle and Tens, the rest, a little shaky, but we saw map 1. That was still able to do damage on Split.
I love this. The way that G2 have to approach this now, it's just stack us 4. Hey, hopefully they can't get us all, right? Whether it be Tens or Shazam on the other end, but let's see. Looking going to send the paint shell across the back. Kellogg's getting very deep towards server here. Shazam will fall, actually. Dapper tagged up by that Owl drone. Be a comfortable plant here. Not an awful lot really for Sentinels to get back in action. The recon bolt will find 2 tags.
Yeah, it was actually really well done, but bear in mind,
mixed well.
The weaponry that came in with Sentinels was limited. 10 still going to do some work though. 35 HP was on, back on up, still sitting pretty now. A 1v3 beckons. It's not going to happen. Government denies, and G2 starting to stride through this game. They've got some answers here. Where is that tactical timeout? Where is the conversation for Sentinels? Or do they not care that much about this one? Maybe they feel, it's only the first half, we'll be fine. I think they still need more of a buffer here.
I mean, actually, you look at the stats and there's a slight lean towards Sentinels performing a little better on defense. So, again, if there's any win condition we could take away from previous performances, it's the Sentinels at least keep them in check here in the first half.
They've got to get the last 3 if I think, you know, Sentinels need a buffer. 2 is not enough for me. I'll never get... Bare minimum 3, or I'm thinking it's a runaway. Now let's see what Sentinels can do there. They're back on the buy, and Shaz has the ult. Now we saw the last time around, the ult pushing up middle. That was so decisive. Could do with a bit of that here, because right now G2 have him by the scruff of the neck. Someone's with a little jump peek. Shaz off to the side, waiting for maybe that jump peek on the other side to come around. While this happens, we see that little bit of a step towards middle, but not too much. This is the start that G2 wants to make sure they keep everything in check. No early giveaways, no easy reads here. They buy their time.
Anjing, ikut deg-degan anjir.
I'm wondering if Mixwell's there purely off the back of the success that maybe they had off Shaz or someone pushing up mid. This is an interesting little read from them here. Nookie showing, I'm still here. You have no idea where we're heading.
But this is great. Again, just giving that away. Then it's up on the platter. Nookie's happy to face that Owl drone to give away that information. Shazam actually misses the first one, finds the second.
Shazam dapat anjing.
Look at this. Nookie's so commanding right now. He's keeping 3 players from Sentinels locked onto a site. Avova does have the res. We'll try and get this. Back up, yeah, we'll just be behind the wall. Shazam can't punish that.
Where's that mid lurk? It's Mixwell who's looking to maybe crack this open. If he can catch the 2 players rotating, that'd be perfect. Let's see what Mixwell can do here, though. He has to catch this one. There it is. Great work from him. And now the other 3 from Sentinels are on an 11, but it is 3, and one of them is Tens. Probably one of the best in the world, just on the other side of this. And there he is waiting, Dapper by his side. Guns locked and loaded, 10 seconds. It looks like G2 run out of time, run out of options, and run out of players. There's the bare minimum. I wanted to see 3 at least here for Sentinels now.
That's so interesting to see as well. Like I said, Nookie faces the Owl drone. He's happy to let Sentinels know that he's there, but Sentinels do not falter. Again, Mixwell finds that kill, like you said, and it doesn't even impact the rest of the round because there's no rotation factor. There's already 3 bodies stacked up there. So it's interesting, really. I mean, you can argue G2 kind of victims of their own success there, where Sentinels just like, there's a possibility, Nookie's still going to find a kill, and they're going to try and collapse and end up on A.
Go again, the aggression. They're going for it again. Nookie. This checklist has worked against Sentinels. Oh, okay, he's got a good idea someone's close by. Reads it. Shaz. So dangerous between the 2 of them.
You can see the cogs turning there for Nookie. It's like, Boombo's seen something. It's seen something close.
Kellogg's this time looking to punish. He peeks a little deeper, but it's actually Mixwell being caught in mid is the first blood drawn. Six going to catch that as Kellogg's is now going to at least take that long control. After maybe noting that Shaz is over somewhere else towards A, they can actually build up on this, but still no easy way through. Nuki this time now, starting to work towards middle himself.
There.
He stuck behind this wall for the time being. G2 not going to wait on that to come down, actually. And Zoms will find the spike carrier. Kellogg's unable to trade initially and will get revealed by the recon bolt, so has to back away the spike in control of Sentinel right now.
That's the big one again, now more time. Last time the frag came in through middle so late. Oh, that's a bit uncomfortable. Maybe could have done more with that, and now he's feeling a little silly, but can he still make it work? Yeah, it looks good. Nuki does find Dapper, but now it's just going to be Nuki. Oh my word, 2 more though, Nuki. Do you still have it in you? Rez comes in, he can't get it done. Tens keeps Sentinels on a level field in that round. That was about to get so dangerous.
It's so unfortunate for Nuki on that paint cell. The fact that it gets stuck in the door
Ya,
frame, if that
penselnya
just
tadi
bounces out, I think it forces Sick into a bit more of an open position potential for him to fall there, and ultimately Nuki a huge opportunity to just swing out with that showstopper. Those 2 seconds effectively altered the entire outcome of that round.
Okay, up again for Shaz.
Actually, the G2 purchase here, obviously, final round, but Spectres have got a Mixwell on the only rifle here.
Oh dear. Here we go, Nuki! Oh, Nuki! He's just leapt into the arms and he's got the frag onto Shaz, but where's the rest?
Oh no!
Kellogg's picks up the pace just as Nuki left off, and it's a 4v3. Dapper, Sick and Zoms are baffled, scratching their head. Sick can't quite adjust the spray well enough on the second, and now 2-stand. Dapper and Zoms fired up, trying to get that wall down for a quick bit of vision. No one falls
Nuki
foul
anjing.
instantly. Zoms finds the first. Kellogg's
Zoms!
Zoms is nasty right now. The 1v1 Coldamenta, 8 bullets. Zoms on the other side. Coldamenta, he sees him, he gets him. It's G2 with a solid lead here.
That is not a scoreline I thought we would be looking at here in the first half of Icebox after seeing map 1, but what an insane tempo shift on that. And again, it's to capitalize on that weaker purchase, and it's executed perfectly by G2.
Oh, we've got a game, 8-4. For me, the question though is it enough? We know Sentinels can dig deep. We know they've got a lot in the tank. We rarely see them rattled. That's the first time they've been dictated to in a long time, it felt like to me.
I mean, what happens when you poke the beast? What do we see in the second half here from Sentinels? Because, again, we talk about obviously the first half on map 1 and Split in particular. Sentinels were able to run rings around G2.
Yep.
Yes, G2 were able to get away with some, I'll say, uncharacteristic plays and set pieces, but again, can Nuki do the same thing? Can he have the same impact on their defensive half? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, I wonder what questions and answers Sean has for us, because he's standing by to break down something that caught his eye from that first half.
Let's go.
Indeed I am, Lauren. I got 2 rounds for you guys, so I'm just going to hop right into it. So this round was the explosive A take that G2 tried to do, and you can see right here, Shazam, Tens, and Dapper are triple lined up right here. The 2 that are going to aggress, the duelists, Shazam and Tens. So they're going to go along the ropes, and where they're going to end up, they're going to both be on top of pipes. But the angles that they end up holding is what's really important here. Shaz has the aggressive angle to take the left entrance, and then Tens' job is to actually guard him in case anyone were to push out onto Belt. It's very important that these 2 specific duelists are in these roles because they have movement abilities. The Jet with the dash and the Reyna with the dismiss can both get away from these aggressive positions on the A site. That is why Sentinels loves running this comp. So let's run it through for a little bit here. So what I'll tell you right now is G2 slows this to try to stop any initial push. They have a smoke here right off the bat, and Nuki immediately pops his showstopper and tries to hunt Shazam down. Never in a million years would he expect a second player also on pipes, which is why he ends up falling back. He catches a glimpse of Tens, falls back, and then the round kind of chills out for a split second. Dapper, who actually shot a recon early round, is hiding in the corner. So this is Shazam getting that opening kill, Tens locking down the next 2, and then the round is literally over. So we're gonna hop straight into the next round, and let's pause it for 1 second right here. So what I wanna draw attention to now is Dapper throwing the same arrow over here at A. It's going to triple ping. That means it gets all of its recon little notices off, And that's a very, very good indicator that no one is around this A site and won't be for quite a bit of time, right? So the rotation will come in soon. But what I also want to show you is the fact that Kellogg's is right here in mid. If he does something, and he does, but he doesn't catch Shazam, so he's going to actually double updraft. So he, from this angle right here, can double updraft and actually see down B long, which is why he's over there right now. He has his Blade Storm out. He's going to double updraft and try to get that pick onto Shazam. Unfortunately for him, this wall from Zoms, as well as Shazam's location, kind of blocks the vision from him. So Sentinel's one step ahead in this regard. So let's roll it for a little bit right now. And this, in my opinion, is the swing round of the entire half. Shazam peeks out wide at the perfect time, ends up getting a pick, and then he actually... He ends up falling back, and this lurk by Midwell using this smoke that we previously discussed allows him to get the trade onto Shazam while simultaneously Zoms falls. So let's pause it for a split second here. We are now in this unique scenario where we're in a 3-on-3. Okay, G2 has rolled back to this A site, and they did so after Tens got a pick into middle. So Tens actually found this frag onto Mixwell, and that takes all of G2's smokes, all of their controller utility out of the equation. So that kind of filters them into this A site. Tens, playing the Reyna, again, can play in these aggressive angles that other agents cannot do. He can dismiss out of these angles. So he's playing this one and done angle for most agents, but for him, he can get the kill and dismiss out. So let's roll it for a little bit. He ends up taking out the spike, dismissing actually to this location right here, and Nookie's ability to immediately take the ropes and trade this frag onto Tens with the drone is pivotal. That frag is actually the biggest frag of the entire half in my eyes because it broke Sentinel's economy. Coldamenta's aware of the flank, and Sick ends up in this very, very difficult 1-on-2 where he manages to get one. Nookie obviously locks it down. This guy's a clutch player through and through. And this round right here shows why these teams are so evenly matched, and we might be blessed with a map 3, guys. Back to Lauren.
Yeah, map 3 lah.
Not back to you, Hypok.
Yeah, I can see myself out, actually, Sean, if you'd prefer. Up to you.
Yeah, but again, I think there were some really incredible things broken down there, and that did feel like G2 are very aware of the opponents. They are prepped for this. They are coming into this locked and loaded with all the facts that they need. Now, second half though, 8-4, it's not impossible. And Sentinels are a team that can do these sort of gaps.
Yes, and I'm expecting them to, again, I use the phrase poke the beast, I'm expecting them to come out swinging in the second half. Set the precedent, set the tone, don't allow G2 to ride through this momentum. They need to stop this early in this half if they want to actually draw the game up and push things further.
Back underway, 8-4 if you're just tuning in. Map 1, Sentinels picked up in quite convincing fashion. However, map 2 here, G2's choice, sitting at 8-4 on the half. This time around, Sentinels now need to show what they're like in the driving seat here. Kellogg's. Real wide on that angle, but he does manage to make it out. That should be, though, Spike making himself towards the side.
Vova is straight down mid, though. He's going to find this 1v1 with Zoms. And
Zom!
That's a big one. Kellogg's actually going to try and follow up on this.
Yeah, that's a big one.
See, though. Zom still wise to he finds a
5v3 sekarang.
All this control, G2 have to force their way on.
And no one's letting that happen. Shaz is still looking for those angles, and it's makes well. 1v5, not going to happen. A knife comes out.
Okay.
Can North America stop stepping Europe? It hurts.
Who else but Dapper? If we could have placed bets on anybody to get a knife kill on the stage here at Berlin, it's Dapper.
Dapper.
Well, talk about stopping the momentum. A knife kill in the pistol round will do that, Lauren. That'll do it.
Yeah, that's the badger. Oh.
Zoms, again, great awareness to find that first. Just keep forcing
the
issues.
Just
Dapper.
Too caked up. Couldn't help it. 8-5.
Nasty. Nasty, cheeky,
Go
cheeky
again,
Dapper.
Sentinels, welcome to the build back plan. Bulldogs out and a couple of Spectres. Bulldog out, should I say, and a couple of Spectres as Tens taking the space over by B.
Early rotation here from G2. With over on yellow, going to relay that information. And actually, with Mixwell investing the wall, Sick will hit the rotate with the spike here. I think Dapper just going to send across a recon potentially. No, considering it. This is such an interesting read from Sentinel. Again, Shazam seeing nothing else on A. They've read this so well.
Oh my lord.
Read intuition.
Cuma ada Mixwell.
Working out very nicely. Mixwell is still close enough to call them over, but they'll be so far ahead now. The site should be theirs. Looking for a clean round here. No Sentinels. And G2, of course, looking to do whatever damage they can. They can take a couple of weapons away, do a bit of work. That'd be brilliant, but you can see them kind of fight up here. Tens and Shaz in the shutdown. And it's just Mixwell. It's a flawless round as well. It's a Prime Gaming flawless round. And Sentinels have almost closed that gap. So that first fight round is going to be a big one here.
I think.
It is indeed.
I think this time to come back.
Great opportunity for Sentinels to push forward on a bonus. Effectively tie things up. I mean, they win this next one, they come within one round, they get the weapon upgrades. Decent early progress as well for and one up potentially to come online in this next round. That's the start you want. First two in the bag for Sentinels. They're going to heavy lean actually towards B here, and it's only Kellogg's to hold it down for G2.
Yeah, big job here. Not an easy one. Utility already coming through. Now he can actually rain death from... Oh no.
Oh no.
The timing. The timing. How is he alive? He's not for much longer. 24 HP just about makes out. They want to capitalize on it.
No.
Pounding him down straight in on that one. And the follow-up. Tens just runs down Coldamenta 2. This is problems now for G2. This is where they're clutching at straws. You're not feeling it now. Rifles left by the side. Nuki though picks up the pace and the pieces as Tens goes down, but the spike is planted.
3v3 Nuki up in top site here, but and Zom's controlling B main and in a position actually to use these snake bites. The lineup set up, sick. Just needs to buy a little time here, a little bit of chip damage done, but the wall goes up. They're able to negate that straight away. Zoms finds one with the snake bite, Shazam finds the last. Sentinels convert the bonus 2.
They're so good at that. They're so good at these slightly weaker weapon rounds. They're so good at capitalizing on any of those errors.
I gotta say, Kellogg's a little too deep for my liking to be out solo like that. He's out of range, whereas Dash is really a you know, that backup plan to get out of jail free card. Again, the owl drone comes through. If I'm Kellogg's, I am out of there.
Off ski. Yeah.
Nice. Tyson, you know that's not my fault, bro.
Okay,
no,
don't say anything.
Look, we just want to listen in sometimes. There is a timeout now coming in. This is where you got to be very careful with the money, the economy, how this builds back up, the utility, how everything is working through. This is the alt economy even coming in. It's through on the trot. Now, it doesn't say much. Let's put it that way. If we're actually talking bigger picture, it's the pistol round, and now they have converted the bonus, which is the scarier part, because now your economy's in the bin a touch.
Yeah, it is, and ultimately here, if this plays out as expected, Sentinels are about to tie up. And to consider that first half lead, but I do want to just come back to that. One of my biggest criticisms the other day when we saw Kellogg switch onto the Sage is him being put in that kind of anchor position to be self-sufficient, right? To be able to peel away in the correct scenarios. That's not a good indicator. That previous round alone is not a good indicator for me in terms of Kellogg's ability to just find that information, not want to find a one-for-one, because even there, if he drops down off the box, right, finds a kill, what does it mean?
I mean, I think this isn't the first European jet that's struggled against North American teams either. Roll your mind back to Reykjavik. Durka. He got tamed on this, and he found it very hard to find that space that we had famed him for. And again, it's very difficult. They are very, very good at locking that space down, but I agree with you. I think he overstepped there, got a little punished for it. See if he can pull himself back up, get that head in the game again.
That's the big question, actually. As a confidence breaker, you don't want to see that so early on in this half for Kellogg's, because again, coming back online, and we've talked about already how G2 are able to build around him. Shame to see this snowball for them. Nuki this time going to pick up position on B main. Two members of Sentinels actually just tucked down in towards Garage. Now a much slower approach this time around. No utility other than the owl drone invested here, and I don't think Nuki is spotted exactly where he is, but the boom bot and the paint shells, obviously the presence is noted.
Yeah, Nuki is gonna fall away from this one. Coldamenta still trying to work on something, less to lose I guess in that regard. Bit of a tag, and actually the reaggress from Nuki.
Well, it's interesting, 3 bits of utility shown here, so actually 3 members of G2 accounted for here in the early round.
And now the take on the space. Nuki is up top, and loses the fight. Sick. Gets him, and there it is. Cracking open, that's all theirs. and the rest of the map becomes not necessarily irrelevant, but very far from the point. That spike can be ferried on over really easily now.
Well, we've got to respect the wall here, and actually, Dapper looking for damage in between. Kellogg's actually finds him.
Spike planted.
Swing out here. Sick low HP, but actually, yeah, Vova picks that one up actually.
It's just the rest, though. I just don't see them making errors, and of course, Ten's just sitting on an angle like that. Mixwell has no chance in hell. Sentinels, 8-8.
This is the thing, like I said, Sentinel just sit there. The slow orb, the paint shell, and also Cold meant to spot it with the owl drone. Again, that's 3 members of G2 against 4. I think actually on the back of that, G2 are like, there's no way they're coming in. Sentinels just sit and wait, and actually they're waiting for obviously that recon bolt to come through, which I gotta say, I don't know if Cold was caught on a reload or what, but he needs to be baiting for Nuki there. He needs to be the one to deal with that recon bolt.
Yeah, looked a little out of sorts. Again, this is pressure time now. This is stressful time.
Sentinel mancing utility-nya. Terbuang banyak tadi.
Spot too. So 5.9 on Zoms, 5.5 on Shaz. I know you see it too. We do have a timeout, it looks like. There it is. A lovely technical. Who doesn't love them?
Technical pause.
So look like Kellogg's is going to go for that op. Now I wonder if this could be a big influence, or if it's already being considered, and what the different look from Sentinels will be now.
No, we don't see initially where he's opting to position, but again, he has to be able to pick up the slack elsewhere. If G2 want to really secure one side or the other, or fight for that mid control, Kellogg's is the one that needs to hold it down now with the operator, and in a safe position. That's what I want to see is him really being in a position to kind of receive that information if Sentinels do decide to force through, or at least spy other things like, you know, obviously the owl drone coming out, maybe the recon bolt going one way or the other, even just the Viper utility being invested, but have to wait and see.
Yeah, just if you are wondering, it was, I think, just a little tech issue with G2, so hopefully their keyboard gets picked up and, you know, no further issues occurred. I've never seen people break their keyboard so often. It's amazing.
No.
I was always questioning it online, but maybe they truly do just run through the gear. Absolutely smashing it.
We haven't seen a desk slam yet, have we?
Oh, I really want one of those.
I really want to see a good
solid
desk
slam. Like, they might get fined for it, but it's kind of entertaining.
What do you think the splash on the stage is when actually we have a
desk
slam? We've got a text package for that as well.
Table broken. Just Hulk smash. Yeah, we haven't had that yet. I mean, it's still group stage, right? Like,
there's still time.
Yeah, it's a long tournament. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh,
was that daydream or was that like intense stare across the Sentinels?
Not sure. Not sure. The Vova. Look at him. Barely blinking. This isn't for me.
Not sure how I feel about this one.
Not for me.
Yeah. Who's down there? Who's down there taking that camera?
Who's doing that?
Somebody's about to get exposed. Oh, there he is. Yep, just in the corner of the screen.
Exposed. Yeah. Who's doing that? Yeah, not. Yeah, he's loving it though. Yeah, good shout. Thumbs up. Does that mean we're good to go? Or ooh, not sure. Not certain. Ah, we love a good tech pause, don't we? They do it for us. They made us a whole graphic package.
I did hear that in my ear, actually. Yeah, this one goes out to Pansy.
We're all good to go. 8-8. Jumping back on in, no worries. Let's look at that op. Quick reminder, if you zoned out for a second like Ovo did, Kellogg's does have the op out in play, so that's something that could be different, and that is it.
Gak akan menduga seperti itu, anjir.
The wall comes up actually on the outside of the tube, and Kellogg's will actually find it. Okay, sticks the res there. Coldmetal will respond to Vova.
Oh, Nuki dari belakang.
Shazam.
Nuki, look at this guy. He's just gone, guys, Nuki. The entirety of the space is clear. I've got middle. I've got everything you need. Just keep focusing on that B side. He's taken all that space and controlled it. The 3 players from Sentinels now are essentially noted. Every single one of them is known where they're at. So now they're going to have to fight basically back to the wall out of this. Tens, how much space can you get them? Swing on it. Okay, that's not bad. Second Dapper takes down the front line. This is no problem. Coldementa doing what he can. But now it's a 2v3. Anymore. Tens is still working forward. This man will put the weight of the world on his shoulders for his side, but there's a player close by. Sees Kellogg's, expects to swing from Coldementa. He reads him so well. Tens is just going God mode. And now the 2v2. He's working out every single...
What is that, man?
It's just misread.
But the timing is just off. Nuki does him by a second, and
there
Nuki! He found a sigh of relief as Tens was about to tear him apart.
G2 put their first round on the board.
I'm waiting for
man. You can never count them out. And he reads that perfectly.
He almost had Nookie too.
The operator shot comes through from Kellogg's, and he knows that the counter peak's coming through from Coldamenta. This opener, beautiful stuff here. I think Zomzatsi has an idea that something's coming.
No!
What a fascinating round, but they nearly got it done. I think just a little misread from
the
Tens.
hell?
I think he was potentially coming from a completely different angle there, so Nookie gets the second seemingly for free.
Army.
Shazam with that operator online now, Lauren.
Okay, next step, back and forth we go. Kellogg's had his out, right back in it, Shaz.
They're brute forcing.
Yeah, it looks like Mixwell, though, oh, he was not really ready. That was a bit of a, I guess, a lazy-ish clear on it. It outdone and then some. In response, you can see all the ults going down, and they actually both connected here. Coldamenta did find Sick, even at the very last go of it, which actually gives the player advantage back over to G2.
Oh no! Oh, Coldamenta and Nookie swing on the back of that Owl drone.
Tinggal Shazam sama Zom.
It's left to Zoms and Shazam here. Zoms with a Viper's pit of his own, but right here it's going to be difficult. I mean, needs another kill in order to get that online, but the spike tucked just behind Server here.
Oh!
Find one there, Zoms. We'll trade one out, but 4 HP, just a matter of time. Alova comes through. G2 puts themselves 2 ahead here in the second half.
They bounced back. They found that little bit of rhythm here, 10-8, as you said. This was the first couple they've strung together off the back of an actual timeout where they were discussing what was happening. We saw that op coming up for Kellogg's. Whether it be that or just the adjustments off the back, it is working. And now on the other side, we did see the op for Shaz, but now luckily, you know, not luckily, but just well considered, he still has the knives to fall back on, so his economy will be just fine. Outside of that, 2 now, double digits. This is game on, Hypok.
It is, and this is a pivotal round. 3,300 left in the bank for Sentinels as a whole. Shazam going to ride through the Blade Storm. Kellogg's will face the Owl drone. And again, Sentinels looking to force the issue onto A site. Mixwell called upon once again.
Caught out last time, needs to do better this time. I want to see how he approaches this. Kellogg's looking after a lot of angles here. This can get incredibly dicey. Still looking for it. And they're now encroaching on the site. Spots one, can't back away. Spike coming down, we're in post-plant territory.
Kellogg's actually will respond with a Blade Storm of his own. Viper's Pit invested on site here.
Oh, ulti, okay.
To secure.
Oh no, Nookie dari belakang.
One with Dapper on the flank here. Shazam.
Oh no.
A second, Lauren.
Nookie just straight up clotheslined him, and now a 5v3. This retake looks like it's got legs, but 10 still stands, so I won't run him out just yet. And diving on in. Oh, out of nowhere, Sick just gets surprised. Just didn't expect Kellogg's, and now we're down to just 10s, and he's fallen. It's going to be 11 on the board.
What a response from G2 again, remaining composed, everything stacked against them in that round. The Viper's Pit setting up such a stranglehold on the site there, but Nookie finding 2 insane kills on the flank to open up this retake.
Flanknya anjir, dapat 2 flanknya.
Oh,
nasty.
We got a game. We actually have a game.
We're getting closer and closer to a death slam there as well.
Yeah, it was getting there.
Sentinels looking, seems as if they're scrambling for answers here.
No.
Again, another round where they just try and send it at A. And like I said, Mixwell fumble in the previous, but this time G2 holds strong.
Oh, nggak dapat anjing.
Look at Vova's deeper push as well. He wants to take back that territory. Keep it somewhat in G2 favor.
See the wind in G2 sails now. They're looking to be a little more proactive, a little more decisive in some of these rounds. A wonky purchase here on the side of Sentinels. 10's on a Guardian, Sick.
Oh no, ini serem nih.
Oh! We'll open things up with the operator. Kellogg's tries to dip back in again for a second.
These peaks from Kellogg's, man, are dangerous, but maybe feeling himself. You can see as to why. Just going to keep trying to be stylish on the 20 HP, and he's still going.
Kellogg's!
That's 3. And more Beckham, but Coldamenta's got his cross. He's got his buddy in arms, and Kellogg's finally falls, but the rest of G2 are right here as Dapper left amongst the bodies of his teammates. So few options. Mixwell watching the back. Coldamenta, the first man forward. It's going to be 12 now, 1 away from map 3.
This is insane.
One more
G2
round
to respond
to
like this.
map
After
3.
dropping the first 4 rounds of this half, they've responded with 4 of their own. And Sentinels now tapped out. Kellogg's finally honed in, finding these shots when it absolutely matters for G2. And this is the sort of thing, the confidence building for this young man.
We said at the very start of this, G2 have to awaken the beast that's been laying dormant since the very early days of Valorant. That name came with a lot of weight to it. It dipped away for a while. This could be the resurgence. That's the start.
Oh,
Killers
Shazam
already
kena
up to a cracking
punish.
beginning. Nuki to follow. This is looking like they're about to put a bow on it for at least this map and get ready for that third. Can imagine a better way to see these two giants clash, but there's still Dapper, Sick, and Tens. But A is just looking closed for business.
Absolutely. Mixwell again in a position.
Tens.
Will actually find a response. Of over though, they're in position. Look at that, Kellogg's with another 3-piece to close things out. G2, 13-8 on map 2 here, Lauren.
One more match.
Going all the way, all 3 maps. G2 living up to all the
Heaven,
talk,
heaven.
all the hype they have
Kita
turned
bisa
up
nonton
after
Dapper
what
pakai
was a
Cypher
disastrous
mungkin.
map 1.
Kemungkinan
They are
begitu.
right back in this. You can see it. Every single one of them is fired up. And Sentinels, you don't often see them without an answer.
No, it's seemingly actually there straight away from that pause. G2 came back in with a completely different tempo, and it worked for them. It's so good when you see them, again, effectively get slapped down in the first few rounds. It's fair to say that, again, with the bonus conversion coming through, I mean, where G2 pulled it out from, it's actually insane to me.
We haven't seen them look like this. They've been in the lab. We saw them at the very start of, trying to make this run, coming into this season, looking like, oh, okay, maybe one of the actually weaker teams in the EU or the EMEA coming through, but the prospects, the ones to watch. There we go. See, it's all banter. It's all fun and games. But again, their story arc, we didn't know what their peak would look like because we hadn't seen it yet. It was still building. These newer players still finding their form. And if this is just a glimpse of what's to come, it ain't a bad start.
This is a massive achievement as well. Sentinels, again, I think the only time they've actually dropped Icebox in recent time was the Sonics, which was a very uncharacteristic performance on both sides in terms of that matchup. So for G2 to come out and do this here, where we've seen them really fall short. Stylistically match up towards it. I think back to that Ascend series, where they got absolutely swept on Icebox. So this is a huge statement to make. We're coming out, we're forcing map 3. We've actually got a series on our hands here, Lauren.
Haven is up next. I am so happy that we saw this. Like, I think all of us were kind of expecting a bit more of a one-sided affair, and it's been anything but. This is the perfect start to the NA-EU rivalry, already building here, but it's still group stage, and we still have another map to go. We're going to go to a short break, and when we're back, map 3 will be up next.
Berapa menit lagi? Lama kah?
Calling her without a warning. Can tell if it's make believe or I'm in a dream. Have I lost my mind? So I'm holding on to the feeling, even as the flames start to rise, slipping over
3 menit.
with my head high. Heaven only knows I've been through hell and back tonight.
Kita ke yang Indonesia.
First combat score-nya unggul 327 dan KDA-nya 2,0. Menurut gua Tens sudah menjalankan tugasnya dengan baik, cuma memang seperti yang gua bilang, Sentinels belum memberikan pergerakan atau elemen of surprise ke arah G2. Setelah tactical timeout, G2 kayak ngeriset mentalnya semuanya dan bermain dengan lebih lepas ketika mereka selesai tactical timeout, dan inilah hasilnya 13-8. Map kedua ditutup oleh G2 dan ini adalah statistik dari map kedua. 14,9 k damage berbanding 13,2 k damage, sementara ratio persentase 19,3%. Sekali lagi Sentinels masih unggul 21,8%, tapi frag win-nya 11-8 dan objective win-nya 2-0. G2 benar-benar abis tactical timeout mereka bermain lebih lepas. Lu kalau lihat Kellogg's lebih berani maju ngepick pakai operator, ngeflick sana sini. Bahkan tadi di ronde ronde sebelum match point aja dia bisa absen 3 pemain sekaligus dari Kellogg's. Stay di yellow meskipun tahu itu rame banget pemain Sentinels, tapi dia nggak mundur, ngepick lagi, ngepick terus dan dapetin 3 kill. Itu menurut gua lebih enjoy sih dari pemain G2 sendiri. Tapi Son, itu masih map kedua dan kita ke map ketiga yang artinya juga Jamal Bella akan lebih lama lagi untuk memulai case mereka di match ketiga. Dan sambil menunggu persiapan map ketiga antara Sentinels melawan G2, kita akan break sejenak. Jadi jangan kemana teman-teman, jangan mana-mana.
Udah habis komentatornya, kita balik lagi. Anjir, nggak expect aku bakalan kayak gini.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where G2 just became the first team to hand Sentinels a map loss at a Masters event. And what a way for them to do it, Kakuka, putting 5 rounds together in a row on the back half to wrap it up.
It was amazing. It looked like everything it was going to change, and then they were like, okay, you know, you have to lose. I'm really happy of how to do it. I really like how G2 structured their attack. So much pressure with so much utility used in the exact perfect moment. I love this map. I'll watch it again.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that I brought up in the pre-game was that one of G2's really big strengths is their trade potential, and I feel like that was something that we just saw in droves on this map.
We saw that. We also saw the first pistol round win for G2, which was something that we asked for as well. So
they did lose the second one.
They did lose the second one.
Give them
and that's what made it look a little scary when all of a sudden it's evened up at 8-8. But as you see from there, after the tac pause, that was the turning moment for G2. Tac pause into 5 rounds in a row. Nukier continuing to perform incredibly well, but for me, behind him, Kellogg's stepping up.
Yeah, and it's like Nuki was the godfather for Kellogg's. He was underperforming a little bit on
Kellogg's
sleep, and he was like, you know, just hold my hand, especially on the defense. It was like, hold my hand and just come with me. We're gonna smash some faces.
Yeah, I mean, even just in those last few rounds, especially, what round was it? It was round number 20, where Kellogg's was present on yellow, facing down green. You got 4 players of Sentinels coming at you, and you know that all these players are coming. You're basically on your own, and he still stood there, got every single one of those kills. Connell Dementor jumping in at the end, gets
the one you wanted right here.
Oh god, it's just brutal.
Yeah, brace yourselves. Incoming 3K. I mean, you can tell Sentinels can't figure out, you know, at this point,
He's 20 HP, and
right?
he's like, let me
had to
put
have
one
backed
more.
up.
I
He
have
had to
one
have backed
more
up.
bullet on the
Not the
magazine.
case.
I need to use it.
Not the case. That is a confidence booster right there. That's what you want to see out of a young player stepping onto a LAN stage. Excited by all means to see that we are going to a third map and that G2 was able to push us there.
Oh yeah,
Dan
I mean, we said
Kellogg's.
Haven is fun to watch for Sentinels, but I am just after that G2. I think I'm excited to see, because you know G2 I think they've been very emotional in the first map. They seemed very downtrodden on the rounds that they didn't do so well in. That map, they were just riding with it, and I'm assuming that Haven's going to be the same.
This is the G2 that you and everybody have to be scared of. The G2 that is comfortable, completely different. Mixwell, there's no point in comparison from Mixwell on Sage than on Viper.
An incredibly exciting matchup. Just received word that we got Sean standing by with a little bit of a breakdown to figure out how G2 ultimately overcame Sentinels for the first time at an international LAN.
Heaven.
Yeah, guys, it's absolutely insane because G2 looked phenomenal right there. The duelists on G2 were the only players on their team to get entry frags. And that's pretty standard when you look at teams that play Sentinels, right? So I'm going to show you why it is so difficult to get
why
any entries
tell me
against a team like Sentinels. And I just
tell me your analysis. I want to listen.
Round for G2 to just show why it's so difficult to upset Sentinels on a round like this. So right off the bat, what we're going to see is the Viper wall going across B. That's pretty standard. You know, the smoke, Zom's about to throw the Viper orb into middle right here. That's standard as well. But I want to draw some attention to how they're getting map control with both Dapper and Shazam as well. So what you're going to see is Dapper is going to throw a recon on that wall. That's going to allow Shazam to know that no one's pushed up. He's going to take control of this A lobby, and the round is very slow. So let's start running it right now. So it's a very, very slow round. And I'll explain to you why it's slow. So what Sentinels is trying to do is basically control vision in all of this area of the map that I have boxed right there. So you can see they're just staying very, very passive. Shazam at the top of the screen, and then Zoms is holding middle. And by Zoms activating the orb, we've talked about it before, it requires someone to be aware that he could push that way, under tube, as well as up tube. So he is doing a lot all by himself. Shazam being here means that there has to be someone on A, right? Because they have no aggressive info. They don't know if there's, you know, 3 people right here. G2 would have no idea about that. So they have to respect the fact that there could be an A hit coming. And Sentinels knows that because Shazam is here. And Zoms knows that no one's mid. So Zoms also knows someone must be mid. This is how a default is properly run. And you can see Dapper uses his utility perfect. They break the initial recon, they break the initial drone, and they wait for Dapper's second arrow to come in. And the execute on B long happens at that point. It is so rare.
Yeah,
that
dapat info dulu.
Arrows are used
Jadi,
on
dari
the start of the round before an opening.
Jadi picknya bisa
the way
diatasi.
Sentinels plays this so passively and doesn't allow, you know, Nucky to get that entry on top of B container, just as proof as to why they are a world-class team. So I hope this taught you guys something about like how to play passively, and I want to hear what you guys have to say back on the desk.
Very much, Sean. Very cool to see. I mean, I think that if anything, that to me exemplifies why it is so impressive that G2 was able to take down Sentinels. Because when Sentinels is able to pull out rounds like that you wouldn't normally expect them to pick up, that's exactly that kind of X factor that we're talking about. It shows you what a mountain they are to overcome for a team, for any team, really.
Yeah, for me, I actually remember on that specific round, I was sitting here, I took my headset off, and I could hear what they were saying. They're very loud, I would say that. I'm closer to G2, and I can hear Sentinels better. And just hearing them talk methodically about it, be like, right, we're sending out our drone, wait here, I can see, and they're just saying exactly where these players were, and it was like, wait for the dart, now we go. And it's just, you can tell it's so structured in their comms, and for G2 to be able to overcome that. Now, I'm assuming their comms are structured too, but for whatever reason, I can't hear them. They're probably mumbling amongst themselves. Yeah, I think it really does exemplify that.
I also think that I don't know how that is going to apply to this Haven. I really like when you are very cautious with your utility, especially with the Soba, all of it, not only the shot, there's the drone, but also the recon. I think the timing is very important and specific. And now that we're jumping on to Haven, I mean, you're going to probably use a recon at the start of the round just to clear up, I mean, some pushes or stuff like that, but a mid-round, that's when you're gonna save it for the last part.
We wanted it, G2 gave it to us, a map 3 here up against Sentinels, but it is Haven, and Kakuka, you said at the top of the day, Haven for Sentinels is in some ways some senses exactly where they want to be. So it'll be a question of that momentum for G2 coming off of 5 straight rounds into the initial pistol here on Haven. Can they lock it up?
You want to talk about pistols?
I mean, you brought it up, and I feel like it was part of their success.
Let's talk about G2 and pistols. They won this map, Haven, the other day against F4Q. They lost both pistols.
All right, well then maybe they don't need them.
But we have to say, this is a bold. We're coming back on the Astra. This is something that I love to see. I think that he was brilliant in the kind of pressure that he was creating in all sides of the map. They're going to start attacking. I feel like this actually favors them. So let's see how they do, even though, as I said, I think the Sentinels is going to get this. But yeah, I'm up for a duel.
I like that you brought up the Astra, though, because I do think this is going to be the map where we see a number of changes when it comes to agent select.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, again, this is one where Sentinels, they've gone for a number of different compositions of late. I mean, the main core will be an Astra Jet Phoenix Sova, most likely. It's about whether or not they decide to bring the Killjoy or the Cypher. Killjoy having been the most recent for them. But for me, it's really the Phoenix that stands out, mostly because you just don't see that come out from other teams, like, really on any map at the moment. But the way that Sick can use the flashes in the Phoenix to help facilitate himself, it's just fascinating.
I remember how many teams did that, the usage of the Phoenix, especially on Ascent, but I really like it on Haven, and as you were saying,
Let's
we saw
go!
the Decoded, where Pansy was just guided us to the beautiful round from Sentinels, and I feel thank you very much, Sig, for giving back that Phoenix.
Of course. Well, Dapper has decided to go on the Cypher instead of Killjoy, so they've taken a step back.
I'm happy. I really like Cypher better than Killjoy, and especially on Dapper.
I'm a fan.
It gives me Nats vibes. You know?
Not everything is about EU.
Well, I mean, everything is about Nats sometimes.
We've got the two best
I'm a fan,
Cypher
Dapper.
players.
There has to be a comparison between Dapper and Nats because they're fighting, as you said, Dash, for being who's the better Sentinel out there.
I just want to say, I know Gambit's not EU before people get angry at me.
I mean, EMEA.
All right, we asked for it. We got it. It's map number 3 between Sentinels and G2. You don't want to hear any more from us. You want to see some gunfights. Pansy, Hypoc, take it away.
Well, yeah, we are now moments away from getting to map 3. I don't think many people thought we were going to go this far, quite genuinely. This has blown us out of the water so far.
No, so and important to note the end of that previous map. I mean, we look at the previous series that G2 played. I can hear a lot going on behind us right now.
Rowdy.
But Kellogg's was absolutely pivotal to their success versus F4Q. And again, with that and into Icebox, I want to see him continue that pace, carry that across now to map 3.
This.
Di sini tuh.
Roll your minds back. Fnatic against Sentinels. The last battle between NA and EU went down on this map, and it's where NA destroyed EU. But there were moments that Fnatic found. Can G2 muster a little bit of that brilliance to bring it back through here to maybe reset history? We'll find out. But now we're live into this one. And things are all going swimmingly so far, but back in the site, the first battle. Kellogg's going to find one, but Shazam is right there, as is Dapper. It's a 2-for-1 trade-out.
Oh, that's straight away. G2 calling audible here. They're going to try and drift through garage towards C. Coldamenta can't get lost with that spike right now of Over. Trying to find space elsewhere, guarantee this entry. A little bit of damage actually to force Zombs away, so G2 will be able to pick up control initially. Actually, Coldamenta hesitant to plant here, and look at this stack up here.
Hold on, Avova really has his moments on this map. Oh, just had to hit the reload, we did so much damage, but now just Coldamenta, a 1v2. Mixwell did find Shaz, now Coldamenta, the timing! He's dead, Tens on the swing. Sentinels start things off with the first round.
It's so close there. I don't think the fact that Coldamenta, I guess, pauses for a moment gives Sentinels the opportunity to stack up there and play the numbers advantage on the way back in. Avova call upon, but seemingly out in no man's land with a frenzy there, can't even convert the damage necessary to make sure. But again, what a flip here. Kellogg finds the entry. Sentinels will spawn with 2. Again, just the timing on that reload. Coldamenta only had 2 bullets left. So Sentinels strike first.
Oke, tergoyah di mid. Kamera di C, di B juga.
Love seeing a Phoenix play with little pop flash. Sick eats a fair amount of it though. Gonna peel himself away as much as he can. And Tens in this weapon, man, it really seems to suit well together. Falls instantaneously away, deeper angle now. Let's see if anyone's gonna try and slip through. He's gonna hear these steps. 2 coming his way, 2 through short, another found. Tens is coming, that's 3. What? How more? You're gonna get Tens up and over. Go on, buddy, yeah, why not? Tens, just flexing now.
Oh my lord.
Budget operator doing work. Tens there in round 2.
Aku gagal kepalanya dari tadi.
Good progress as well towards that play storm early on. 3-2 now, called upon in their bye round. Don't want Sentinels to build up any buffer in these first rounds.
3.
Looks so easy. Now, we'll have to see how G2 approach this. Again, I'm looking for fast hits. I'm looking to find these opening duels. Again, with Coldamentor on the sky now, Kellogg's has a little bit of support around.
Okay.
I've loved Mixwell on that sky before, but you know, Coldamentor just as good with Kellogg's. That combination, that 1-2 that we get to see. And Tenzo still looking to be integral this round, leaning a little bit more proactively down middle, taking that little bit of a risk, but not much. Still able to obviously move away. Probably mobile. Kellogg's likes being seen, happy with it. To give him maybe a notion of intent, and there are now 4 players leaning this way for Sentinels.
Indeed, happy to give up C, at least with Zoms over in Garage now. No utility there to really give away any indication of G2 pushing forward, but Avova now starting to explore Garage, and again, G2 desperately scrambling to find some information, but Sentinel's giving away nothing. I think Dapper, is
Dapper di situ anjir.
tucked in here, but Shazam's the only utility noted here. I think on the side of G2, Shazam's the only thing that they've noted.
Tens is still waiting. He's not moving. He
Trying to
does
bait
have
Dapper in as well.
Dapper, exactly, just down in that pocket down below. Turns the flash a little early, but Dapper's still just fine. Gets one on Nookie, can't follow up. Good trade for Coldamentor there, but the problem is Shazam's right here towards Kellogg's. This is now a problem.
Dia masih bisa nembak loh. Nembak dulu baru dash. Anjir, tangannya secepat apa anjir.
Can't do it either, and it's looking disastrous now. G2 will be unhappy with that as Sentinels will be grinning ear to ear.
They post around 3 survive. Again, Sentinels now with a huge opportunity to pile on the pressure. G2, again, whether or not anything is thrown back into this one, but again, just the setup there. Dapper baited in perfectly by Tens. Again, they're in position so quickly to stop any of this pressure that G2 are trying to mount.
Okay.
Again, like I said, it's G2 scrambling for something, something to be the green light to hit somewhere. Sentinels give them absolutely nothing.
No, you don't get given much in this, and it's very hard to dictate the pace towards Sentinels as well. There's a reason they're exceedingly good at this map, and of course this entire game. Now at this point, Tens brings out the big boy instead of the the knockoff. So he'll be just fine. Seeing towards A, he does have Shaz just by his side as well, and of course on the other side we have the Shiko coming out.
Love a Shiko.
Can't get enough.
See if G2 can get anything going here.
Straight
away.
Sick.
Shut down on that swing on window.
Going up.
Sick will peel away. Again, the spike noted now at least. A good indication as to how G2 are set up. And the Sentinels just
Zom
holding strong here. Avova actually spotted out on the way through. Dapper and Zom's called upon now, but again, Sick finds Avova. G2 just not being given entry anywhere at all, Lauren. Sick now again. Facing down the last 2 members. We'll find the first chemical trade, but not much else to get done. Zoms will clean things up.
Cyphernya dapat tahu posisinya, dia maju, catch-nya di pop up biar bisa ngepick ke garage. Kemudian Sick-nya lihat ke garage-nya udah terpush ke atas atau belum, karena mereka nggak bisa masuk dari yang shot, garage shot ke C, mereka ke garage atas kan.
Away in, because Sentinels aren't going to give them. We've seen this already. It's quite clear. Sentinels do not play an overly easy game to read into, to get picked on. Everything is very well considered. Now we have to look at G2. The conversation I'm sure they're having now is, well, how do we find our way in? How do we start dictating the pace?
Well, my concern becomes actually when Sick starts getting his ultimate online, they can get a little more proactive in some of these rounds, and it's going to catch G2 off guard, especially if they're happy to sit as deep as they are. Like I said, they can't really gather any information in the early round because Sentinels being so disciplined. And I think actually, talking specifically about Sick, once he does get online and once that ultimate's available, expect there to be a very, very strong support system in place. Again, look to Shazam, look towards Tens, and obviously then Zoms as well on the Astra. These set pieces on defense for Sentinels are so clean.
So what you're telling me is there's not an easy way. If anything, it gets harder.
There are none.
Great. Cool. Well, let's see what Niels can come up with behind them. Because 4-0, they do need to find a bit of an answer soon. This is what the timeout is here to address. 'Cause these rounds haven't been that close. I feel like they haven't even really been able to execute on the sites. They've been struggling to have that ability.
Well, the thing with G2 is well, we know they lean away from these kind of choreographed, like set pieces, set pieces, and again, that's why it almost relies on. Oh, actually, a bit of spam coming through from outside B there onto Colmenta, but it's so difficult to find an opening duel here that Sick will just continue to command garage area. And again here, look, just nothing gained the other way. You've got Tens now posted on A long. Mixwell there.
Okay.
Not creeping through just yet.
I've got your trail.
Okay, let's see what they do with these Seekers then. They have drawn rotations. I mean, you can put a lot of faith in Tens though. He's still pretty solid with that off, but now Sick's gonna lean on in. Gonna actually get one as well. The spray doesn't quite connect for the second, but Zoms has his back as well. Avova's now gone. Kellogg's looking a little isolated on the side. He needs some support here. He only gets the trade in the end. It's a 4v2. These trades are so effective for Sentinels.
Oh my lord.
Well, the ability to pause and allow Sick to come through and just bait out that first engagement.
Look how deep these rotations are, man. There's no risks.
Especially with Dapper's utility still in position here. Give away exactly what's about to happen.
Oh no!
Mixwell will actually hop into the first. Nuki will remove the second.
Udah ketahuan posisinya.
That's the Hudson Fury comes through. Dapper will find a kill anyway, but Nuki called upon now and
nggak bisa anjim. Udah dapat informasi dari Dapper. Tripwire'nya dua-duanya rusak tuh.
And again,
dalam waktu yang bersamaan berarti ada dua orang di sana
get a good feel for initially how Sentinels are set up, and every time just one piece of the puzzle moves, it's then G2 resetting effectively.
Yeah, but this is the beauty of Sentinels. It's like watching an artist paint a picture. They are so good at playing this map. It's incredibly hard to, one, get to the position to even have those executions that G2 don't particularly like anyway. How do we get reads on rotations? And even if they get a read, how do we punish those? You just can't. At the moment, Sentinels are playing an incredibly elevated game.
Dapper.
To that, G2's money is now in the bin. It's starting to mount up a little here, but let's see if Kellogg's can maybe offset that. They've been struggling to deal with the 10 Shazam combo over towards the side of the map, and maybe some more of that to come, but maybe overwhelmed. Who knows? Maybe Tens brings it down on him. Just the guillotine slicing through. Shaz by his side, and now a new position adopted. Double stack towards long as well. They still have so many players always in the right place. Tens a second away, but Shaz is right there. Puts his life on the line, and it's another round. 6-0 Sentinels. Answering back real well.
It's actually great. I think that's a
Dapper mid lagi nih. Setup. Oh enggak, setup ke A.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. I mean,
kalau ke B lagi dia. Ke B lagi. Setupnya.
Dapper now. Ultimate available 10 still.
Gerrit, oh enggak. Gerrit sama C kayaknya.
Towards G2.
Gerrit.
Lockdown. Nuki one off the res, but again.
Nah, yeah. Yeah, setup Gerrit.
Reactive ults here that I don't think G2 really are in a position to lean on with the way these rounds have gone. They're not being given enough to find an opening and then try and secure the round or secure control of any of these sites.
I love that. Tens just swinging out anti-flash, gets himself into a great position now. But on the other side, there's still Mixwell. But I've seen this man turn a sniper into a shotgun, so don't be surprised if you see it again. Tens does it to him. Mixwell left ringing off of that.
What is that?
To do?
What is that?
Four of them. The first brave
forward,
they get met
sedekat
by
itu
that.
anjing pakai.
Sick down C long, so they know that Sentinels can drift away from C.
Sedekat itu. Oh, langsung diambil tuh Tripwire-nya. Kalau kalian lihat tadi, Tripwire yang di sini, mereka udah tahu di sama Dapper-nya diambil.
No way in. Sentinels perfectly positioned to stop anything here, and the problem being they're going to come through garage. All of C-Long control is in favor of Sentinels.
Okay, Dapper, how much have you got here though? You've got a lot of pressure coming
your
way.
No!
Done eventually, but here's the next layer. Sick, holding long. That's a dirty angle to try and clear. It's so nasty. And now his Zom's on the swing through on CT. He does get traded out on, but the numbers are still so favorable to Sentinels. A 3v2. Nuki and Avova. Now looking for that next step. Avova can be good here, but that player on logs is just in the most unreadable position there. Just breaks the back of any hope that G2 are trying to build here. And Nuki, he's done for. Sentinels are putting on a show, and it's a damn good one at that.
And that's a perfect example. That round there of the contingencies in place. Sick gets into a position where actually, even if he just trades one for one and G2 decide to swing on the line and try and get towards the site, he's in here actually a laboured spray on the first which you got to argue could have been good for a second, but it's the fact that as soon as 6 in that position, Sentinels are there to greet either B or Garage. It's absolutely flawless.
Looks like the tank might have run out of gas for G2. 7-0, clean rounds, no opportunities to get in. We argue about the depth. These were the team that came through in pretty much the last locked-in place here.
Udah ada 2 ini lagi. Tripwire. Kena Tripwire.
They take themselves towards B. Dapper on the other side, sitting towards the connector. On the A side,
ngedelay banget anjir.
takes himself forward. The spree's a little bit fruity, a little wild, but it's just fine in the end. And again, there is still no.
Udah ketahuan. Over.
It's just a Vova left on his lonesome. A 1v4, a miracle round at this point.
Whether or not Sentinels will even give him one. Nope, Sick slapped over down. His 4th on the round. Sentinels 8th on the board. Let's really start getting worried here. Again, lockdown still available, not called upon in, I feel like 4 or 5 rounds now that's been available. But again, even here, on this round in particular is the one where G2 decide to go a little more aggressive. And this now, it's got the tendency now is to play even more passive on the buy round because effectively tapped out here, 1,300 credits left in the bank. Nuki with a revive, Coldamenta 2 away from Seekers. Blade Storm, Cosmic Divide, Shazam now with a Hunter's Fury, Sick with another running back,
semua.
Here.
This is looking pretty terrible for G2.
It is another shot at it, another bite to the cherry. Kellogg's. He shows Nookies towards Dapper that time. Here comes everyone else though. Sick straight on it. Life on the line. The spray good. They get on the first and they're just working away. And G2 they try and step towards the site. Arez comes out slowly but surely. Those zombs now flashed up. Has a problem with this one. It's Mixwell to capitalize as well towards CT. Finally, G2 making
akhirnya dapat poin.
I said actually maybe the tendency is to play a little more passively. This one they really forced the issue onto C site. Kellogg's leading the charge for G2. Actually Nuki perfectly timed on that swing. But again, you got to credit Sentinels there. It's the ability to back up the Hunter's Fury in combination with the running back to try and get back onto site, ahead of that spike even going down. Sentinels willing to fight to the death as G2 come in for that execute.
Do it again though. You got to do it for the last couple of rounds, right? Like this is the thing. This can't just stop now. You have to keep delivering in this fight again. Mixwell again.
No way, man.
Get out of here, Tens.
How
are you doing it to him? Mixwell's such a veteran, man. He knows this. You know in his head he's thinking through the steps. And there he is regardless. Tens just, he's the boogeyman in this game. You just don't want to go near him.
That's crazy. I mean, it's a testament to just how good Tens is, but made Mixwell look slow there, honestly.
Which is not. It's not something we often say. Mixwell is so good at this normally. Wow.
Just caught a pixel out of place, but no damage done to Shazam, actually. Seeker's invested now. Coldamenta try and force his way through onto A. Maybe try and catch something
langsung
here.
dirubah tuh setupnya sama.
People spot out at least one member on B site, but the spike headed towards C. Dapper will be called upon.
Dapper's still here. Not moving. Not giving it away, and now he knows something's up. 2 players working forward, one still towards Garage, maybe looking to exploit that rotation would be Nuki. But Zombs is there now to back up Dapper, and Shaz did find Nuki, so that lurk's now removed. Kellogg's and the boys on C feeling a little silly here, not able to make the connection they wanted. Kellogg's is doing the best he can, but I don't think it's going to be enough. No, it's not. And Coldamenta, a little late to the party.
Coldamenta?
Down 2. Maybe a little overzealous on the peaks, and some curious positioning from Tens. Still on the backside and middle, just not going to expect it, are you? And tucked in the corner, it's going to be Sick. And it's going to be another for Sentinels. This one's looking all but over.
Again, just watch that back. It takes them so long to get up towards it. Then they're posted behind the trap wire. And again, Dapper buys effectively like 8 seconds with those two. Okay, yeah. That's even worse from the other angle. But with those 2 cages there, buys so much time for the rotation to come through that Sentinels can effectively fight a 3v3 on site before Spike is even close to getting planted.
And a reminder to every other team who maybe thought there was hope, who looked at this going, they've dropped a map. First one they've ever dropped. Maybe they're human. Maybe this is the time to strike. Maybe not. It's 9-1. Up and over. Kill!
What the heck?
Just swats him out the air.
What the heck?
Is so just nasty with everything he does. He's still aggressing. He's looking down. Sewer falls away just to get out of the eyes of that dog, and now can re-aggress on it. But fixed on the flank. He's in the spawn. They're making it hurt now. Just a chokehold on G2, sending him back. This is all but over.
Flawless.
Sentinels.
Prime gaming flawless. What a setup, and 6 so quickly in position.
Anjing.
To absolutely punish G2
Tense.
before they can
Panis
even get the
Kellogg's,
ball
anjing.
rolling. Staring down the back. This is so good. Tens doesn't even wait for the audio cue there. He's already posted. There's not even like a reactionary shot. It's like, Bladestorm was available. Somebody sit C-long with me. I'm holding the angle above. It just,
my man.
It's crazy to watch this guy play.
My man.
Truly. 10-1.
Oh my god.
And the play from Sick. And look at the spam. Shaz. Oh, Sick still going. There's no rest. There's no room for air. This shouldn't be allowed on Twitch.
No, this is absolutely relentless. Finally, the lockdown going to be invested here. Oh, Ratchet will find some time. I don't think Sentinel's too bothered about the outcome of this round in particular. Zoms creep towards.
Zom udah di belakang anjim.
Actually coming back in here. Dapper going to find Nookie. Over on the other side of this wall. We'll find another kill. Kellogg's actually flanking on the backside, but Zom's still alive and kicking. Finds the spike, finds a
Kellogg's mati juga.
17 HP in a 1v2.
Mixwell? Anjir! Moment of silence anjir semua. What the?
Sat. He's
So
stunned a little at the scoreline, hoping the timing would be offset. Soms hasn't moved that far, has he? I feel like there's a knife or something coming.
Well, Dapper's dead.
No, Dapper is dead. Karena tadi yang knife kan Dapper.
No, I've got a horrible feeling. 14 seconds. Clock beginning to rot. Mixwell turns the corner. Zoms is there. This is Sentinels sending more than a message. A reminder to EU. This is where Fnatic fell. This is where G2's going to fall, and maybe the group stage. But you don't get past us on this map.
This is absolutely brutal. I mean, at this point, you got to ask the questions again around G2. They're able to close out comfortably on the second map, but it's night and day here. This is Sentinel's stomping ground, and it really, really shows the gap between these two.
Aku pingin tahu chatnya gimana
It is a real difference here, and someone who I'm sure will be elated after being obviously very quiet on that previous map. But, oh, God, if only. We've been trying to make him quiet for years. However, someone who will be happy will be Sean. So hopefully he's standing by, ready to break down a couple of looks of maybe what surprised him, what made him happy. Who knows? It's going to be essentially a Sentinels frag movie, so enjoy this.
Game's not over till it's over, Lauren, but this round is really sick. So this is a really cool round from both teams that I want to go over today. So let me first draw attention to all the G2 players over here outside long. Oh, wrong tool. So we have all the G2 players outside long A right there, ready to get A control at the start of the round. So let's roll the clip for a little bit. You can see the turret is here, Mixwell is over by it, the guiding light comes through long. And the reason why the guiding light comes through this jet smoke, which actually comes from Kellogg, so let's pause for a split second. So we have the jet smoke from Kellogg's that went right here in A main, the guiding light goes behind it. That puts in the mind of a normal player that, you know, the attackers are aggressively pushing long at that point. But this is TenZ, and TenZ does not fall off of this angle, which is massive. It means the fake does not work. It means Sentinels will not over-rotate. Mixwell is still holding very passively over here at the A side, just in case anyone were to push through, and right away, G2 rolls and plays this passive default setup. You can see they're spread out, and it's going to end up being a garage split. I'd also like to draw some attention to why Sentinels is capable of doing certain things in stacking places. You can see the double trips from B, as well as an Astra Star. So the Astra Star will turn into a gravity well. There's just so, and there's a cage there as well. So B is just a death trap. You do not want to go there on this particular round. And then C, It's a very hard site to hold, especially against Pops when you're someone like Astra. So how does Sentinels deal with this? Well, this first Astra Star would activate as a smoke. The second one would turn into a gravity well if there was a C-pop. And then Zoms even puts a third star right next to him, just in case there's a hit and he can hide in his own smoke, dodge recons, dodge drone. You know, he's capable of moving around. Guiding lights won't blind him. Trailblazers can't get him. So he has all this planned out utility. In addition to that, we have Dapper's cam on the wall for more info. Sick is playing Garage on the rotate. So let's keep going a little bit now. And what you're going to see is the Sky is going to use the Seekers to clear out Garage. And that is what's going to activate the start of this round. So Sky is gathering by Garage. She has the spike. And you can see Mixwell still by this A lobby. The Sage is grouping up. And there it is. The Seekers come in and the Garage split is on. And let's pause it real quick. So what you're going to see now is the Sage has walled window. That means that they can fully focus on this split. They don't need to worry about anything behind them. But also simultaneously, we have keloqz throwing a smoke and dashing into it into the C site. We mentioned this earlier with Shazam. The Jets dash in, they get the vision with the dash, and they're getting tons of info. He's following the Seeker. He knows exactly where everyone is. Sick counter ults, and this is the game-changing play by Sick, in my opinion. He ults around this spawn corner, and you can see him right here. This is his ult form. He's a free body to help deal with this hit, and he's a massive nuisance to G2 on this hit. In addition to that, Zoms plays this perfectly. He activates that second smoke that I was referring to in the site, and let's play it a little bit more right now. So Zoms nests in the site, takes out the Seeker. That allows Sick to get that frag on the spike. Sage gets the trade, and keloqz is scrambling, trying to get Zoms back site. And he does. But look, Sick has rotated in from back site now. And
ada trigger dua-duanya, anjim.
And he has this insane crossfire setup. So now Sentinels is immediately in this 4-on-2, and they're so aware of G2's intentions. Look, they're just rotating all over the place, leaving the C site. They know the C site is locked down. They have a camera there on Dapper, and that's when Dapper's trip hits. And it signals Shazam to blind ult into the B site, and the round is over. I think both of these teams played this round phenomenally well. And it just goes to show the level of play between these two teams is absolute top-notch S tier. And I cannot wait to see more of this. Back to you guys, Panpoc.
Buddy, I don't know how much more of it we're going to get. That was, you know, it is a good game, but the scoreline's a little skewed here, Hypoc.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Wee bit.
Yeah. To say that this pistol round is crucial.
Yeah.
Harus dapat ini pistol kan. Kalau nggak dapat udah selesai. G2.
Cool.
Dengan
they need the
satu aja.
I think they need round 2 to 5.
Andaikan tadi nggak dapat pun 0 anjing, bayangin 0.
And then a couple more.
Right.
Because once Sentinels get to their buy round.
But imagine if they did it.
Can you imagine?
Don't be biased to Sentinels now. Gosh. G2 can do it too. We'll find out. It's 11-1. This is the group stage. Keep in mind, the first time, really, we're seeing this NAEU battle go down, and it has been taken to a third, which definitely caught some of us off guard. keloqz trying to catch someone off guard for Six, having none of it. He does not care. He sends him right back. Like, don't worry, boys, you'll have a break soon. I'll try and get this over for you nice and quick. 3 still stand, and the A hit looks like at least being toyed with. Some audio cues given, but they peel away.
Vova's got himself all the way to the bottom of C-Long. He's going to hear this information, should pull the rotation from G2, see if he can find anything on the way in. Actually, the trigger discipline is perfect here.
How long does he hold this? Till right about then. Pulls the trigger on 10, but now he knows there's another. Wait, what?
He was in Astral form. He didn't hear it at all.
Absolutely clueless, and this gets spun on its head. Vova maybe being the lifeline, at least for a couple more rounds. Dapper, though. First step in, and it's a good, and 40 more seconds to play with. He's got time. He's about to have a spike as well. 35 seconds to make something out of this.
No way.
Now, he's got to know if Vova at least was on C-Long. That's the last call. Nuki hasn't been particularly noted. Maybe was on A earlier. Now, 25 seconds. What does he do with this?
Yeah, actually, Nuki's close enough to hear that spy cam activation as well, so he's going to go hunting, but Dapper, meanwhile, has free access to A site.
Now, where would he post plant this? Okay, so the closest plant he can. Does he?
Just do a split.
Slip back to CT? No, he can't.
Oh, I was going to say. If Dapper went for the push there, actually the opportunity to open this up. Yeah, exactly.
I thought maybe he'd slip back in for that CT push, but no.
Still going to find a 1v1.
right, is finding that 1v1. Now he's being encroached on by Avova, who's the absolute difference maker and timing's everything.
no,
Dapper now
Dapper.
needs to turn,
Oh,
and Avova's saved it.
timing.
He's given them just one breath in this.
11-2. Avova going huge on the pistol round again. The timing of Zoms slipping in to try and set up that push onto C. Again, Avova, the balls to pull that off there, to let the first pass the second as well, and let them actually come up. And the whole time he's relaying that information. He wants the contact to come through from Mixwell on site as well. Sentinels, they're going to throw a couple of bits and bobs into this round.
It's not.
Reconsidered actually, yeah. Just it looked like 3 sheriffs and 10s obviously with that budget operator, but
why not?
Budget operator.
Value with it, but Kellogg's feeling bold enough to go for a walkabout. Dapper taking a chunk of damage here. This should be a free one. It is. Kellogg's going to get him in combination with that Sky utility coming through sewer. It will draw the attention of the others. But Tens, there's a reason we say there's a value to always him having this seemingly in his hands at very bare minimum, and you can see as to why.
Look at the utility in Garage. Sick decides to push on through Shazam. On red alert here, just in case Kellogg's comes through. Sick actually going to note the alarm bot here. That's going to smoke it off, so...
Interesting.
Maybe have to slip through. This is huge, actually.
Now, for G2, Avova is very,
no.
very sharp in this.
Ketahuan udah.
Calls are being made. There it is, for stand. And they take another
Ketahuan.
step.
Anjir, playnya agak ini ya.
Actually, a good opportunity here for G2.
Ciki-ciki
to come through, right, some of that
bisa
lesser weaponry.
biar alarm
I mean,
botnya nggak
Ten's
aktif.
only player on Sentinels, I think, to be sat below 1,000 credits on that previous, but be able to afford the light armor and the rifle. Only one on the side of G2 though, and that's Mixwell. To see here, if G2 are able to maintain this, honestly, Kellogg's again pivotal in that previous round, finding that kill onto Dapper, again controlling a lobby, and he's walking with a Spectre. This is bold, to say the least.
Yeah, he's been spotted as well, so needs to fall off that one, but Sick has been so influential in some of Sentinels rounds. Mixwell on the other side here, just trying to buy time. Rotation coming in as well for Kellogg's. Oh, Dapper. Okay. So showing a lot of presence here. That's... I don't know if they've realised it's 2 players. They probably have a good idea now. It might be more than just one. And Kellogg's going to try and sit it on that close angle on that wall side. Mixwell drawing attention towards Heaven, but this is now where it gets problematic. Mixwell's gone down, so Kellogg's is all alone.
He's going to find it as soon as the smoke drops.
4v3.
Rookie now makes his way up towards Heaven. Sentinel still will pause for a moment, just in case to consider trying anything to stop that spike going down. A 4v3 here for Sentinels in the post plant. See if G2 can fight back in.
There's the pop flash, here's the push. And Tens is just something else. The man
Oh,
is built different. Look at him. Gets him to 12. And the war cries out, if you can hear it behind us. This is not just map point, this is match point, series point. This would be the GG now. 6 had a tear, 10s has been on today, but everyone from Sentinels has fired on this map.
Absolutely, they've looked flawless through most of this. Again, even the rounds that G2 are able to squeeze out here in the second. So still could have turned the tides. Actually, Mixwell down on a frenzy here because of that purchase in the previous. 10's already with the Blade Storm online. Aldrone straight away up C long. I think actually Sick with the run it back as well. They're looking for a full sight hit here. Look at this coming through from 10's and Sick.
There's no way to stop him now. Tens is right on the side. He's going to take down Avova and look for the follow-up, but no one dares walk towards him at this point. He is just truly intimidating here. Now the spike can be ferried across.
G2 actually get ahead of the curve a little bit. A big flash comes through, but Mixwell unable to find anything. Coldamenta will find Zoms. Seeker's invested. Rookie and Sick will find kills respectively. Kellogg's again responds. G2 actually a 3v2.
Yeah, but if Sick and Tens are alive, I'm still not writing off Kellogg's with a banger towards Tens. Now Sick, what you got for us? One flash, he swings it. Oh, Kellogg still holds. G2 gonna make it to 4.
Everything but the kitchen sink thrown at that from Sentinels, but I love Zom's reactionary utility there. Again, Tens and Sick, they come up, they run it back, the Blade Storm in unison, but also the utility usage just isolates this player on site. There's no possibility for anybody from G2 to even swing through and try and save Avova.
Kellogg's lovely work with that flash coming around the corner. Let's see the lead.
Let's fucking go.
Let's freaking go.
Let's go. 8 more rounds, guys. Let's
do it. I love that.
Hey, I want to see it. I want to see it. I don't know if we will.
I want to, though. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's go see how far we can take this then. 4-12 is the current scoreline. It is a mountain. And already, Nookie's found Tens.
Kena panis.
So a good start. Still showing this willingness to push at this point. Says a little something.
Sick, though, has all the way onto a site with Dapper. Again, look at this crossfire though. Mixwell's giving it up, but they are anticipating that exact threat. Nookie will find 2 more, his 3rd on the round. Noms will respond, but a 4v2 for G2. Okay, make that a 2v2.
Okay, this is not how it happened, surely. From a 4v2 to a 2v2. And the last of Shaz and Zoms this time. Looking like A's the area they're going to be heading towards. Spike in the hands of Shaz. Heading on over. Coldamenta and Avova on the other side.
Avova might have even been heard there.
Oh, look at this. Just a slice, just a portion. Flash comes in. And actually they're pushing it. Coldamenta good for
1v1.
Now does Avova get... Yeah, Shaz knows it.
Oh
no! Okay.
The read from both of them there.
They both come off it.
Avova delivers. G2 will live to fight another day.
It's 5.
Again, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. For Nookie and Kellogg's to still be this decisive in some of these rounds, it's exactly what G2 need if they're going to make this a possibility.
Even they knew that was just that was a straight up coin flip.
I think Sick was actually anticipating exactly what was about to happen. Yeah.
And we go again, 5-12. The money is broken this time, but hey, we've seen these rounds sometimes go a little wonky. Sheriff's through a 4. Okay, and the Marshal. The G2 should be aware of this. They have to be on red alert. This is not just a walkthrough, just because the weaponry isn't there. It's one of the biggest tells of that first map that worried us. The anti-ecos. This is not how you'd want to lose a series. 10, spotting out one towards back plat.
Don't show your head.
Bloody hell, he's crossing back over just as the smoke dissipates. Avova, careful, but you've all seen the clips of Avova in this corner, and you might see it again. That's 2 lovely frags. He's up against pistols, though, so we're not going to scream and yell just yet. And Shaz sees the flash. Probably going to lose. Oh! Avova. Keep it chill, mate. There we go. 2 now left. Tens and Zoms. No opportunities. Well, hey. No opportunities other than that one with Avova really presented.
Mixwell still had the jump again there. Tens landing the headshot, 21 HP. Find another here. Kellogg's might actually spot him there. Nope. Avova find his 3rd on the round.
6. It's clean as well.
Holy.
This would be a pretty interesting spectacle.
What colours do G2 have normally? Like, what's their like shirt colour? It's kind of just like black, right?
Yeah.
Like a little bit of like red and white. I'm tempted to say I'll dye my hair that colour at this point if they actually do pull it back and win.
I'll dye my hair the colour of G2's jerseys. How's that sound?
Same, I'm with you.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Okay.
This can only go well. I mean, it has been...
safe for me.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's not bad, is it? Just salt and pepper. 12-6 though. This is another big round. Buy round coming in. Rifles back out for Sentinels, so they're sat in a much better position. We do have the res on Nookie. Mix up with his ult as well, so the more kind of, I guess, instigating ults. But Coldamenta now, starting to feel things out here. Spots out at least 1. That's Sick now noted. You can see the creep up on long as well. Kellogg's better be locked and loaded. Coldamenta good for 1. Spots out another. Flash comes in. Smoke goes down. Zomzo, great work towards Coldamenta. That's now a problem for Kellogg's.
The neural theft will be popped to the information reveal, but Sentinels look to force their way through.
Timing.
1 for 1, actually. Nookie will find another one in response to the Hunter's Fury popped. Zoms now get through. The lockdown will be removed. The back back of that. And look at that, Nuki and Mixwell combine. G2 post another. They're 7th now.
Masih bisa anjir. Let's go.
Now, normally we don't get excited for comebacks until double digits is achieved by the team on the comeback. Generally, the general rule of thumb. I'll give it till 8. I'll give it till 8 and then I'm on board. And then obviously they'll lose that one. It's over and done with. For this...
Looking at the script actually.
Well, I haven't got that page. Production just ripped it out, so I don't know. We're going off script here. It's mad. 7 to 12. Money's back down. Now the problem is, we talk about money. Sentinels will be in this kind of not perpetual phase. They will be able to get buys, but it is going to be that little bit of an issue here and there. But again, still danger aplenty. And G2, how resilient are you? That's the big question here. How far can you take this, truly?
Well, the way they're reacting, actually, I mean, again, these rounds are a little unorthodox. Tends to try and just find an opener here. We'll spot of over, actually, behind Platt. Over will escape back here. And
sick!
Find sick on the other extremity. So Sentinels doing what they tried to do on Split, just pull these rotations and create their own gap in the defense. G2 much better equipped this time around.
Yeah. Again, same sort of work leading in through from Garage. You're going to have, I think it's going to be Nuki at the back, watching the pusher in case there is pressure here, but Tens has actually garnered some space. Spots out one, that's ambitious, and Mixwell this time does get the better of him. Good follow-up. And there it is, it's Prime Gaming Flawless, we're at G2. They're now starting to build up a little bit of hope. Just a little bit of hope. Starting to filter through 6. Not been necessarily well, he's on 24, but he has been slowed down in this half compared to him running rampant in the first.
Yeah, which is interesting. Again, you quite often see Sentinels just throw Tens and Sick into the mix, and more often than not, they're able to find entries. They're able to find actually 2 or 3 kills on the back of that, and right here, as I said, you got to credit G2. I mean, particularly Avova and Mixwell, who time and time again are able to shut down Garage and see sight. And Sentinels sat a little deeper.
Yep.
Kellogg's now posted, but the run it back,
this is
what he can get done.
Yeah, lovely utility work so far. Could at least hinder some of that approach through Garage. Forces him to look towards that B site. That's a problem. Golden Mentor, Nuki, it's all falling to pieces. Sentinels tearing away that just a dash of hope that they had, and now it's down to Avova on Kellogg's. They know Avova's back here. He's been here every round. He's now surrounded. 1, 2, 3. Is this just gonna be sick to shut him down? As Kellogg's prevented the impossible before. This time sick. I couldn't imagine a better player to close it down, and in flawless fashion.
Again, eventually they're able to break through and find that final round necessary, but G2 showing resilience. Again, we talk about the pedigree of this name, this brand, and how often they've actually had to play from behind. Right there, a big positive, but again, bigger picture. You got to look back on that first half and just think, actually, what is the depth to this team on the international stage? Because Sentinels, we have a fairly good grasp on where we place them.
Yeah, we do. I think that's a really fair assessment as well. We know that they are towards the most extreme of tops. Be it first, second, wherever you want to put them. I'd say first right now, generally. But again, if they're being tested by, I guess you could say, 4th seed coming in from EU, that's not a bad look. Now, bear in mind, that final map, the side-by-side comparison, that first half to the second, was night and day, but I imagine if they got a little more buffer on G2, could they have stretched it further? But then again, how many rounds did Sick just get them in that sort of explosive style he was bringing? It was actually flawless.
Yeah, it was, and the big difference being, again, when you call towards those kind of usual suspects, and I got to credit Nuki for the performance on map 2. Effectively, I got to say, you got to credit most of this map 3 even being a reality on him and his performance on Icebox. But right here, Sentinels just showing why they're a cut above. They are worlds ahead in terms of the level of Valorant we see. And again, Haven is a map where you talk about being able to run circles around them on Split. They employed so many similar tactics at that shot. Again, you've seen that a few times where it's just reactionary, Tens is just posted, and it's that intuition that Sentinels have where they're constantly, they don't even need to be given the information. They're able to just position accordingly. At least the vibes were good.
The vibes were immaculate, and again, a celebration of both regions in my eyes. We get to see Sentinels come back in, looking as good as when they left off. I think Reykjavik was If anything, just a question mark of, okay, can they now continue this? Are they able to keep that throne? Because we've seen so many other teams early days unable to keep that. They dropped it. But these guys still look unfazed, unpressured, and leading the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think back to recent performances, there's a blemish or two across regionals. Again, even talk about the Sonics loss on Icebox and then eventually dropping a series to Except. But these guys come out in their first performance. And yes, a 3-mapper. I wouldn't have called that one.
No, I'm with you.
I would have led towards a straight 2-0. But Sentinels close out. I think we get a really, really good look at exactly where they're sat coming into Berlin. And it's looking fantastic.
I'm with you. I think this will be harder. I think this will be more of a test for Sentinels. Last time it was a flawless run. Already it's a tougher test technically in their first game in groups. I think the caliber here has improved. I think we have a higher quality of teams coming in. And again for G2, let's flip that switch as well. The team that just took on Sentinels, who came in with a question mark hanging above their head of which form do we see? What sort of team do we see? They're a team that actually took a map off Sentinels at LAN, which is honestly not a bad accolade considering how flawless Sentinels have been recently.
Absolutely, I mean, a testament in itself. And to say that we came out of the first series from G2 having certain questions about maybe stumbling and maybe not being on their A game, I guess is the term to apply there. So to come and do the same thing versus Sentinels, brilliant to see. Again, there's lots of issues to fix though. And I keep coming back to this composition question with G2. If they need Kellogg's to come online, that supports system, it needs work. It needs real work.
Yeah, there's plenty to kind of take back and maybe work on in the future for G2, just going forward. Again, the group stage is grueling. There's a lot more to be seen. But speaking of things we have to see, it will be the Prime Gaming match highlights for you guys to have a little look back on, refresh your minds, because this was a long series and we've still got more to go.
Jam 3 teman-teman ya. Aku tetap nonton sih, cuma nggak bisa live ya. Nggak bisa live. Mau nyiapin sahur juga. Sekarang lagi Senin kan. Oke, thank you buat teman-teman ya yang udah mampir, yang udah nge-like juga. Ya, thank you banget. Seneng banget. Matchnya seru banget, oke. Thank you, see you next stream besok. Bisa.